Welcome, everybody, to the last day of PHDwin week this year. It's always a little bit melancholy to get to the last day, but it's been a great week this week, and I hope you all really enjoy what we have for today. I'm sitting here with the man that's been behind the curtain, the man behind the desk, the Wizard of our Oz, who's helped been put together PHDwin week. Sebastian. Sebastian, introduce yourself to the audience a little bit.
Hey everybody, thank you for having here today. I appreciate everybody that's been on the stream, everybody that's sending comments, everybody that's helped out throughout the process. Huge thank you to all of the speakers that were a part of this week. PHDwin Week really could not be what it is without your contributions. It's been a great week. I'm excited to close out the day. I'm excited to have a weekend finally that is not getting ready for the stream. I don't think people realize just how hard some of this content creation stuff can be. Funny enough, we're going to have a guest speaker later on who can speak a little to that media world that, in my opinion, we may need more of at this point in time in energy and oil and gas. But Jonathan, why don't you speak about, how far this has come along, from when you started?
So PHDwin week originally came in 2020 because we had a new product we were launching that year. And as everyone knows, same time that year, we're in COVID. No one's in their offices. We couldn't go do client demos. We couldn't go do office demos. So we had the idea to put together a virtual conference, Sebastian, that everyone could participate in. But, as part of that, the feedback that we got from it wasn't so much, hey, this is a really cool product that y'all are launching. A lot of it was, hey, I learned a lot of new methodology. As we were demoing version 3, as we were talking about the program, people go, hey, I learned a lot about how to evaluate E&P packages. I learned a lot of things that I wish I had known about my career. It was just really eye-opening to me how much our internal experience was able to enlighten people as far as this greater industry and the processes that we go through. So the second year I pivoted and I tried to bring on as many external guests as possible. Where first year we really were the ones that did all the heavy lifting. Second year I brought in some excellent guests. We've seen some of those replays from the 2021 year throughout the week. And that's where it really kind of took a life of its own. Every single year we have people coming on. I know a lot of y'all are here just for the PE hours, and that's fine. We're gonna hurt my feelings. But I have a lot of people that come on that are looking for, how to training and how to learn more about PhD and more about the product. But then we have people that come on that want to see technical presentations and want to see things like you'd see maybe at like an SPE conference. Not saying we're at that level, but that kind of more technical work. We have some people that just want to hear about industry conditions. And so, from that and all the different demands, what we've tried to do every year since, and it's been a big priority of mine, is trying to balance and make sure that we have a little bit of every type of content. We'll have a survey at the end of this that everyone can fill out and let us know your feedback. But what I really hope to see on that feedback, quite frankly, Sebastian, is everyone saying, oh, I wish you'd have had a little bit more of this. I wish you'd have had a little bit more of that. I wish, because then I know I've hit the middle mark. If everyone says, it was good, but I need a little more of that, and everyone's telling me a different thing that we need a little bit more of, then that meant that I felt like we served that broader audience. And that's what we're here to do. We're here to engage with the PHDwin ecosystem. We're here to move the conversation forward. Some of it is, a sales pitch as far as like Garrett was on earlier this week showing y'all what the new reports are. We've definitely had some like product demos and all that along the way. But I really hope this year we've done a good job about also having enlightening topics, enlightening conversation about the industry in general. And I hope that's what we continue with today, Sebastian. At least that's the intention, right?
You know what's something that's really cool about my job? I get to work with some of the most talented and smartest people over a domain that coming in I knew very little about. I went to Trinity University. I studied accounting. Right after that, I went to go work for a company in San Antonio, McCombs Enterprises. Some of y'all may have heard the name. But I knew very little about energy coming into this role. And what's very cool about PHDwin Week is that for pretty much 3 or 4 months, my entire job is to go to people who I believe have thought leadership. They're bringing forward ideas, they're bringing forward new technology, they're doing things differently, and we get to give them an option. We tell them, look, we'll give you a loudspeaker, and all you have to do is share what you've been working on, what you're doing, where you think things are going. And when people give you that yes and they're on board, everything sort of starts to unfold, and the process is really exciting. I mean, you're bringing forward a group of people who they may have different opinions, they may be working with different technology, but at the end of the day, they're all fundamentally in this industry and they're trying to move things forward. And I think that's what this is really about, is moving things forward.
I mean, I completely agree with you. We want to add to the industry. We want to be part of the conversation. We want to show thought leadership, or at the very least, elevate people that are showing thought leadership. And I think we're going to definitely have some more of that today. Sebastian, though, a lot of people get on here and they see these feeds and they see the graphics and all that. It's a lot of work, right? I mean, you put in a lot of late hours, weekends. We've been hustling for the longest time. A lot of it is the production. And this year, I'm very proud that we've been able to do the constant stream, do this channel like concept. And so we've been able to build on what we've done in previous years and go to a new level this year. And that really sets us up for the future and what we can do with this thing. But this is really about y'all. And so, I hope that y'all have gotten some insightful commentary out of PHDwin Week. I hope you've gotten some. If you came here for training, I hope you got some training that you wanted. If you came here for the PE hours, make sure you fill out the form, right? We'll be sending them the email, right? And you'll fill out the form and you count for the hours and we'll send you the certificate. Don't worry, that's part of it. We know, but also I just hope that everyone has enjoyed it and that this has been a good use of your time, because people are busy, Sebastian. I mean, right? I mean, we're cutting in your workday. We know that.
I was thinking about the other day, since the first day I'm at PHDwin, I've thought, what is that one idea, that one person? What's that one thing that's really, really valuable? Because the people who are in our ecosystem, their time is very valuable. And, in conventional marketing, they used to say that back in the day, you had 30 seconds to make an impression. I think that nowadays, with the way the internet is going, you have about 5 seconds to make an impression. But just thinking of an hour of someone's time that they're sitting down to watch a stream, what should you show? Should you show software? Should you show how to use the software? Should you show something that's more conceptual, like a methodology, kind of like Alvaro's presentation? It's a big question. So I think that using the approach of whoever is willing to do the work, whoever is willing to put forward a presentation that's professional, they're willing to get up on camera and record themselves. That to me is very powerful. Putting ideas out there, regardless of the risk that people may disagree with you, people may agree with you, that takes a lot of courage. And, to me, PHDwin Week, as it moves forward, as things go on, it needs to be a platform for sharing those tough ideas, those things that, people may disagree with it, but just the fact that it's starting a conversation, that's valuable.
I agree with that completely. There's a lot of value. If we're all agreeing on the same thing, then we're not pushing ourselves. That's a big part of it. And I like controversy. We've actually saved some controversy. We'll have some controversy, I think, today. So we'll get into that with some of these sessions. But, another side of it too, Sebastian, is that as being here in the office, there is an ecosystem around PHDwin. And there's these people in the ecosystem that are either legendary players that have been in the ecosystem a long time and have had a long cumulative effect over years or decades. And I would love during this week how we can introduce those people and honor them, like how Monday we gave the Connor Award, the first Connor Award to Larry Connor, a man that has had more impact on PHDwin than any other single person, or how we had Richard Smith on Tuesday, who, brought us to the international world and to Maersk Oil and Gas in a way that we hadn't been before, and really kind of honed what our offering was and what we could offer to the world as far as making that process more efficient. And so that's part of it. I love introducing people like that. But then I think about people like Kimberly, or like later on, we're going to have Blue River on. I mean, these are people that have popped up in the last year, have shown a lot of talent, have shown a lot of motivation to get their hands in the gearbox. And I want to reward that talent. I want to reward that motivation. I want to reward people that are willing to step up and actually do things. Because, I mean, look, the clients that just want to sit back and pay the bills and call and support, we really appreciate y'all. Y'all keep the company going. Y'all make all this possible. It takes a lot of resources to do PHDwin Week. So thank y'all very much for your support. But every now and then we also need people that are willing to stand up and give their opinion and say, hey, we think the right way to do this is that. By the way, did you know about blank? And then that leads into other things. From Kimberly, I learned about the pod too. And then I was able to get him on, Josh on yesterday. And so there's this cumulative effect that builds on itself. But it takes starting with people that are willing to stand up and do good work and kind of stick their neck out a little bit and say, hey, wait a minute, I know that this is what y'all think PHDwin, but here's this other way. And we want to be pushed like that. You've pushed us a lot. You've had a huge impact on PHDwin Week. It's a lot different now than before you started jumping in as part of it. I had Nick sitting here next to me. He's had a huge impact on PHDwin Week in the sales process. JD was here earlier. He's having an impact on the support process. And I want people to know our faces. I want us to be on camera so that you can know that there's real people behind PHDwin. And it's not just some Silicon Valley like focus group or something like that. Like, we're sitting here in Austin, we work hard every day, and we're doing our best to do good software by you. And to that end, we've got a special guest coming on in just a second. But before the special guest coming on, I've actually got something for you, Sebastian. I know you like trophies, and I know you like really fancy bottles. And so, as a token of my appreciation for all the hard work for PHDwin Week this year, there you go.
Wow.
There you go. I'm very confident that
it's like a Clase Azul.
I'm pretty confident that's the nicest tequila that's in that big liquor store here in Austin. Because as I was walking through, like 3 people pop up and go, "Hey, did you know you're walking out with the best bottle?" I'm like, "All right, good. I'm doing good." So there you go. Congratulations, bud. Thank you for everything you've done.
On the winner's rack.
There you go. Put it right next to your trophy. So thank you again for all your hard work, Sebastian. I'm glad that you're getting to say hi to the audience and be part of it. Now it's time for us to bring on a special guest, and I'm going to let you introduce him a little bit. So talk about our special guest.
So our next guest is honestly somebody that doesn't need an introduction. To me, he's somebody that has done something very unique in the energy space. He's managed to create a media powerhouse. He's a podcast expert, very, very well in tune with the oil and gas industry. He worked in the oil and gas industry for a long time. But I'm also going to let him talk a bit about what he's done and what he's doing now. So without further ado, we're going to introduce Mark LaCour from OGGN.
Hey, Mark, welcome.
Hey, Jonathan. Hey, Sebastian. Thank you for the invitation. I'm looking forward to this. Oh, and Sebastian, I'm going to hook up with you later so you can share some of that tequila.
For sure. I mean, it'll go around a share. I think people in the office might enjoy it also.
Well, thank you very much, Mark. We really appreciate you being on PHDwin Week. You are definitely a powerhouse. I agree with him. You're a powerhouse in this industry, and you've had such a great effect. And if you wouldn't mind sharing a little bit about, what you do and a little bit of your background.
Yeah, so Mark LaCour, I'm editor-in-chief of Oil and Gas Global Network. We run the largest oil and gas podcast network in the world. But without our listeners like you, Sebastian, and you, Jonathan, we wouldn't be here. So we're really a community of people that support the oil and gas industry, that want to learn more. And to your point, both Sebastian and Jonathan, what is the future bringing? And so what we're doing is we're telling those stories of the oil field, one person at a time. We're doing a lot of stuff to work on this negative public perception, which is what we're going to talk to today. But bottom line is I have a passion for this industry. I always have. It's the most important industry to mankind. And without people like you and your customers and communities around the world, we just wouldn't be able to pull this sort of stuff off. And I just love the fact that y'all are doing this conference virtually. It's funny how much what 2020 forced upon us that we decided was worth around sticking, right? And so these virtual conferences are great. We get to reach out to a lot of people, educate, maybe entertain a little bit. And at the same time, they don't have to jump in a car and travel somewhere and book a hotel. So thank y'all for doing this.
No. Thank you for coming on. We really appreciate you giving us the time. And we really appreciate your mission, Mark. One thing I talk about Sebastian with very often, he's a young guy coming into this industry, as just said earlier. And that can be tough if you're a young person coming into this industry, because so much of the media wants to paint the oil industry as the bad guys, right? Yep. There's so much negative publicity around oil and gas. And yet those media people with those shiny lights on their head, what's powering those lights? Energy. And where does that energy often come? From the work that we're doing every day. And so I feel like a lot of times we get unfairly villainized, and we kind of get painted with this brush, even though we're just helping move the world forward. We're helping people be prosperous. We're helping people get to their jobs and do their work and make it so that they can contribute back to society as well through the energy that powers us all. And I really appreciate the efforts that you're doing to kind of get out there and shake up some of that perception, especially with some of the younger generation, if you want to speak to that a little bit.
Yeah, it's so first thing we need to realize that this problem, this negative public perception, we own this problem. It's our fault, right? So for the last 75 years, when somebody says something mistaken about us in public, whether it's an accident or on purpose, we don't stop and correct them. And then you overlay social media, I guess about 15, 20 years ago, and now one person can have the ears of thousands or even millions. And so we've gotten ourselves in this position where young people now no longer want to come work in this industry, which is a damn shame. This is a great industry to work in. It is high tech, it's fun, it's global, it's making a difference in lives all over the world. And yet we had this massive wave of negative public perception coming toward us that's affecting our ability to work, to hire, to retain talent. And I'm going to talk a little bit about how we got ourselves here and then what we see as one of the possible solutions that we are doing right now, right? So this isn't academia. We are our boots on the ground, rolling up our sleeves, getting dirty, and we are making a difference. And I'm gonna tell that story when we get in our presentation.
Mark, you know what's so interesting to me about what you're doing? I'm someone that was born in El Salvador. There isn't really an oil and gas industry there. You know, nobody really thinks about becoming a petroleum engineer there. I lived across all of Latin America, and it doesn't matter really where you go. You know, engineering in general, but more specifically, engineering and energy, it's not really something that's put forward to you as a career plan that you'd want to do. You know, biology, chemistry, I'm talking more chemistry that could lead into medicine type thing, all those things are promoted. Government, economics, finance, all of these things are seen as these very important things. And funny enough, my father, he worked for energy companies all his life. Not the energy companies like oil out of the ground energy companies. I'm talking energy companies like get electricity to people's houses energy companies. And so growing up, I was always like, yeah, that seems kind of boring, especially because he was an accountant, a CFO. You know, it didn't seem that interesting to me. Funny enough, that's what I ended up studying. But I was like, I don't want to work for an electricity company. And funny enough, I kind of ended up at the company that makes the leading software for reserves and economics, which if you think about it, is kind of like the start of it all is, you know, if you're not doing reserves and economics, you're not sure if your venture is going to be sustainable. And at the basis of what energy is, we need to have energy sustainability long term because we need to get people power.
Yeah. So you're a perfect example. Your story that you just told is a perfect example of young people that don't see the value in this industry, that don't want to come work in this industry. And yet, if they accidentally find themselves in this industry, it's like somebody's opened up a curtain and they realize all the potential, not just for themselves personally, which is important, right? But for their impact on their fellow mankind, their local communities, in the world. And so, what we need to do, Sebastian, is replicate your journey and your story, and we're trying to do that with young people. Right? Actually, I'm not. We're not trying. We are doing it with young people right now, and it's important that we help correct this problem that we as an industry caused, which is this negative public perception directed at us.
Yeah, we keep trying to replicate Sebastian so we can get more work done over here, but it's not working great, Mark. The cloning machine, it just doesn't come together. That's some PHDwin tech we haven't quite put together yet, right? That report hasn't run, but seriously, no. I mean, I do feel like there is an inflection point that we're quickly coming into in this century, in this industry, in this world, where more and more people want to have access to energy. More and more people want to have access to prosperity. I saw an infographic earlier this year that really stuck with me, and it showed that the average person in sub-Saharan Africa uses less energy in a year than just one of our refrigerators running all the time. And that really made an impact for me because I'm thinking about hundreds of millions of people that want to get up to our standard of living, that want to, have cars and have good jobs and contribute to this greater world, but they need energy to do it. They need more than a fridge worth of energy to do it. And it's going to be up to us to extract that energy and make sure that it's viable and can be brought to the market so that they can participate in a more prosperous future for us all. And I really appreciate how you're taking a lot of initiative on that, Mark, to try to pull new generations in and try to reframe that perspective so they want to be part of that plan. With that said, I want to make sure you have enough time to kind of talk about this initiative some. So if you want to take away a little bit more.
Let's pull up his presentation, right?
Yeah, let's go ahead and pull up your presentation. 1 second. Here we go.
Perfect, guys. Do I have control over slides, or y'all are going to advance them? All right. So, everybody, the problem, actually, before we get into this, let's go ahead and advance the slide. All right. Unfortunately, as Sebastian said, we have grown a lot. Because we've grown a lot, I now have attorneys, so I'm asked to put this in front of every presentation I do, just to let people know that what I'm talking about is my own opinions. Please don't take any of these forward-looking statements and make any investment decisions on them. However, my attorneys kind of bug me a little bit. So every time they do this, I change a couple of words in here just to see if they catch it. And so far, they have not caught my changes to their legalese. If you breeze through here, you may catch it once or twice. But basically, I'm here to tell you my opinions on things. Like I said, please don't make any investments on this. Next slide. How have we gotten here? This is a group in the UK called Just Stop Oil. Extremely organized, extremely passionate. It's a bunch of young people that sincerely believe that if they don't stop the hydrocarbon industry or the fossil fuel industry, that our planet will be destroyed and mankind will disappear. I've spoken to a whole bunch of these young people. They are not anything other than passionate in what they believe in. They're wrong, of course, but this is a movement that has grown a lot. Now, if you do a little research on Just Stop Oil, the organization behind it is actually funded by the Getty uh, Trust Fund, which is the oil heiress from the Getty Oil Company. And once you get deeper into what they're doing, these young people that are the front runners, that are the ones that glue themselves to paintings and glue themselves to roads and spray orange paint everywhere, even though they believe what they're doing, when you dig deeper in an organization, the organization is there as a profit for money. The amount of money that's invested into run this organization is less than the amount of money they take in, even though they are a nonprofit in the UK. Their methodology follows typical CIA structured brainwashing, literally step by step. These young people are brought in, they're made part of a group, so they feel like they're part of something bigger than themselves. The information they're given is limited. They're only given the information that Just Stop Oil wants them to have. They're asked to participate a lot in this Just Stop Oil community, so they have less participation with their friends and family. And eventually, they are so bought into this that they believe everything they are told. Once again, they're wrong, but they're passionate about it. Now, where did this come from? This anti-oil and gas movement. Oh, not next slide yet. Where did this come from? This anti-oil and gas movement has been around forever. Literally, I remember it in the 70s. If you're as old as I am, you remember that in the 70s, all the climate scientists and the major politicians and government officials in the world were worried that we're headed toward our next ice age. And the reason they thought we were headed toward our next ice age was the burning of fossil fuels released particles in the atmosphere. Those particles reflected sunlight, causing the Earth to cool unnaturally, and hence we're headed toward our next ice age. I was in third grade when this was going on, and it scared me. I literally had climate anxiety. I didn't know it because nobody had coined that term yet, but I was sincerely worried about who's going to take care of all the animals and all the zoos around the world because they were going to freeze to death. Um, Obviously, the next ice age didn't happen, but that was the beginning of this anti-oil and gas movement. And what happened is politicians especially figured out that if they sided with this anti-oil and gas movement, they could garner votes, they could get campaign contributions, and then eventually businesses realized there was money to be made here. So when you see this anti-oil and gas movement going on, this negative public perception, remember, it ties back to dollars. There's people and business making money off this. Next slide. So for years, I've been trying to fight this. If you look at our network, we're over 20 different podcasts. Each one of our podcasts has a different theme or subject, but each one of them does one thing. We tell the truth about our industry, and we try to do it with no politics or agenda. Unfortunately, politics have become such a big business driver in our industry that sometimes we have to talk about them, and we do when it's appropriate. But after years of running the podcast network, after years of talking to people, of presenting in front of student organizations, other organizations, I mean, I've actually been booed off the stage in Berkeley, California, although I didn't actually leave the stage. I was really at my wit's end. I've asked for help from a lot of large major oil and gas companies. I've spoken to their young professionals group numerous times, and we really didn't move the needle. And so we decided to fix this ourselves. And we realized the way to fix this negative public perception is to start with our world's young people, specifically late middle school and high school age. Right now, here in the US and in Europe and in a lot of the world, that youth generation, that Generation Z, has been fed a lot of negative information about our industry, and they don't like our industry. So, what did I do? I started a podcast. We're going to talk about that later, called The Ben Show. That podcast is hosted by two high school bright young women. So, it's a show by high schoolers, for high schoolers, and to educate our world's young people on the realities of energy, specifically the oil and gas industry. Both of my hosts were anti-oil and gas, and all I did is gave them a little couple of facts. The first fact I gave them was that hydrocarbons are natural. The second fact that I gave them is that things like the lipstick they wear and their cell phones and the clothes they wear would not exist without hydrocarbons. And they did not believe me. They called bullshit on me. So they fact checked me, and they came back the next day and they go, "Oh, Mr. LaCour, did you know not only were you right about the lipstick and my cell phone, did you know that my car tires wouldn't exist and my nylon shirt and my tennis racket? Do you know the carpet we walk on?" And so by me just giving them a few facts, and they went and fact checked me, they started seeing the reality themselves. So this group of young people that started with the podcast um, started to grow. As they told their friends, and they all became part of this movement, which we eventually formed a 501c3 nonprofit, because this movement grew so big. As part of this group of young people that started with the podcast, I wanted to show them our industry from the inside out. So not in books, not videos. Let me get your hands dirty. So we took them on a rig tour. This is courtesy of National Oil Varco. This is an operating onshore rig. When Red Wing Boots found out that we were doing this, they donated all the PPE. So all the steel toe boots my kids are wearing, my young people wearing, all the shirts, all the hard hats, the safety glasses, the ears, the gloves. Red Wing donated all of that. Why did Red Wing do that? Do they think these young people are going to buy their products? No, they're trying to help. They see the same thing that I see, that if we can talk to our world's young people, if we can show them the facts and let them make their own decisions, they make the right decisions and they learn how valuable the oil and gas industry is. Next slide. So during this rig tour, we actually got to tour the driller's cabin, the doghouse, as it used to be called. And it has changed so much since I first got in this industry. So much of it's automated. That one driller sitting in that chair can see the entire rigs, can see all the operations, has control over all kinds of stuff. There's a lot of robotics involved. And the cool thing about this is it's become so much safer to even work on the rig. I tell my young people that when I first got started in this industry, you would measure a roughneck's experience by how many fingers he or she was missing. And they laugh because they thought it was a joke. And the older people that are listening know that it's not a joke. That's literally how you used to measure experience. We've gotten away from that. Roughnecks no longer lose fingers. You don't measure your experience anyway. And as I'm showing these young people this, they're in awe of the technology, stuff you and I take for granted. They see as cool. So what's one of the ways you can help people not see this industry in a negative light? Show them the cool stuff we do, right? Next slide. So besides showing young people, giving them tours on the insides of our industry and what's really going on, which by the way, for this group, this Ben group, in the immediate future, we're going to watch them actually frack a well in the Haynesville in real time, in person. That's courtesy of Liberty Energy. We're going to see a biodiesel refinery. It's courtesy of Howard Energy Partners. We're going to see a natural gas compression station. ExxonMobil is allowing us into their research and development center, which I've been told even the CIA can't get into. So the industry is coming together around this because they all see the value, once again, in helping young people understand the realities of the oil and gas industry. No politics, no agenda, just the reality of what we're doing. Here we are at a high school debate conference. This is actually, this is over the summer. This is the National High School Debate Championships, and we were there. Why were we there? When you think about future leaders, both business leaders and politicians, what do they have in common when they were younger, when they were in high school? We think that they're some of the people that are leading the high school, the people that lead the high school, internal politics and class president type of stuff. We think it's the people that are champions and they're really good at things like high school debate. So we're trying to get in front of these kids. Once again, almost all of them originally don't like our industry because of what they've been told. But once we start showing them stuff, they fact check us, which I love. This Generation Z, doesn't believe anything they see on social media. They don't believe anything that other people tell them until they fact check it themselves, which makes them different than the millennial generation. I love this. They're also slightly greedy, which is actually good. They do want to save the planet. Nobody wants to hurt our planet. None of us want to. However, um, before they save the planet, they want a good job so they can make money. And the way they want to save the planet is by being able to donate. That's going to drive the right behaviors because it's going to it's going to cause them to actually have to learn. Next slide. So here's my Ben team. One of the things that I realized very quickly is I had no idea how these young people think, how they connect the dot, what social platforms they use. And so instead of trying to build this organization myself, I actually have a board. This is part of my board right here. They range in age from 15 years old up to 19 right now. In fact, some of my board are actually just starting college, which is going to lead to us to have another podcast and another group of people that are not in their careers yet, but headed that way, but that's in the future. But this Ben board steers everything that we do. And I've actually learned a lot from them. And the great thing about this is I now know how to get the messaging out to our world's young people in a way they want to consume and that they will consume. Next slide. And so there's two parts of this. Like I told you, the podcast we started, which spurred a growth in people that want to participate, which was unexpected by me. And it grew so big that we actually formed a movement, which is unexpected by me. And that grew so big that we had to form a nonprofit, which was work, but it was worth it. I'm gonna have some Q codes later so that if you want to help, you can. But this is basically Blue Energy Nation. This is our nonprofit. This is where we're asking young people to join to become a member of Blue Energy Nation. For their membership, they get to go with us on all these tours. They get to learn all of this stuff that we're doing. And this is right now concentrated on the U.S., but eventually I'm going to take this global. Next slide. Like I said, here's my board of young people that are actually helping steering the ship. So this whole movement is by young people, for young people, to benefit our industry, but also to benefit them. And in a second, I'm going to show you how it's benefiting them. Couple of things of note. These young people are in a different place of maturity than I was when I was their age. When I was in high school, I was just trying to figure out how to get beer money. These young people are worried about their careers already. They want things like internships. They want things that look good on a LinkedIn profile. They want to understand how they can make an impact, but first they want to understand how they can make a good living. And if you think about everything I just rattled off, what is the natural industry vertical for them to look at? One of the natural ones is our industry. And when we show them our industry, like I said, they fall in love with it. Next slide. I'm gonna let you read through this while I tell you the story. So that rig tour picture I showed you earlier, one of my young people who was in high school, who had already decided that she wanted to be a criminal justice major, one of the things when she saw the robotic pipe handler on the rig, she literally squealed in joy. What I didn't know is her whole life, she's always liked robots, always liked robotics. She was a little girl that was building robots at a very young age, 8, 9, 10 years old, according to her mom. And she's always had a love affair with them. When she saw the robotic operations on a single land rig, she got so excited, she changed her major, people. So here's one. Here's one young woman who started off being anti-oil and gas, who all we did is show her the facts, who then saw the value and wanted to learn more, changed her opinion, saw the benefit that this industry brings to mankind. And when I took her on the rig tour, she changed her major. She wants to go work in the industry. Here's one. I only have 999,000 more to go, but we're going to do it. Next slide. So like I said earlier, Blue Energy Nation is the nonprofit, is the movement. If you pull your phones out and grab a picture of that Q code, it'll take you to their website. I do have a couple of asks here. Number one, everything that we're doing with these kids takes money. You can imagine with transportation and hotels and having to pay chaperones and everything else. Right now, we're funding this internally, and I will continue to do so. But as it grows, at some point, I'm not going to have the resources to continue to grow, so I need your help. So a couple of asks. First ask is if you're inclined, can you go to the Ben website and hit the donate button? And if you could donate $5, that would be a huge help. The bigger ask, because money will come, but the bigger ask is if you work in the industry and your company has something that might be educational, whether that is a tour of your facility, to sit down with your engineers and talk about things like well design, hint, hint, PhDwin, to talk about any of the technology, any of the processes, to bring them out to a job, any of that stuff, let me know. You can reach out to me directly. I'll give you a way to do that in just a minute. But I need to continue to educate these kids in our industry, and I need to educate them on the entire industry. So not just the upstream side of the house, but the midstream side of the house, the downstream, the service companies, even the small independents. If you're listening to this and you work for a small independent, let me bring my kids in and have them talk about how your handful of people are still able to recover hydrocarbons. Let's explain what stripper wells are, right? Let's show them what the work looks like. Any of that type of stuff is super valuable to me so that I can continue to educate these young people so we can turn around this tide of negative public reception toward us and actually get it back to where it needs to be, where the world sees the value in what we do. So my two asks, if you throw a couple dollars at us, that would be great. If you get your company to donate, that would be even better. It is a tax write-off. But more importantly, if you have anything to offer to help educate our young people, please reach out to me. Next slide. Now, this is the podcast, The Ben Show. Ben, of course, is Blue Energy Nation, hosted by my pair of high school bright young women. If you have young people in your life, typically middle school to high school age, kindly suggest they may want to listen to the show. Don't make them listen to it because that's going to have the wrong effect. Just grab this Q code and let your young people know that this is a resource for them, by them, and they will enjoy it. The interesting thing about this podcast, which was really unexpected, is if you look at the listeners right now, about 35% of the listeners are senior people in the oil and gas industry. So the rest of it is young people, but about 35% are senior engineers, business leaders, portfolio managers, you name it. And it took me a while to figure out why they're listening. It's companies that are trying to understand how this younger generation Z think. And one of the best ways they can learn about how these younger people think is to listen to their conversations. So if you're not a young person and you're interested in learning how this generation Z thinks, you might want to listen to it as well. Once again, grab a picture. It'll take you straight to the podcast. There's no charge to listen to it. And my ask here is if you could help young people in your network at least be exposed to this, and hopefully they'll listen to it. Next slide. Now, there's other ways that we're trying to help. And the reason this is up here is we have a merchandise store. About half of our merchandise sales are baby and infant clothes, which was just crazy. And what I found out was there's a lot of young families out there having their first child, and their extended family maybe doesn't like the oil and gas industry. And so what's happening is they're buying pro oil and gas baby stuff, sticking on their babies. And when they go back home for holidays or whatever, it's a conversation starter. Now, the first couple of people that did this, quite frankly, they're trying to, in a nice, friendly way, start trouble in their family gatherings. But even this is starting the conversation. So in a strange way, the people that bring this home to the large extended family because they want the anti-oil and gas people to have to say something, it's starting conversations. And having those conversations is what we need to do as an industry. We need to talk to our neighbors, talk to our leaders in our school, talk to our kids, and let them know what we do. Not company propaganda, not your own personal opinion, but just the facts on what we do. For instance, this onesie would be impossible to make without nylon, which is like us, you alluded to earlier, is made from hydrocarbons. So even that we've lost, we've went too far back, guys. There it is. Okay, but even our baby clothes are helping start those conversations with people, and this is important. Like I said, the conversation is how we help also fight this negative public perception. Next slide. I do want to make a point here. Even if you think the combustion of hydrocarbons is harming the planet, you have to realize that the cleanest hydrocarbon molecule in the world is produced right here in the U.S. We have things going on in our country that are just utterly ridiculous. I just came back from California a few days ago. I did a keynote, and off the coast of Los Angeles, they have these beautiful production platforms. The wells were drilled 20 years ago, conventional resources, tons and tons of oil and natural gas, with the pipeline infrastructure already built in place to bring that hydrocarbons not only back to shore, but to the few refineries in California, and it's cut off. California is not using its own resources. They are buying imported natural gas from Mexico. They're buying imported crude oil from Russia, from Iran, and they're doing this because they think somehow it's helping their state in the environment, and it's not. None of you have ever heard of a Russian oil spill or a Mexican oil spill. That's because when they spill it, they don't tell. Unlike us, who not only do we tell, we clean it up. So remember, we produce the cleanest hydrocarbon molecule in the world. If you care about the environment like I do, my degree is in wildlife management. I'm a degreed environmentalist. I want everybody to use American hydrocarbons. It's the best thing we could do for the impact to our planet. Next slide. And the technology innovations we've made in this industry. I've seen more new technology come in this industry in the last 5 years than the previous 20. This is fantastic. It's driving efficiencies, it's lowering emissions, it's making the workplace safer, and that trend will continue to move as we move forward. Hydrocarbons are the most important molecule to mankind. You may not have ever thought about this, but if you understand how hydrocarbons are being made, they're still being made in our world's oceans. The Earth will run out of hydrocarbons after our sun runs out of hydrogen. There will never be a shortage. The use of hydrocarbons goes up every year and will continue to go up for the immediate future. When I say immediate future, at least the next 100 years. The decline in hydrocarbon use, if it ever happens, will happen after the peak people. So once our world's population peaks and starts declining, which is way in the future, that may be the only point where we start using less hydrocarbons. However, I don't think so. Next slide. The world's population, about 50% of the world's population still lives an agrarian lifestyle. That's where you have a large family. That family is your workforce. That workforce helps you farm or ranch or both, and you raise food, hopefully enough to feed your family, maybe a little bit extra to make a couple of dollars. But this same rural agrarian people in these emerging economies by the year 2050 will live in cities, and they're going to need duct tape and carpet and paint and car tires and light switches and all the things that make modern life possible, but they're going to need more energy. And the only thing that makes those products possible, and the only thing that we can increase the energy output to reach these emerging populations is with hydrocarbons. Renewables are great. They've always been part of our mix, and they always will. Our energy mix as humans has changed over time. In the beginning, we burned wood for fuel. And you look at that now and you go, man, those poor cave guys, that's all they did. Do you realize we burn more wood now than we did in the past? There's no energy transition. It's only energy addition. Every type of fuel has only gone up in use. We've gone up in coal use, natural gas use, crude oil use, nuclear use, wood use, cattle dung use, name it. And this is because the world needs more and more energy, and our industry is the only one that can provide it cheaply and economically and reliable. And then, like I said, as this world population grows, we need to feed them. 60% of the world's population is fed with natural fertilizer made from natural gas, and that will only continue. Next slide. But as everybody moves into cities, as everybody moves up to Western standards, as we're able to provide prosperity because of the energy we provide and the products, remember, petrochemicals in a lot of ways are as important, if not sometimes more important than the actual energy we provide. At some point, I mentioned earlier, the sun will run out of hydrogen. Before it runs out of hydrogen, it's going to go through a phase called a red dwarf phase. And as part of being a red dwarf, the sun physically will grow as it runs out of fuel. And it will grow so much that it will overshoot the earth. We will be burned to a crisp. There will be nothing left, not even a molten iron core. So somewhere in the future, if we're going to survive as a species, we have to explore space. Richard Branson, Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, all of them have space projects going on right now. None of them, I believe, are doing this for tourism, right? They're selling spots, right, for tourism. They're all doing it to commercialize space. If you understand a lot of the processes that we do industrial here in the US, in zero gravity and at a controlled temperature, which outer space is, you can do a lot of more efficiency. There's money to be made in outer space. And I am firmly convinced that Bezos and Musk and Branson are fighting to be the first to commercialize space. In the oilfield service industries, we have Big Red and Big Blue, right? So Halliburton and Baker Hughes. I fully expect, not in my lifetime, but soon, that you'll be watching TV or whatever the version of TV is in the future, and you're going to see spaceships mining the asteroid belts, and they'll be blue and red. They'll be Schlumberger and Halliburton and Baker Hughes. Why? Who else can do large capital projects better than the oil and gas industry? Nobody. And space exploration is a large capital investment project. Another thing, in order to get outside of our gravity well, we have to have fuel that's energy dense enough that we can carry enough of it to burn to actually break free of our gravity. There's only one fuel that can do that. It's hydrocarbons, right? Right now, all rockets run RO1, which is basically kerosene, which comes from crude oil. Interestingly enough, Elon Musk with SpaceX redesigned their rocket engines about 2 years ago to run on liquid methane. Liquid methane is not quite as powerful. Why would you spend money to redesign engines that have less power than your previous engine? Now, Elon Musk does not call me. This is me just guessing. However, Elon Musk, or I should say SpaceX, owns a natural gas producer. It's covered by a couple layers of shell companies, but they are direct owners. And if I think about space travel, if you look at our solar system, about the halfway point, there's a planet called Saturn. Around Saturn is a moon called Titan. Titan is covered with lakes of liquid methane, lakes of liquid natural gas. SpaceX has already filed a patent on low satellite orbital pumping stations. That tells me that they're looking at Titan as a refuel spot. They can pump up the liquid methane. One of the SpaceX rockets, after it leaves Earth, can dock and then refuel, because that's the exact fuel that it's burning to leave our Earth's gravity well. So I think the future is bright, but the future involves hydrocarbons every step of the way. There is no need to worry about the oil and gas industry disappearing. We're only going to grow and continually add to man's prosperity. Next slide. However, in order to do this the right way, we have to, as an industry and as a community, we have to fight back against this negative public perception. I am tired of sitting down and let other people say stuff that's not true about our industry and other people believe it. So I am bringing the fight to them, one young person at a time. And I want your help. If you scan that Q code, you can connect with me on LinkedIn. Happy to have conversations after this with anybody who wants to step in and help. Like I said, I need a few things with our nonprofit for our young people. I need money. I need educational opportunities. Also need volunteers, right? So if you want to help in any way, I appreciate it. And you know what? If you're too busy, or if you don't have the time, or you can't, write me a check for $5 or $10, spread the word. Help us get this messaging out to young people. And I promise you, we will change this negative public perception. Thank you, guys.
What you and Ben are doing to improve the perception of the oil industry and hopefully make this planet a better place as we work more collaboratively towards a brighter future for us all. Thank you very much for coming on to PHDwin Week and being a part of this. We definitely look forward to working with you more in the future. And we can't tell you how much we appreciate all of your efforts to move forward into that generation and make sure that they get the facts, as you said, and not just the hearsay that often flies around. So thank you very much for coming on. We appreciate it.
Yeah, I appreciate both of y'all let me get this message out there. So, love what y'all are doing. Sebastian, I've been a big fan of yours for a long time. I know you've been a listener for a long time. So, yeah, looking forward to working with y'all more.
Well, thank you for coming on. Up next, Courtney.
Thank you for everything, Mark.
Yeah, thank you for sitting here with me, Sebastian.
We really appreciate you.
We appreciate y'all all.
It was great.
Next up, Courtney Stevens, QED Energy Associates, has another quick start. And then after that, the most requested session of the year. Blue River Analytics is going to show you what they've done with Spotfire. It's real slick. But thanks again, Mark, for coming on. We really appreciate it. We'll be talking with you soon.
See you guys.
Take care.
Welcome back to our last day of PHDwin Week 2024. We hope you have enjoyed our PHDwin Week stream thus far. There is still much more before we close out the week.
Today at 10 a.m., we are featuring a new powerhouse vendor, Blue River Analytics. The team at Blue River, including John Buckley, Jonathan Guthrie, and Steve Hoy, have come up with a Spotfire integration for PHDwin v3. You will not want to miss their presentation streaming soon later.
We also have an exciting presentation from Dwayne Purvis, PE, right after Blue River Analytics. Dwayne is back for his 4th PHDwin Week. He brings forward an insightful presentation on painful industry trends with a focus on reviewing the data.
Next up, we are featuring Courtney Stevens with another informative quick start. Today, Courtney will cover leveraging incrementals in PHDwin v3.
Please welcome Courtney Stevens.
Hey guys, I'm Courtney Stevens of QED Energy Associates. Thanks for being here today again for a QED quick start. This is going to be use cases for incrementals in PHDwin version 3. Lots of times I get asked, why use wedge economics or incremental economics? How I explain it is pretty simple. If you have a single well that has reserves associated with that well that could be classified in more than one category, we may need to use incremental economics to make our model the most efficient. I'll pop up a graphic that I'm sure you're already pretty familiar with. But when we're working with offshore cases, there are different classifications for reserves that might be included in our evaluation. A simple way to talk about it would be PUD versus probable versus possible. We may have some reserves in a single well that can be classified as proved or proved undeveloped. Then there could be additional reserves that we could access with more investment or some technology that's not necessarily proved. We might be able to classify those as probable or possible. If it's all associated with the same well, incremental economics is probably the best way to handle that. In the case that I've got up right now, I have the PUD reserves for, I think this is supposed to be an offshore case. It happens to be a fake database. I have the PUD reserves classified with a case in the proved undeveloped category. For this well, the Chase Young number 6. Looks like this well is going to be drilled maybe 1/1/2036. That makes sense. There's a $6 million capital investment. That must not be offshore. We're really thinking about it. But it's a nice, offshore looking decline curve with a flat segment, and then some sort of exponential decline. Now, there are reserves in this database associated with this case in a different category. They're in the probable category. And it looks like that case has been set up as an incremental property. I will go ahead and remind you that you can set up custom views within PHDwin version 3 so that you can see the types of information you want laid out on the page exactly as you like, or I should say laid out on the display exactly as you want to see them. I do have an incremental view that I have set up within this database, so I'll go ahead and show that. This case would represent the additional, this case has in it, this case that's in the probable category, has the additional investment that would be required and the additional reserves that we would get that we could classify beyond the proved in the probable category. And I think this is the way that most people think about incremental economics. You have a proved case. Let me flip back to them. I can actually just double click in my incremental case here. I'll go to the proved case. We can see that the IP on that proved case is about 5,000 for the PUD reserves with that $6 million investment. Now I'm going to double click and go to the incremental probable case. Now that has a $9 million investment, so that's $3 million more than the $6 million investment, and it's not a 5,000 IP, it would be an 8,500 IP. Again, the units of that or whatever is currently displayed on the graph, so those are in monthly units. You can always flip those to daily if you think in terms of daily rates, which I do as well. This is just a sample database. Turns out Chase Claypool is actually a football player, so this database was just set up for some demonstration and training over here at QED. So the idea is whenever we run both cases, in the first case, we would get all of the reserves under the curve that starts at that 5,000. But reported to the incremental case, we would only get the difference between the original case and this higher reserve category case, the probable category case. We would only see the difference in investment, and we would only see the incremental amount of reserves that we make over and above the proved case. That's what we think of when we think of incremental or wedge economics. There are other things we can use incremental economics for, and I see you guys using them all the time. And so I thought I would showcase something interesting in late stage shale. So here's another practice database that was set up at QED to use incrementals in a different way. The question that we got was, what if I have a base case, a PDP, that's late stage shale? We're out pretty far in the well's life, and we're thinking about installing an electronic submersible pump. if we pay to install the electronic submersible pump, we don't think that we're going to necessarily increase the EUR or change the shape of the decline curve, but we may get a quick bump in rate when we make an installation of an ESP. So what would the economics look like if we did that? This is a great place to use incrementals. We can have our original case that carries the PDP reserves with no further investment required. Then we can create an incremental case that would give us that uptick in volume associated with the installation of the pump and also carry the investment of the pump. It would allow you to quickly check whether or not you should do that install. And I think that PHDwin version 3 does it quickly and easily. Let's look at that workflow. So I'm looking at the Richard QED B11819H. I do like this shortcut trick. If you click the box on the graph with a single left mouse click, you'll notice that the graph will extend to the fullest extent of your display, and then you can single left mouse click it again and it collapses back down to its proper place where it's set within my view here. I like to zoom in real quick and just look at some of the metrics. This information that displays across the bar is super useful. That's just some basic economic information, and I can see that this poor old guy, Richard 11819H, he's going to go uneconomic in 2026, end of life. We'll go ahead and run this case real quick. I'll make sure I'm going to run a standard eco on the current case. I'm going to do case only. I'll run that in the previewer. It looks like the PV10 on that is right around $5,000. So it's not actually going to stay economic for that much longer. Obviously, he's kind of coming to the end of his life, little late stage shale case. Well, what I've done is I've duplicated the case. And on this new case, I've added about $200,000 worth of investment. I'm not an engineer, guys, so I'm not actually sure that that's a proper investment for an electronic submersible pump. But the point here is to just demonstrate how we would do that. So what I've done on this case is that I've added the investment that we would need to install this electronic submersible pump, and I've increased the projection to take into account the uptick that we would get in rate. Now, we could have a lot of arguments about whether or not the shape of this decline curve changes. I think the theory is that putting an electronic submersible pump on the well doesn't increase the EUR. It just changes the way in which the fluid comes out of the rock. So definitely, you're the reservoir engineer. I'm your mathematical modeler over here. I'm the reservoir engineering technician. So, please don't judge me too harshly. Now, what we have the ability to do is we have the ability to run the economics on just the install of that pump. I'm going to run the current case, and I'm going to preview and see what would be the incremental benefit over and above the original $5,000 that we had on this well. I can see, wow, it would be an incremental benefit of $24,000. So you can look at these return on investment, years to pay out, internal rate of return metrics. Now that is just for this incremental investment that's over and above what we were already seeing on the orig case. I like the idea of using incrementals for things other than just the traditional use case for wedge economics. I'm sure you've thought of and applied some interesting wedge or incremental economics techniques. I tell you what, nothing could be easier than PHDwin, where you have let's go over here to this Alishon QB. We have an original case right here, drag and drop it to the incremental tree. Go to the upside case, drag and drop it underneath the original, and boom, all of the dynamics on those incremental calculations are set up and correct. It literally could not get easier than that. So I thank you for tuning in, and I'd love to hear about how you use incrementals to add value in your workflows in PHDwin. At QED Energy Associates, we make the world's best reservoir engineering technicians. Call on us today to find out more about our database conversion services. We offer reservoir engineering techs on demand for a 15-minute project or for 5 hours. Whatever you need, we've got techs available today that can help you get it done. You can have a QED technician dedicated to your account if you want to reserve somebody full-time at your office. And the terms could go from 1 week, 1 month, 1 year. We're happy to cover whatever kind of term you want for a dedicated reservoir engineering technician consultant to be on site there with you. You can attempt to hire our technicians. We want all of the QED trained technicians to be hired by you, our clients, so you can hire them directly at any time. We offer some custom classroom training services on topics specifically requested by our clients. We have some nice one-on-one training that can be facilitated at your office. At QED Energy Associates, we believe that competency is not necessarily tied to years of experience. Therefore, for everyone on our staff, we go through and rate their competency level right now, today, through project work, quizzes, tests. We make sure when you call in and need a QED service, we're getting you somebody that has the skills to be able to get that work done for you today. It's my job at QED to make sure that every purchase you make is one that you're happy with. If ever you have a problem with a QED service, please contact me directly. I'm Courtney Stevens, and I can be reached at our office. You can call us at 832-581-3758. The quickest way to get a hold of us anytime is to email us at dreamteam@qedea.com. Big thanks to John Smith and the whole team at TRC Consultants for putting on this fabulous PHDwin Week. What a great service. We truly appreciate you letting QED be a part this year and every year.
All right, next up, the most requested session of PHDwin Week this year. Earlier this year, we did a user group meeting. In the user group meeting, I asked people, what do you want to see from us? What do you want to see in PHDwin Week? By far, the winner was, I want to see Spotfire integration. I want to see someone build some cool things in Spotfire that's integrated with PHDwin. So we went and found the professionals, Blue River Analytics. We brought them in, and they're about to give you a presentation and show you how you can integrate PHDwin and Spotfire. Hope you all enjoy.
We are so glad you could join us for our featured Spotfire session on PHDwin Week 2024. Today we have the experts at Blue River Analytics presenting new visualization dashboards in Spotfire for exploration and production companies.
The presentation by Jonathan Guthrie and Steve Hoy is one that you cannot miss. Jonathan Guthrie and Steve Hoy have been working diligently to bring the PHDwin V3 community a brand new integration.
Stay tuned to learn more about Blue River Analytics. Discover their unique bespoke consulting, custom training, and flagship analytics for Energy Suite.
We want to thank John Buckley and the entire team at Blue River Analytics for being a silver partner of PHDwin Week 2024. Please welcome Jonathan Guthrie and Steve Hoy, who are presenting their brand new Spotfire dashboards.
Hi, this is John Guthrie, and I'd like to take you through an overview today of Blue River Analytics and our templates for Spotfire and other services. The theme of this session is delivering advanced analytics workflows in E&P. So just a little bit about Blue River. So we've been going since 2014. In fact, John and I have known each other since our Spotfire days before that. Within our team, we've decades of working with Spotfire, and we've been a partner since 2014. So we hope you consider us the go-to guys for Spotfire in exploration and production. We deliver Spotfire templates and visualizations. Primarily, it's our Analytics for Energy suite. These are pure Spotfire templates, and they cover valuation and forecasting and areas around that. We do bespoke consulting, and we have oil and gas Spotfire training where we use real oil and gas data. This can be on demand through our learning center, virtual or on-premise, and we have introductory, intermediate, and advanced courses for Spotfire. We also do Spotfire installs, upgrades, and health checks against Spotfire installations to help tune the Spotfire environment up to its optimal level, even doing performance improvements against particular Spotfire projects. And we deliver AI and machine learning services around R and Python. We also have other technical services that we can provide around SQL Server, sensor data, SCADA, Pi. Azure AWS, and asset management in terms of IBM Maximo. So what problems can we solve? Inefficient deal evaluations processes can lead to missed opportunities or suboptimal investment decisions. Advanced analytics provide more accurate and comprehensive evaluations, helping to streamline decision-making and enhance investment strategies. Many organizations struggle with limited expertise and resources for in-depth analysis. Blue River Analytics offers specialized training and consulting to build the in-house expertise and reduce reliance on external resources. Insufficient training can result in underutilization of tools and suboptimal data handling. Comprehensive Spotfire training and enablement ensures that employees are well equipped to use advanced analytics effectively. High turnover can disrupt continuity and lead to knowledge loss. By providing valuable training and career development opportunities, organizations can improve employee retention and satisfaction. Prolonged decision-making can hinder responsiveness and adaptability. Advanced analytics and probabilistic forecasting accelerate decision-making by providing timely, accurate insights. Disjointed operations can lead to inefficiencies and missed opportunities for optimization. Advanced analytics streamline processes, enhance coordination, and optimize resource allocation. Inconsistent data analysis frameworks can result in unreliable or fragmented insights. Blue River Analytics provides a standardized approach to data analysis, ensuring uniformity and reliability across the organization. The oil and gas industry, particularly exploration and production companies, face a multitude of challenges that demand sophisticated analytical tools. Advanced analytics are essential for addressing these challenges and meeting the complex needs of various stakeholders, including operators, partners, minerals banks, and equity sectors. Here are 6 key reasons why advanced analytics are crucial. The volatile nature of the oil and gas market necessitates accurate and timely data to guide strategic decisions. Advanced analytic tools such as probabilistic forecasting provide a more nuanced understanding of potential outcomes. Unlike deterministic models that offer a single value, probabilistic models account for uncertainty and variability, enabling E&P companies to make more informed and reliable decisions. Traditional deterministic approaches often rely on a single estimate, which may be influenced by human bias or emotion. In contrast, probabilistic forecasting considers multiple scenarios and outcomes, offering a range of possible values and their associated probabilities. This method is crucial for E&P operators who need to evaluate the full spectrum of potential risks and rewards, ensuring a more statistically accurate and comprehensive analysis. Different stakeholders, such as company management, engineers, and auditors, may require varying perspectives on reserve values. Advanced analytics allows for tailored valuations that address these diverse needs. Probabilistic methods enable the presentation of reserve values that align with the requirements of each stakeholder, providing a more accurate reflection of the asset's worth and supporting better investment and operational decisions. Accurate reserve estimation is vital for financial reporting, investment analysis, and regulatory compliance. Advanced analytic tools, including type curves and MCMC, the Markov chain Monte Carlo methods, enhance the precision of reserve estimates by incorporating variability and uncertainty. This leads to more reliable reserve predictions and better alignment with actual field performance. In an industry where efficiency is key, advanced analytics help streamline operations by identifying trends, optimizing resource allocation, and improving performance monitoring. Tools like our Analytics for Energy forecasting and valuations workflow leverage data to drive performance improvements and operational excellence, enabling E&P companies to maximize their asset value and achieve strategic goals. Decline curve analysis is essential for forecasting production and assessing the economic viability of wells. Advanced methods are particularly important for analyzing a wide range of well types: conventional, unconventional, shale oil, gas, heavy oil, vertical, and horizontal wells. Each well type has unique characteristics that impact production rates and decline patterns. By employing sophisticated decline curve models, E&P companies can more accurately predict production trajectories, optimize drilling strategies, and enhance resource management across diverse well types. The Spotfire templates in the Analytics for Energy A4E suite comprise the workflow for forecasting and valuations, a report analysis template, which interfaces with PHDwin, Combo Curve, and Aries, a select wells template, which will pull data from all the common data sources, public data sources, or proprietary data sources, an LOE/LOS analysis template, which connects to accounting data and provides extensive analysis down to the well level through a cost hierarchy. Our asset comparison tool compares assets, operators, wells, and LOE numbers for detailed analysis. Probit analysis allows the import of any data from any source and then generates statistical analysis and multiple different dimensional analysis against that data. And finally, we have a last loader viewer, which will import last files and display them in Spotfire. At this point, it's probably worthwhile mentioning the integration we're doing from two of our templates with PHDwin v3. The first one is our report analysis template, where we've got a Spotfire tables refresh from the v3 database report tables. So this is essentially, we're working on making this a simple button push, pull in all the report data that you've generated in PHDwin version 3. And the next piece of integration that we're working on is from our forecasting and valuations workflow into PHDwin. So we're looking to, again, off a button push to export selected curves, type curves, forecasts from our DCA MCMC AutoCast engine, and then also export the econ parameters and schedules from our economics within that Spotfire template. Some key features of our valuation tool. It delivers a streamlined process for evaluating well performance and optimizing production strategies. It has a sophisticated modeling for accurate forecasting of production declines. It provides a range of possible outcomes with associated probabilities, avoiding bias and improving accuracy. It can be tailored for conventional, unconventional, shale oil, gas, heavy oil, vertical, and horizontal wells. It facilitates the creation of diverse type curves by standardizing completion data on multiple attributes. And it generates reliable type curves for predicting production trends and performance across different well types. Offers insights into optimal well spacing and spatial analysis for enhanced resource management, and a detailed assessment of economic viability and financial impacts of production scenarios for groups of wells, different cases, and down to the individual well level. And smoothly integrates and exports data from various sources for cohesive analysis and decision making. So now let's take a look at the tool with a short demo of the workflow. And my colleague Steve Hoy will join in and give us some more detail around the decline curve analysis and the Markov chain Monte Carlo and normalization. The Analytics for Energy Forecasting and Valuations template follows the following workflow. From selecting wells, which is the page we are on, through to reviewing production, generating with the AutoCast and manual fitting, reviewing Markov chain Monte Carlo results and the distributions that were generated out of the AutoCast, normalization, type curves, and economics. And there's a data configuration page. Let's just start with the data configuration page here. So the template is driven primarily by well header columns, well headers, and production data. And we map the columns from the data that's been brought into Spotfire. So we can pick any column out of the header and we map it into the columns that we need to make our template. The API number, obviously, the top and bottom hole locations, operator company, first production date, total vertical depths, and then some 4 categorical columns for doing linear regression, 8 numeric columns, which are used for k-means clustering. And we can change these as we wish through our workflow. And then on the production side, the API number to match to the well headers, the production date, and then the oil rate, gas rate, water rate, and the days on, hours on. And for the production date, we actually generate production metrics for oil, gas, water, BOE, WOR at the 3, 6, 9, 12, 24, 36 months, and for the last 12 months of production. So let's go back to our selecting of wells. So on the select wells page, we have a tree map here for selecting and marking wells. So we could change the tree map and look at it by county, parish, and perhaps field. So we've got Midland Parks here selected in our selection, or we could look at it by the operators here that we have there on the tree map. And we've got well status and drill type here as other filters. The maps are set up. The coloring is based on the main map is categorical. So this has been set to operator name, but we pick the colors. The map A and B are also categorical, these top 2 here, and we can pick any categorical style column out of the well header and color by that. And the same for the numeric columns, which have a min-max P10 to P90 style gradient. So this gives us the ability to do some visualization of maybe differences in our well set we've selected so far. So the next stage in the process is we've selected our wells, and let's go and we can review production or click on here to review the production. So if I select all the wells here for my well set, this is the production data for all of those wells. We have a log plot, cum plot, area chart, and volume charts here. And we can change the group bys on these from the point of view I'm looking at vintage, but I could look at it by operator if I wanted, and the coloring will change to match for these 252 wells. I'm currently looking at oil, but I could switch this to per day rates for gas, and the charts will change accordingly. And we have within the model, we deal not only with a sort of normalized time zero approach, but also by production date. So we can look at the wells and when they actually come into production, and we can forecast in a similar fashion, either on a normalized time zero rate or by production date. So let's move on for the moment and take a look at our DCA AutoCast and manual fitting, which would be the next stage. In this case, I've actually already run the AutoCast for these 252 wells here, and we could scroll through the wells and look at what the fittings are like for those wells. The AutoCast is done using Markov chain Monte Carlo to find the best parameters for the fitting, the optimum parameters for the fitting. But we also we detect outliers. If I find a well that has some outliers in here, the green and red stars are the identified outliers, and they're ignored from the point of view of the curve. We can look at it by elapsed years, or we can look at it by production date, if that's how we want to view it. The ratio chart on the bottom is related to the start-stop algorithm, and my colleague Steve Hoy will take us through reasons behind setting these parameters and looking at the start-stop side of things. So the next part of the process is Markov chain Monte Carlo is a part of the DCA auto fitting, and what it gives us is for a burn-in this case, which was set to be 1200, it gives us 1,000 curves for every well, which all explain the production data. So each of these curves here are all valid in terms of the production data. And this is an example of the potential for variance when generating curves. And what we get here from these 1,000 curves that we've generated using the Markov chain Monte Carlo approach is that we've used 1,200 for learning and then generated 1,000 curves beyond there to give us a distribution for the initial production, the decline, the B factor, and there's a button down here for generating the MCMC, the EURs for all of these wells, which I've already run. And again, Steve will explain some of the finer points of this, but there are a couple of diagnostic pages, which I'll leave for the moment. So the next, after Markov chain Monte Carlo, we have normalization. The normalization is a two-stage process. So we actually look at all the wells in the well set, all the numeric completion parameters here, and we start off with a correlation run, which is a multivariate analysis. The result of that analysis gives us R values per every numeric column name, and we're solving in this case for the first 12 months prod oil, but we could be solving for any numeric value that's associated with the header. So we run the multivariate analysis, then we run, after we select those attributes that we wish to include in the normalization, then we can run principal component analysis, which will reduce and normalize the production. And the final step in this is we can pick a well here that we wish to normalize to, and then it would be marked here, and the wells would be normalized to this well. Any wells in the set that you're using for the type curve will be normalized to this one. So from the type curve point of view, then we have we can generate our type curves from the map, right, by just selecting a set of wells here in the area. At the moment, this heat and contour map is set to the EUR for oil. If I set it to gas, then it will change. If I refresh it, it'll change to show me where the highest gas producers are. I'll put it back to oil for the moment. Okay, and for these wells, then I could give these this type curve a name. I could decide whether I wanted to apply normalization to it or not. I have multiple methods of using average, median, p-hat, percentile, sum, and none. I can do it by elapsed years or date. Date's particularly useful if you're forecasting, you're an operator and you're doing your forecasting that way. Pick which error method you want to apply to it, and then the min curve count threshold is really to stop survival bias and generating a type curve there. And the final part here is we have economics. So I will say that we can run multiple cases here. So in this case, I've run a $40 case and a $60 case. But the economic parameters going into this case are for the timings, the drilling and completion investment, tangible and intangible costs, expenses and taxes, gas and production metrics, and then the model before net revenue, interest, and price adjustments, and cost of working capital. And there's 3 contract types for gas in here. So this model here is not a replacement for any system of record. It's basically a spreadsheet inside Spotfire, which generates all the PV values and the RORs, NPV style values that you would expect to see as an output, and a 40-year cash flow, NGL gross, water net, and so on. So the PV values before and after interest and taxes. And we have a waterfall chart here where we could look at which are the most profitable wells based on these parameters. And if we were just to compare a $40 and $60 case for one well, you would see the difference in the return. In this case, it's negative on this particular well that we're looking at here. Now, one thing I will point out here is we have exports to Aries and PHDwin here, and the PHDwin export currently working in 2 modes here. We're looking to be able to export the parameters, to align and export the parameters that we use in our model with those that are used for the economics within PHDwin, and also moving back to the type curves, the Markov chain here. Then we also have the potential to export out to PHDwin the curves as well. Type curves, and all these are curves, so export out the type curves as well to PHDwin by a button push. Now at the moment we're working on it, still testing it with our colleagues in PHDwin, but it should be available very soon. We do have the output formats in a flat format. We're trying to automate it so that it'll import directly into your PHDwin version 3 database. So a couple of other things that we could take a look at here. You'll see that for the curves that I've generated, we have a couple of other tabs here. One is for well spacing. Okay, so in this case, I could pick some wells here in the area that I'm interested in. I can refresh the gun barrel plot for those wells, and we can see if and then we have the spacing algorithm has run here and is showing by color where there's overlaps. And the nature of the well spacing algorithm here is this is 3D elliptical well spacing. So we set what we're looking at. We're only looking at the laterals in this particular case, but it does deal with vertical wells because 0 is the lateral clipping for verticals. And then we can choose the horizontal and the vertical radius and where we want to have which columns we want to use for the upper and lower perforations. Here is, we calculate the distances here are calculated off the midpoint. And if we mark in this particular area, we can see the marking on the layout here, but also we can see the curves that were generated out of the DCA curve, and also the ratio plot, which is what drives the start-stop mechanism and could potentially show communication between wells. And there is a statistics chart here. We can, with some probit plots on it, and we can set the attributes over these 4 charts. We could select all the wells if we want, see what the range is, and we can do a comparison by attribute and color by on this particular page. And the final page is a scatter plot matrix of k-means. So these were the 8 values on the configuration page, and we can set the number of clusters here. The idea behind this is we're trying to group the wells together, so we leave a label on the well header to say which cluster it's in, and it gives us the opportunity to set our AutoCast parameters on wells which fall within the same cluster. And that's about it for me. So now I'll hand over to my colleague Steve, who'll take us through some of the finer points of how the AutoCast model works and the ratio and so on. Over to you, Steve.
Hi, this is Steve Hoy. I'd like to describe a little bit about the start-stop algorithm that's associated with the AutoCasting here in the template. Notice that I've selected a group of wells. It looks like there's 107 wells marked, and I have just completed an AutoCast run using Markov chain Monte Carlo, and the results then are ready for us to kind of look through. And we'll talk in more detail as we isolate some of these wells. You can see I can come over here to the left. If we just work our way through these well names here, they are sorted alphabetically. You can see this is the result of the Barracuda well. Let's move ourselves on down to this Bearcat 505 well, which is interesting from the standpoint of the start-stop algorithm. To describe what's going on, you can see this elapsed years chart on the bottom. I'll enlarge this so you can get a big look at it here. But what it's looking at is this curve in green is showing us how the start-stop algorithm is sensing changes in production, and in more detail, segments, how to separate segments of this production curve. And you'll notice that there's a big drop in this curve, looking at elapsed years here, somewhere between 1 and 2 years. So if we go back and compare this analysis, you can see that the reason why this curve deflects like this is because of the change in production from this part of the curve. And now there's a drop from over 100 barrels a day to less than 60 barrels a day at this point. And that it appears that the decline curve, it continues in a pretty continuous way. So the start-stop algorithm has been detected. It is detected on the green here, this drop. Now notice that the threshold, if we look at the parameters for the AutoCast model, you'll see that for the oil column here, the segment threshold low is set at minus 1.5 units. You can see that's where this green stippled line is showing the boundary. Because of that, and because the fact that this inflection has not gone below this lower threshold, there was no independent or new curve started as a result of this drop, okay? Let's say that we do believe that we should be more sensitive to this sort of a change, and that this is in fact a phase of decline that we want to model by itself. Then we can adjust this parameter. And by looking at this chart, we can see that if we were to set this lower threshold at 1, this would actually trigger the AutoCast start-stop algorithm to start a new curve at this production point. All right. Now, the argument for that, if you look at this decline curve, you can see that because it's trying to fit this curve and this curve, the decline appears to be too steep. And in fact, the farther you get in time on this production curve, the bigger the gap between the forecast and the actual production data. So this is going to result, if we leave this the way it is, it's going to result in a very pessimistic, a too pessimistic estimate, EUR estimate for forecasting. So let's go ahead and change this parameter, the one I've described as the lower threshold for oil here, and let's make it 1.0. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to come up over here on the append replace, and let's append a new AutoCast of this well by itself to the data set. And then we can compare the new AutoCast outcome with the old AutoCast outcome. So we'll wait for a second. This will be a little slow because of the video, but if we cut out the middle part of this here, we can see the results in a second. Notice as well that the gas curve is a good fit. There's really nothing that we would change about this fit at all. It's simply the oil curve that looks interesting from the standpoint of having some sort of a gap here. All right, the AutoCast is completed, and if we look now, we can see that there are 2 of these wells, these 1505 wells, that are a part of our AutoCast. You can see this is the old version, and we can tell that by the timestamp over here at 1412 is our original run. You can see the curve we saw a minute ago. And then if you look, you can see identically the same UWI and well name with a timestamp that's several minutes later here, okay? This is 1438.24. This is the new result. If you look carefully, you can see now that the AutoCast algorithm, the start-stop algorithm, because we brought the floor up on the minimum threshold for oil on this start-stop, you can see now that the curve that's being fit is actually fitting this data, and it's fitting it very impressively. So we're going to get a higher EUR on this particular fit, and you can see that, I mean, the fit's so good that you have to look carefully to see the line kind of peeking out from behind the production records here. So that's a good example, real-life example, of how you can tune this start-stop algorithm to get a sense of what's going on. One other item for your consideration, if we look at all these, you can kind of see a cluster of all of the start-stop curves for all of the 100-plus wells that we just AutoCast previously. And you'll notice that if you cross-compare the green, the oil, versus the red, you'll see that there's much more volatility in the red. And so there'll be a much higher tendency for you to detect gas outliers, right, and new segments in the gas curve than you are with the oil curve. So those are some observations that can be made, but in specifically just the way we demonstrated, it is useful to be able to look at some of these wells and look at some of the changes in the production here and tune the thresholds at the top and bottom so that they reflect the data set and the behavior of the data set in a way that will cause the start-stop algorithm to give you the best results and the best automation for predicting what the ultimate recoveries are going to be from these wells. we'd like to talk a little bit about the manual curve controls that you see over here. Now imagine that we've gone ahead and run an AutoCast run, and we can go ahead and look at several of the wells here and determine to what extent we like the fit or what extent we may want to intervene in the fitting process. In order to do that, we can identify a well that we want to intervene in here. This is the Bell 1H well. This is in Midland County. You can see here that the AutoCast has done a good job on the green, on the oil, but it appears to be too steep on the red, and we could adjust the AutoCast parameters. But let's go ahead and manually intervene here. Okay. So the first thing we need to do is we'll open up this manual curve control, and we'll go ahead and turn on the manual curve fitting curves. You'll actually see those show up here right now. Now they're at previous values here, so they're at nonsense values until we go and actually load the parameters for the current well into the tool. So once we press that button, you can now see that these manual fit curves correspond with the run that we got from the tool, from the AutoCast. And now we can adjust these, right? So I'm going to come down over here to the gas, and I'm going to make the B parameter a little larger. I'm also going to extend the time of the curvature there out to maybe two or so years and get a better fit here. So it's just as simple as coming down over here. This is the time to exponential fit. Let's go ahead and make this 2.1, and let's go ahead and try a value for B 2.3. And once you hit tab, you'll see the wheels spin a little bit here. Give it a moment, and you can actually then watch the curve update. And there's the new gas curve. Once we get a curve that we like, you can see this is much better fit than the one that we had previously, which you can see originally is in black. Once you get that, you can turn around over here and click on the save button, and this particular AutoCast or manual fit will be added in to the well set here. And so when the wheels stop spinning, you'll see both of these wells over here. You can then preferentially choose which one you want to delete. If you want to delete one of them, you can keep both of them and compare the statistics on them if you want to eventually. But once you get it, what you want, then you can delete the one you don't want by simply clicking on the old one and coming down over here and clicking on delete well. So that's how the manual fit and the manual curve controls actually work here. Okay. This is the new well with the new fit. You can see what looks like an identical copy of the well, which is the old fit. Once we turn these controls off, we'll be able to see the difference there. But there's the old curve, and there's the new curve. And if we like the new curve better, we can simply click on the old curve, click on the delete key, and when the wheel is done spinning, this poor fit will go away, and we basically have the revised manual fit version there and ready to go.
Hi, Steve Hoy here for the Analytics for Energy workflow decline curve fitting. I'm going to talk a little bit today about a Markov chain Monte Carlo decline curve fitting. You can see here on the screen we've just come over here to the DCA page, decline curve analysis, and this page will now show us the outputs from a decline curve run which I initiated by coming into the AutoCast model controls. Notice that we've got the append replace curves to replace. So when I ran this, it took all the previous work, threw it out, and we started fresh with the well set that you see here. The wells that we've got here now have been fit with a technique called Markov chain Monte Carlo. And what we'd like to do is let's go ahead and just grab one of these wells. I'm going to visualize this. So in Spotfire, I'm going to click on the Barracuda well. You can see the decline curves for oil and gas are shown, the fit here in black. And I've got another video, a different video on the ratio analysis down here, so please refer to that if you'd like to learn more what's going on down there. But for now, I'm going to come up over here to the navigation screen and click on the little Markov chain Monte Carlo icon. There's a lot of information on this page, and there are several other pages that we can look at. But to give you an overview, what I'm going to do first of all is run over here to the MCMC diagnostics page. And this is helpful. What Markov chain Monte Carlo does is it runs a series of Monte Carlo trials and attempts to sample the solution space that's associated with an ARPS model that explains the production records in some optimal way. And the terminology that you'll hear with this is that there's a burn-in period. What happens is at the beginning, the program makes a good guess at what the ARPS parameters might be. These charts here show this is for the IP parameter. This is for the effective decline during the hyperbolic phase. This is the B parameter. And this one is the time in years associated with the hyperbolic phase when it transitions to pure exponential. So what you'll see when you look at these, and let's focus on the B parameter here, this yellow chart. You can see that the initial guess was at B equal to 0. And you'll notice that as this chart climbs, that it gets up into a vicinity and then tends to stabilize somewhere between 0.6 and 0.8. This is a sign that the Markov chain algorithm, the sampler, has found a stable value for this particular parameter, and this tends to be optimum. The period that you see here is called burn-in, and that's a parameter that we set when we do the Markov chain analysis. You'll see similar behavior here for the effective decline and also for the IP. If you look down at the scale down here, you can see that 2,000 Monte Carlo trials were run, and that, this parameter, for instance, the IP stabilized at about 400. You could say somewhere between 400 and 500 trials. That would be sufficient for the burn-in. Certainly, that's sufficient for the burn-in on this parameter and this parameter. You can see here that the tough one was the time to exponential decline, and you can see that one tended to wander some. The Markov chain, and you'll find this in general, that this parameter is fairly poorly defined, constrained, and so you'll see some of this sort of behavior. But in general, it reaches kind of a burn-in period somewhere in the 500 or 600 trial neighborhood. So that's how you can look at a decline curve and get some sense for whether or not it converged or not. Let's look at another well, right? Here you can see that the tough parameter here, the time to exponential decline, actually stabilized at it tried values that were up in the 8-year range and ended up stabilizing down here somewhere between 1 and 2 years. Rest of these parameters burned in quite nicely here at about 400 trials. So that's some information for you that will help you kind of diagnose a little bit about how to run the Monte Carlo and how to tune the controls when you do your AutoCasting in a way that's optimum. If you look down here, the number of Markov chain trials is 2,000. You can see that we're using a burn-in of 1,200, so that's quite a bit. It's probably a little overkill for the wells that we just looked at a few minutes ago. But by looking at the diagnostic charts that I showed you just a few minutes ago, that is a good way for you to diagnose and to set these parameters in some intelligent way. So I hope that was helpful for you. Oh, I noticed as well that there's separate controls for oil and for gas when setting these controls.
Hi, this is Steve Hoy. We're talking today about the Markov chain Monte Carlo decline curve fitting. And I'd like to point out that what we've just done is we've just completed an AutoCast run over here on the DCA page. That run was accomplished by opening up the controls here and pressing on the little gear icon that you see right here. When that's complete, if we want, we can go and look at individual wells or all the wells if we want to, by coming over here on the navigate by the MCMC page or by using the little icons that you see up at the top. But one of the things that's helpful about Markov chain Monte Carlo decline curve fitting is the fact that it's stochastic. And that means that instead of giving a single answer, which we know is wrong, based on the premise that the data that we're dealing with is noisy, what this technique does is generate a family of different curves. And if it's stable, if it converges, then that family of curves all explain the data in some optimal way. And what that shows you, what the value of that is it tends to show you the uncertainty or the scatter that's associated with modeling the noisy data that you get. So you can get things like uncertainty in IPs, uncertainties in the B parameter, and even a distribution for EUR, as we'll show in a minute here. If we look, we talked in a previous video about the burn-in period here for MCMC, so I won't repeat that. But we can go and look at different wells And we can, so for instance, look at distributions. This is the distribution of IP that's associated with this well. You'll notice that the burn-in is being showed here. That's this little tail that you see. And that tail is also shown right here. We can turn the burn-in off if we're convinced that it's burnt in sufficiently. Then we can go ahead and say, let's not look at the burn-in and just look at the stable distribution of parameters that we get here. So here it is, and you can see a distribution for IP here, for instance. This is QI, and you can see that it's somewhere between 435 barrels a day and 355 barrels a day, with an average here in the neighborhood of 395 barrels. You can see the plus or minus 1 standard deviation. Likewise for the B parameter. You can see that the B may range anywhere from 0.95 to 0.5, with an average of about 0.72 being most likely. In addition, the EUR is a fairly expensive calculation. We don't like to do that unless people want to see it. If you want to see the EUR distribution and the variability thereabouts, you can simply click on the EUR button down here in the lower right. You'll see the wheel spin here for a minute or so, and a distribution for the EUR will show up. You'll also notice there's some cross plots, some scatter plots here, and you can kind of configure those over here in the parameter area. This particular cross plot is showing you the QI versus the effective decline rate. The QI here is on the horizontal axis. That's the IP. And you're looking here at the initial decline and the uncertainty in that. Then you can see that there's a relationship between those two things. As the IP tends to get a little higher, the initial decline also has a tendency to get a little higher, which is not surprising. Our EUR has come back over here, and you can see that the EUR that's suggested for this stream, we've got that set to oil right now, so we're looking at this decline curve and this decline curve fit, that the EUR is most likely about 124,000 barrels, almost 125,000 barrels of oil, and that can range up on the high end at 136,000 and down below 120,000 on the low end in terms of uncertainty in the distribution of EUR. So I hope that's helpful. It does give you some feel for what you're looking at here, and it should give the engineer some sense of the uncertainty that's associated with the parameters that they're dealing with here in the best fit exercise associated with getting a modified ARPS model to describe this data and make forecasts about future production. So hope that was helpful.
This Analytics for Energy reports for PHDwin is the initial release that we are currently testing with our colleagues at PHDwin. It has 6 pages in it and is populated by 3 tables, which are exported reports from the PHDwin version 3 database. We have a 1 line, a monthly, and forecast data. This initial Spotfire template has 6 pages in it. General data showing gross production, KPI prices, cash flow and location, reports and summary, different valuation graphs and a report with selectable columns, a well scenario shows well by well performance versus evaluation scenarios, well performance shows production performance well by well, a probit review, easy analysis to identify top producer wells, and data relationships shows an analysis between variables, and you can identify the variables that have the most weight. In this example, it's ROI. So as this is an initial release and a build, we very much welcome your thoughts and feedback as to the types of reports and data that you would like to see in the Spotfire output from PHDwin. So the first page, general data, has some KPIs at the top, a waterfall chart below, and a map showing where the wells are. So we can set the filters, zoom in, zoom out, look at various different pricing scenarios. We've got general tab down the bottom here showing wells and fields and reserves and the counties and operatings. The next page is a reports and summary. So we can set the report, the bar chart here, and the report associated bar chart by picking a value. So we could change it to gross gas here, and we want it split by, let's say, reserve category or county. And we can see the table to the right changing on that basis. At the bottom of this page, we have column selectors for the report. So we can pick any column values out the loaded data or the report table is configured accordingly. And of course, you can use the control and enter to add any columns that you wish. The next page is looking at well scenarios. So in this case, again, the table is built on the top from the columns that are selected here. We've got a column selector for the charts on the bottom, in which case we're looking at gross oil per scenario, but we could change it to be gas. And we have a well selector here for the different scenarios. So if we picked a particular scenario, we can see what is happening there. The next page is a well performance summary. Again, similar idea. And again, this is early days for these things. So we welcome your feedback as to the types of charts and graphs you would like to see. But in this case, we can see the forecast here and production for gross oil, gross gas. So there's lots of different charts we can still do with this data. And as we said previously, there's a probe view here. So in this one, we've got the filters on the left-hand side. We can pick the attribute that we want to look at. It's colored by case name here, but it could be colored by reservoir for that matter. And this one's colored by, that's net gas. Let's switch this back to gross gas. Here, gross gas by county and gross gas again by field. And we can see these outliers up here, and the color of the field there's the northwest one here. And finally, there's data relationships. So in this case, the relationship is being built against ROI, and all the other numerical attributes have been calculated with the linear regression for the data relationships here and the p-values. So we're looking here at the ROI in the scatter plot, but it could in fact be any value against any other value for this particular part of the analysis. And so then we can see where these sit against one another. And then the filters here, again, as before, come into play. So that's it for the dashboard as it exists at the moment. Again, this is a work in progress. We welcome your feedback. Input and ideas as to what particular Spotfire reports and dashboards you would like to see, analytics style dashboards you would like to see out of your PHDwin data in Spotfire. To close out the session, I'd like to give you an idea of our subscription charges. In the main, our templates are charged on an annual subscription basis. The A4E forecasting and valuation template has 3 parts to it. It's got the workflow for forecasting and valuations. It has the Spotfire report analysis template, which can pull data from PHDwin version 3. And it has our select wells template, which allows you to automate and pull data from all the popular data sources. Our A4E Spotfire LOE LOS analysis template is a one-off license plus approximately 60 hours of time and materials installation and configuration assistance to connect this template to your accounting data. The others, the last loader viewer, the asset comparison tool, and the probit analysis are all on an annual subscription basis per named user. So thanks for your time and attention today. If you need to contact us or would like a personalized demo, contact us at info@blueriveranalytics.com, or you can find our videos on YouTube at Analytics for Energy.
Thank you very much, Blue River Analytics. We really appreciate y'all coming on and presenting for PHDwin Week 2024. I've been really blown away by the team at Blue River Analytics. And whenever we're looking for partners in the PHDwin ecosystem, people that we want to work with, We're always looking for competency. We're always looking for people with high standards. And what the team at Blue River has shown us is people with really high domain knowledge, people that understand data and understand what to do with it. I just want to point out, though, every single thing that you saw from them today, they built on top of the regular Spotfire implementation that any supported client for that has PHDwin can have access to. So if you have Spotfire and you have PHDwin, then you can reach out to them and they can give you training, they can give you consulting. You saw pricing there, they could get you set up. Or if you have internal expertise, you already have someone internally in your company or your organization that has a talent, has a knack for Spotfire, Tableau, Power BI, whatever your visualization choice is, you can use the same data, you can use the same setup to maybe get to that same end result. And it's up to you. That's part of the power of SQL Server. But everything shown today would require version 3. And so if you want any of that cool tech that Blue River showed you, you want those Spotfire integrations, that is part of what we're offering with PHDwin version 3 and our move to Microsoft SQL Server. If you have any questions for the team at Blue River, please reach out at events@phdwin.com, and we'll be sure to pass those along. They're going to pop up again later today at 3:30 for our Q&A session. Next up is Dwayne Purvis. So Dwayne has been consistently on PHDwin Week. This is going to be his 4th presentation for PHDwin Week. And he's going to come on and talk a little bit about the state of our industry. Many of you all know Dwayne. I use his NYMEX models in our training classes and in every single demo that we do of the product. He's been a long-term partner of PHDwin and TRC. And we're really looking forward to seeing what he has to say at 11 a.m. And then we're going to do another replay of a previous year presentation during the lunch hour after Dwayne's done. And then at 1 p.m., don't miss it, we're going to have a special presentation about PHDwin in Latin America. Do you care about international consulting? Do you have the opportunity to maybe get into different parts of the world like Latin America? Be sure to catch us at 1 p.m. Central Standard Time. And we're going to walk through with our top consultant, Joshua Neese. He's going to walk you through all the different functionality that's available currently today, no promises, today in PHDwin to be able to serve those markets. And we'll meet Roberto, who is our consultant in Latin America. Then at 2 p.m., it says on the schedule pending because it's a bit of a special session. We're going to bring in Kirby Wells, someone with a lot of experience at PHDwin, definitely one of our most knowledgeable users. He's going to jump on. He's going to show you some really cool implementation in his presentation in PHDwin version 3, a real world example that we think you'll find enlightening. So be sure to catch that. And then after his presentation is done, we're going to have another QED quick start, the last one for this PHDwin week, where we're going to go through and the QED Energy Associates are going to show you the grid editor, which is one of the most popular features in PHDwin version 3. And then finally, we're going to end PHDwin week at 3:30 with the Q&A session. We're going to bring back Kirby. We're going to bring back Dwayne. We're going to bring back Blue River Analytics. We're going to have them all sit down and answer your questions that you have about what we're showing today. But for now, thank you very much for joining us for this PHDwin week. I hope this has been an excellent week for you. Be sure to send us your questions and look out at 11 a.m. Dwayne Purvis, a absolute veteran of PHDwin week, is going to give us what I think will be a very enlightening presentation. Thank you.
Welcome back to PHDwin Week. We hope you enjoyed Blue River Analytics' presentation. We know we are excited about the future integrations of PHDwin v3 and Spotfire, and we hope you are too.
Our next presenter is a fourth-time PHDwin Week presenter. Dwayne Purvis, Form Purvis Energy Advisors, is up next. Join Dwayne Purvis, PE, as he takes a deep dive into the painful trends of recent years in the oil and gas industry. His presentation, Public Blame, Private Pain, and New Growth, the last 10 years and the next, is an informative look at the tough trends in the industry. Dwayne and Purvis Energy Advisors are a silver partner of PHDwin Week 2024. Dwayne and his firm specialize in petroleum reservoir engineering and strategic initiatives. He brings deep experience in field dynamics, acquisitions, and reservoir development.
Dwayne has a proven track record in delivering highly rated training on petroleum economics, engineering methods, and decline curve analysis. Please welcome Dwayne Purvis, PE.
So, guaranteed, something I'm going to tell you today is going to prove to be wrong. And when you're trying to understand what's going to happen in the future, it's usually helpful to understand what has been happening in the near past. We generally have a good sense about what has been happening, but sometimes our sense can deceive us. And so the great thing about past reality is that we can measure it. We can test our senses against empirical data and then come to a better understanding about what is happening so that we can expect the right kinds of things for the future. My name is Dwayne Purvis. I founded and run Purvis Energy Advisors. We help oil and gas companies succeed in the energy transition. If I'm going to summarize the sense that I get from being in the industry and the sense I get from other people in the industry, there are four components that seem to be related. First, there's a lot of discussion about a quote unquote unprecedented war on energy, which really isn't energy, but what they mean is a war on oil by the Biden administration and to a lesser extent, maybe some environmental NGOs. And closely related, public sentiment seems to be pretty negative towards oil and gas. And we also observe a decline in employment and a decline of participation in the industry, fewer new students, fewer jobs, and those seem to follow. But at the same time, we see high commodity prices and very high production, and there seems to be a disconnect. This, I think, is the biggest disconnect that we sense in the industry right now. So the industry has talked about the Biden administration taking 200 actions against oil and gas. And I've read the list. I read it really closely. It was sloppy, to be kind. There were a number of items on it. Mostly, a lot of them were repetitive, a lot of them unrelated. But it boils down to five themes. There were a couple of projects that were suspended or permits canceled. There have been projects to reduce emissions, problems to supplant, to replace demand with other sorts of energy sources. There has been an effort to decrease federal leasing. Now, whether or not they succeeded in that is a separate question. I don't have the data for yet. But also an increase in royalty and in bonding. So some of these I think is pretty easy to say are pretty good policy issues, and the others are kind of long term, but none of them are all about shutting down oil companies immediately. And I've seen a series of articles in the last month or so about how the presidency really doesn't have much effect on supply and demand or production of oil in the U.S. And this graph shows the history of oil and gas production in the U.S. back from the year 2001 Red are Republican administrations and blue are Democrat. And what we see is both going up through all the time. We can see the price war in 2015 and COVID in 2020. And we see, other than that, the effect of the shale revolution. Now, this data is a little bit old. We've already gotten up higher than this. And what we know is that the next president, regardless of who it is, will preside over the highest oil production that's ever been seen. And there's more demand or more supply baked in. We've hardwired an increase of oil supply from Willow. That's kind of small, but during the next administration, there are 5 or 10 LNG projects that are going to come online, bringing a total of 25 BCF a day of dry gas demand online. That is an increase of a fifth, more than a fifth, because the wet gas production, which is at 125 BCF a day, is greater than the dry gas production. It's 25 BCF of dry gas. So almost regardless, it's going to go up. The question is mostly about longer term. But what happens at a federal level doesn't affect prices very much or supply very much. Oil, of course, is a global market. OPEC dominates it, largest single block, and another big wedge here, I didn't discriminate, is the Declaration of Cooperation countries like Russia. The U.S. as a whole provides this quarter of oil, but the federal leases, offshore and onshore, account for only about 15% of U.S. production, and a smaller percent of the global production. The natural gas market is limited to North America, but if we look at U.S. production, 90% comes from non-federal leases, and only about 10% comes from federal leases. And of course, what the president has control over is not whether to shut down that 10 or 15% of the relevant supply in the U.S., but maybe how it grows, but how it grows within the context of the laws that already exist. So this graph shows the same kind of thing. It's the production of oil and green gas in red from federal lands since the Bush administration. And it shows a steady growth in oil, not so much in gas, but you can see gas did increase under Biden. In fact, the Biden administration issued slightly more permits for drilling than the Trump administration did in the correlative period of their administrations. And there are thousands of permits outstanding that still exist. They're going to continue to be drilled and cause things to go up. So notwithstanding the fact that it feels personal, that maybe it hurts, but it's just not a really big hammer that the president has when it comes to physical barrels out of the ground. But I tell you what does hurt and does feel personal is the change of employment. And this graph shows data from the Bureau of Labor Statistics and data from professional organizations. The black line is the professional employment is shown by the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Blue is SPE membership, and the two greens are the AAPG membership. And what we see is, of course, a peak in the 2014-2015 time period and a steep decline since then. Now, the numbers are like this. From 2014 to 2023, the BLS says we've lost 41% of professional employment. SPE and AAPG have lost on the order of 50% of their members, of the total membership in that time period. And you can see that decline started 2016, 2017, right through the Trump administration. But it's actually worse. These employment numbers here are actually, in reality, it's worse. What I've shown here is information about the number of people from each class year who are members of the SPE. So based on the year that they graduated, we call them a cohort, and we look at the number of professional members of SPE from each cohort through time. This graph shows all of the cohorts from 1980 to 2012, normalized to their membership in 2015. And you can see that every cohort was growing. The older cohorts were pretty flat. Younger cohorts in their 40s and 30s and 20s were all growing rapidly into that peak in 2015. And since 2015, every cohort has come down significantly. On average, about 50% loss of everyone who is in the industry in 2015. We see a similar kind of pattern with people who have joined the industry since then. Again, using SPE membership as a proxy, we look at cohorts who graduated 2013, 14 up to about 2021, where we have more than 2 years worth of data. And we see that they climbed to a peak, just a couple years after graduation, and then they all rapidly fell. So of all of the cohorts of graduates who have entered the industry as measured by the SPE membership since 2015, about between 40 and 50% of those have already left the industry. Now there's one other thing to notice here, and you can see it also on the previous graph. Employment seems to have stabilized in the last few years. And in fact, right now, I'm seeing more job postings for both geoscientists and engineers than I can remember seeing any time in at least 5 years. But what the question becomes then, how does this decline of employment and the enrollment in the engineering programs looks very similar. How does this decline relate to public sentiment? Well, this next slide shows data on public sentiment. I've marked the same peak time period, 2014 to 2015. And the data on the graph is from Gallup organization. Each year they take a poll in August, they haven't published the 2024 yet, of sentiment about various industries. And what we see is that the overall negative sentiment, which is the gap here between the people with a negative view and the people with a positive view, so the net negative sentiment decreased for many years and then spiked. In fact, during the time period when employment was falling rapidly, net sentiment was improving and even became positive. So an increasing participation in the industry when sentiment was negative, up to right here, negative 61 points. We were dropping participants quickly during the time period when our sentiment was improving and got as good as net 11% positive sentiment about oil and gas. And then in the last couple of years, when employment has stabilized, sentiment's gone negative again. That's about where it was most of my career. But it's gone negative again, and employment's stable. So what we see is really not a correlation. Sentiment seems completely unrelated. Well, it begs the question, well, what's driving the sentiment? And there are a couple of theories on it, a couple ideas. Mostly, the information puzzles me. The details of the Gallup survey show the net negative perspective on oil and gas by age. And then you might think that this loss of approval comes from younger people, but it doesn't. There's a net negative 62%. I'm sorry, not net negative, but total negative sentiment of 32%, 62% in the youngest demographic, but 55 and older is 59% disapproval. It's not an issue of age. Let's backwards in time over this time period from 2009 to 2016, sentiment about the industry was improving at the same time that we had all kinds of bad news about the industry coming out. 2010, right here, is Macondo, but in the years after, its sentiment improves. Exxon knew the big disclosure by Inside Climate News, I guess. It broke the story of the Exxon studies predicting from the 70s and 80s that climate would change from emissions and would be bad for humanity. That came out in 2015. And still sentiment improves. I'm not sure what's driving sentiment. I think might have to do with economics. But there are two other ways that we can check the idea that sentiment is not related to employment, and that is to look at other situations where we have information about sentiment and about employment. This graph shows from a different source the positive and negative sentiments about oil and gas. Actually, this is measured as trustworthiness. It's a little different. But the net positive and net negative in various countries. You can imagine that in different cultures, different places, they have different perspectives. The US is here. Up at the top, we have India and China with 52 and 50% ratings of trustworthiness for oil and gas. And then Canada is down here. It's very similar to the US in trustworthiness, but I'll note that we do have some statistics from Canada that show that more than 50% of Canadians support strongly or somewhat, support increasing drilling in Canada. That's pretty good, pretty positive kind of number. And yet this is what employment looks like. Based again on SPE membership, this black line is the Gulf Coast section of the US as a proxy, as a good proxy for what happened in US membership. That's down 47%. In the South Asia section is down 36%. The North Asia section, which would be China, is down 38%. Canada, where more than half of the country still supports increased, not just steady, increased drilling, 48% down. And then this last curve is Russia and the Caspian, where hard to imagine there's any real negative sentiment or political rhetoric against oil and gas, and the participation in the industry is down 55%. Let's look at this one other way. Instead of looking at the same industry in different countries, let's look at different industries in the US. This is back to the Gallup poll. It's a rank order of the most approved to the least approved industries, and I've called out the bottom 5. Oil and gas is right here. We're having trouble recruiting, but we're in the company of real estate, advertising, legal, federal government, and pharmaceuticals. Best as I can tell, none of those other disciplines or other fields have trouble recruiting. The issue, it doesn't seem to be about sentiment. And I'm still really curious what is driving sentiment. So I did some looking at political influence campaigns. Now this is a work in progress, and I hope you'll cut me some slack on it. What I did was to select 7 or 8 of the biggest oil companies, 7 or 8 of the biggest renewable energy companies. I challenge you to name 7 or 8 large renewable energy companies, but also looked at NGOs, that are environmental in nature and those that are industry associations. I've heard it said that there's so much money in these organizations, in these environmental organizations, that they're overpowering the conversation. And here you go. This is the political expenditures, both lobbying and direct donations, of 7 of the biggest organizations involved in supporting environmental change. By comparison, this adds 3 oil industry associations. The API alone spends more in political contributions than all of the other environmental organizations put together. And it shows their budget for lobbying and contributions, or their expenditures, are nearly $13 million. But the total budget of API is $250 million, including a $30 million a year program to educate public school teachers about the value of oil and gas and the role of oil and gas. But leaving that other stuff aside, the more direct interface with the public, let's look at political contributions. In this case, I've added environmental companies. So the renewable energy companies, rather, are shown here in this lighter blue. And they pale by comparison to the API, but more importantly, when I put major oil companies on here, everything pales by comparison. Now, this is Chevron and Shell, Exxon, BP, but for comparison, because it's a long list of big companies, this is Devon, Continental Resources, and Chesapeake, who aren't particularly large companies. But still, they spend as much or more as the 1 or 2 headline environmental NGOs on political issues. So maybe the issue is interaction with the community. Okay, so this graph shows the number of employees. Dark gray is again the oil companies. The renewable energy companies are shown in light blue, and the employment of the NGOs is shown in black and dark blue. The oil industry has far more ambassadors to influence the public, more people to talk about what they do. And I don't really think that the issue is the public doesn't understand what we do. I don't think the public fails to understand the value of what we do. We've been using that strategy since the 40s or 50s. I just think the public doesn't much like how we do it. Back to the scheme here, what we've seen is that the administration is marginal effect to date on supply and demand. The public sentiment is not related to employment, and it's not related to spending on politics, and it's not related to the number of brand ambassadors. And employment is not related to sentiment, and it's not related to production. So it leaves still this crucial question of how can we have such bad employment and such high prices and high production? And I believe the answer lies in the details of the production that we have. So the U.S. is currently producing more oil than any other country in the history of the world. But it's not a monolith. This graph breaks it down into 3 major parts. The first I'll call conventional, although it certainly includes historical tight oil production. This lower one is Alaska, and then shale spikes here in recent years. So our conventional production reached its apex in 1970 and has been down 50 years. We're more than 50 years past peak production. You can see in recent years it's more or less flat, but pretty volatile, including a significant step down with COVID that it's not fully recovered from. These have almost quit drilling. Mostly it's a matter of staying online and continuing to deplete. Meanwhile, what's given us great success is, of course, the shale revolution, and that has been hugely successful. So we end up with this dichotomy of young wells that are high producers and old wells that are low producers. And we have separate ownership of those, separate strategies, and different well counts. This graph is a bar chart of well count in the US. And it goes from left to right according to the life cycle of the well. So a well that is a high producer is here, non-producing is here, and this is what I'll call end of life. What we see is that there are just over 50% of the wells in the United States that are unplugged, which is this plus this, are standing idle, not contributing anything to production. We have another 500,000 wells approximately that are what I call micro producers. They're producing on average less than 1 barrel of oil per day. And I've also got some service wells in here. Stripper wells that are a little bit better off, between 1 and 15 barrels of oil per day, number this many. The giant production that we see in the country comes from a tiny proportion of wells. 93% of production comes from 8% of wells. Let me say that again. It's not an 80-20, it's not a 90-10, it's almost a 95-5. 93% of production comes from 8% of wells, and 7% of production comes from 92% of wells, including 50% of wells that are contributing nothing. It's a very different life stage for these wells and for these. But the shale wells are also evolving, maturing through their life cycle. This is a graph I've excerpted from a presentation given by Reed Olmsted, who's the executive director of S&P Global Commodity Insights, just last month. And the graph, the schematic, shows the maturity of oil and gas plays in the US. More oily plays are up here, more gassy plays down here. Early in life on the left, maturity to the right. Now, the conventional production that we talked about is way off the scale on the right-hand side. The large majority of conventional plays have already been through cycles of redevelopment. They've been through the acquire and exploit model. Sometimes more than once. I saw one property a couple years ago that was being sold by its third company. The third company to buy it with the idea that they would redevelop it and improve it and sell it. By the way, they didn't succeed. And what he does show is that the plays are here in the middle. The ones that are farther back in the curve are ones that didn't make it, like the Mississippian, or the Central Louisiana Austin Chalk, Tuscaloosa Marine Shale. He argues that in the past, the shale domain, the group of plays, had room to expand. But we've now hit the limits of all of those rooms to expand. We can no longer expand the play boundaries. We can no longer find new benches. We've been testing and exploiting all the benches. We can't reduce the spacing to get more wells. And in fact, even in the top tier acreage, in some of the plays, the average well productivity is declining. So we're in a new stage of life of the shale plays. It's no longer about growth. It's no longer about grabbing the land. It's no longer about drilling as fast as you can to hold the land and prove it up. Now we're in the stage of slow and steady developing what we have. And what he says, what Reed says here, is that a large resource base has been de-risked. True, good, and it will feed the system for several years, which I find oddly cold. Not many years, not a lot of years, but several. We are facing a limited and depleting inventory. Now, the good news for engineers is that the analysis that needs to be done is going to become more complex. The problems are going to become harder. They'll need more science and they'll need more engineering. But the companies need fewer people. On the other side of the equation, not the geologic side, but the economic side, things have also changed. This is a presentation by a leader at Pickering Energy Partners given to the IPAA a year ago. And he concludes $80 ain't what it used to be. On the one hand, the previous citation noted what I've seen for years, and that's the diminishing quality of wells, diminishing average productivity. But Walter Moody's presentation talks about the increasing cost of capital and the increasing cost of services. Now, he thinks the cost of capital is more sticky, it's going to stay around more. The cost of services maybe will cycle down, but in either event, by his analysis a year ago, the break-even price for an average well in the Midland Basin is $73. Some with much lower, some with higher, but the average break-even is $73 a barrel. And of course, as he says, oil demand will eventually stop growing. There's a difference of opinion about whether it's at plateau now, or it's going to go up a little bit or down a little bit, but no one thinks it's going to grow indefinitely like years ago. And when the demand stops growing and it starts declining, then we need fewer engineers, fewer geologists, because we have to create less new supply. Mostly what we need are production people, or we need preferentially production professionals, not explorationists and reservoir simulators and those kinds of people. But whether the next peak or whether the next oil price bust comes as a result of peak oil demand, or whether for some other reason we will have another bust. We had them in, 86, late 90s, 2008, 2015, 2020. It's been 4 years. Just shooting from the hip, we could probably expect it within the next 5 years. So I want to, as I look forward to that time period, I think that the governing dynamics are going to be the nature of the life cycle that the two separate oil industries in the U.S. are going to walk through. Conventional, the oil producers have depleted. They have enormous liabilities. They're barely hanging on. They're hardly drilling any wells. I've got some other statistics I can show you about that, but they're just not contributing to new production, and they're financially fragile. They don't need a bunch of people. They certainly don't need a bunch of costs. And for those, we need to be ready to decommission them. Yeah, if we don't decommission them, I think the public can be even more mad at us. In the shale plays, they've entered a new phase of life, and the companies have become very efficient. They're reusing the same designs over and over and over. They don't need as many people. Now, there is, of course, argument that artificial intelligence will further reduce the need for people. I don't know that that's the case. I hope it's not the case. But we certainly are at a point where the oil companies are producing higher volumes since 2015 The volume of production has been increasing, even at the same time that employment has been decreasing, not steady, decreasing. It's steady in the last couple of years. So it's a different phase in life and a different need for people. And I think that is the reason that we've seen massive layoffs, and that's the reason that we're having trouble recruiting. I showed you before that the layoffs that happened starting in 2015 cut across all age groups. It wasn't the old that left, it was every age group that left. And it wasn't just one incident and then flat. It was year after year after, it was about 5 years of lower and lower and lower employment. So students, young people, aren't as motivated by dollars. And there are plenty of other industries that offer good dollars and high tech. High tech is sort of technically interesting, is sort of table stakes for young people. It's not an exceptional advantage of oil and gas. But what they have seen is the way our industry treats its people, and they don't see security in that business model. And this is a generation who's more concerned about security than previous generations because they seem to be facing greater economic headwinds. So I take all that together, and what I think is that a lot of us in the industry are trying to fight the wrong battle. I don't think education of the public is the issue. I don't think we're going to change their minds. I think they know us and they know our product. What we've got to do is perform better first. We have to treat our employees better so that they can have a prospect of employment long term. We need to stop our flaring and our venting. We need to deal with decommissioning, and we need to engage better with our communities. This is the actual work that we do that people are aware of, they know about it. To the extent that we fight improvements or we fail to improve or we treat the public badly, they're going to feel bad about us. They're going to have a negative sentiment toward us. And we really do need to improve our industry-wide performance on those measures. But from a company perspective and from the perspective of individual people, we need to cultivate options. Efficiency may continue to gain, AI may drive it, but I tell you what's growing is new forms of subsurface energy like geothermal and CCS. I have no idea how fast they're going to grow. I do not know how far they're going to grow, but I know that they have good tailwinds. There are hurdles, but they also have tailwinds, whereas oil and gas does not. And then the last thing we've got to do is to plan for the next bust. I love the words of Garth Brooks. It was bound to happen. One night it did. And if that happens soon, we're going to put a lot of people in financial distress, a lot of companies in financial distress. If it happens later, we can have more time to be ready for it. We can not lay off as many people, not ruin our reputation, not decommission, not abandon our wells, orphan our wells to the public fisc. The best thing that we can do is to run our business as well. So I don't have all the answers. I don't know exactly what's going to happen. And I'd love to hear your thoughts on what's driving sentiment and what difference you think it makes. But in the meantime, I encourage you to get involved, and I'll be around this afternoon for questions. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Dwayne, for that enlightening presentation. If you have any questions for Dwayne, please email events@phdwin.com, and we'll be sure to ask him your questions at 3:30 during our Q&A session. Next up, we're going to have a replay from last year's PHDwin Week that brought a lot of conversation. And then at 1 p.m., don't miss it, we're going to have a very special presentation on international economics and PHDwin in Latin America. Thank you very much for joining us for this 2024 PHDwin Week.
Welcome back to PHDwin Week. Please wait a few more seconds as participants join the live stream. Allow me to introduce Dave Rathgeber, an accomplished professional in environmental and petroleum engineering who is currently pursuing his PhD at Montana Tech of the University of Montana. As a lab director for environmental and petroleum engineering at the university, Dave brings a unique blend of industry expertise and academic leadership to his role. Dave's extensive experience includes serving as an engineering intern at Nexen CNOOC Limited, where he provided technical and operational support for drilling and completion projects. His ability to collect and analyze engineering data, along with his keen eye for identifying critical parameters, significantly contributed to his success in the industry. In his current role, Dave is actively engaged in instructing senior-level courses and conducting groundbreaking research on drill pipe rotation effects on cuttings transport. His dedication to advancing the field through empirical data and computer modeling is truly commendable. While Dave is currently pursuing his PhD, he has already earned 2 master's degrees, one in materials science and engineering and another in petroleum engineering, each accompanied by significant research contributions. Dave Rathgeber's impact extends beyond academia and industry. He is actively involved in community engagement, serving as the Butte Head Start Policy Council chairperson and contributing to the growth of the Montana Tech SPE chapter.
All right, hello all, and thanks for taking the time to listen to my discussion. My name is Dave Rathgeber. I'm currently the lab director for both petroleum and environmental engineering at Montana Tech in Butte, Montana, where we have been teaching petroleum engineering for over 70 years and have quite an amazing alumni base all around the world. There's no doubt that you've encountered a Montana Tech grad in the oil and gas industry. Now today, I'm going to be discussing understanding sustainability in the classroom, recognizing the crucial role of fossil fuels. Now I'm going to be asking I'm going to be having you ask yourself a few questions throughout this presentation, so just be prepared to ponder a little bit. So we've no doubt taken notice of headlines over the last few years with increasing frequency. Climate change, it's a crisis. We need to act now. We need to reduce or eliminate our dependence on oil and gas and make the change to renewables ASAP. There are arguments far and wide about how sustainability is directly tied to renewables and that oil and gas is destroying the planet on top of being an unsustainable resource. Regardless of the media type, we're experiencing more and more pressure on the industry to transition away, become net zero, or just reduce our fossil fuel demand. But the likelihood of us being successful in such an endeavor is pretty low. How much does the average person actually know about what our actual climate status is? And what does sustainable actually mean, and what do people think it means? So let's explore some of these. First and foremost, how much do we actually understand climate change? Most people take the information that we're fed without consideration, often from viral social media videos and media outlets. Climate change is responsible for the floods, extreme weather events, and droughts, weather patterns. But as Mark Twain once famously stated, climate is what we expect, weather is what we get. People often get these words climate and weather mixed up and immediately blame climate change for that tree that fell on their house. But the reality is really much more complex. Now, there's no denying that we are seeing an increase in global average temperatures since the mid-1970s. And we can see from the graph on this slide. And the frequency of extreme weather events can no doubt be attributed to changing climate. But what people don't understand is how extremely complex the global climate system is, and that trying to model and forecast both natural and anthropogenic or human-caused influences are actually changing the global climate. Now, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, or IPCC, is considered the premier research panel on monitoring and forecasting changes in the global climate. Since its inception in 1988, the panel has released a total of 6 assessment reports, or ARs, and that's about an average of one almost every 6 years. Looking at that gap, it's safe to assume that a lot must go into these assessment reports. So just take a minute to think about what needs to be considered to really understand a changing climate and average global temperatures, and what may introduce changes to these climates. So most people will immediately jump and respond with emissions from fossil fuels. And that's true, it is an influence, but they'd be hard pressed to list off any other potential influences. The reality is we need to consider global population growth, global density, the planet's albedo or reflectivity, the increase in quality of living, and so on. There are so many different significant variables that play a role in how our planet's climate control actually works. The albedo can be caused by anything from cloud cover, snow and ice, to even clearing forests for agriculture. As hard as it is to believe, clearing forests actually cools the earth by increasing its reflectivity. Now, as a matter of fact, humans only account for 1% of the total energy that passes through the Earth's climate system. And apart from the sun, water vapor, the most abundant greenhouse gas, is the second most source of heat on the Earth's surface. So how are we seeing such a huge change through anthropogenic costs? Well, that's where the argument really begins. Let's look at our atmospheric makeup. Our planet is insulated by the atmosphere, which is made up of about 78% nitrogen, 21% oxygen, 0.96% other gases, which are primarily argon, and then only 0.04% carbon dioxide. Now that's such a minute concentration of gas. How can it play such a significant role in heating our atmosphere? Well, for starters, we need to look at how concentrations have changed over the last few hundred years. It's crystal clear that we can see an increase in CO2 emissions starting at the beginning of the Industrial Revolution, with a steep increase from about 150 to today, which is around 420. So how does that contribute? How does this almost doubling of CO2 in our atmosphere create such a significant effect on the global climate? Well, it's about how it prevents our heat from escaping, specifically infrared heat. If we look at how wavelength frequency escapes our atmosphere and carries that heat at different concentration levels on this chart, we can see that much of the heat radiated from the planet comes from that infrared spectrum. And with the introduction of CO2, we can see a significant drop between that 600 and 800 wavelength range. Now, what's interesting to note about this chart is that 400 ppm, which is about where we are now, tends to be the peak of heat retention. So even if we look at doubling our CO2 emissions and concentrations, it looks like there's no discernible difference in heat loss. So it begs the question, if we keep emitting, will it actually get worse, or if we kind of plateau? This is research that we need to look into as well. And everyone usually targets the emissions from the combustion of fossil fuels, including coal, petrochemical products like oil and natural gas, and that makes total sense. CO2 emissions make up for almost 80% of all greenhouse gas emissions, both natural and anthropogenic. But there's the other, arguably more significant greenhouse emission, methane. Though it has less atmospheric retention time, where it's expected to only hang around in the atmosphere for about 12 years, as opposed to carbon dioxide's 1,000, it carries a much higher significant global warming potential, almost 30 times more powerful than CO2. And it doesn't just disappear after 12 years. A lot of it oxidizes in the atmosphere to water vapor, and you guessed it, carbon dioxide. Which means, methane emissions pack that 1-2 punch on the atmosphere. And who is the major contributor of methane emissions? Well, it's the agriculture industry, and primarily livestock and dairy. So landfills have also historically been big emitters as well. And although there have been some legislative pushes to tax the ag industry, I'm sure you may have heard of the burp tax. It's generally been met with high levels of resistance, and they generally don't make much progress on that. We all look to eat, for sure, and it's something that we kind of take a little bit more seriously. Now, I could spend hours talking about the complexities of climate science and how, yes, we are contributing to climate change, etc. But that's not what this is all about. The point is, people don't receive all of the information. We tend to fall into that cargo cult science category, meaning we perform these studies, we tend to go into the results with a predefined expectation, shifting our bias a little. If you take the time to read some of the more recent IPCC reports in detail, you'll find that they're actually quite objectively written, discussing uncertainties, discussing the unknowns, and laying out multiple scenarios. However, the summary for policymakers, or SPMs, have become a little bit more subjective and influential, which leads to, in a sense, a little bit of misinformation to the masses. Policymakers aren't climate scientists, but it's important that the data is presented to everyone objectively. The long story short, the science on climate change is anything but settled. For starters, science doesn't ever settle. We're always learning, we're always improving. And right now there are conflicting views, studies, and uncertainties that indicate we still have a lot to learn about climate change. Now let's talk about the true crisis we're facing right now, the global energy crisis. Now, ignited by the COVID-19 pandemic and exacerbated by the Russian invasion of Ukraine, we are currently in the throes of the first truly global energy crisis. Unlike the oil embargo of the 70s or the Gulf War of the 90s, the global economy has become much more connected, meaning supply chain disruptions can cause a substantial impact on our lives from energy to goods. In turn, it's affected everything from the tourism to transportation to even the labor market. Now, here in the US, we're considered fairly energy independent, a net exporter of petroleum products. But in Europe, the war in Ukraine forced many countries to return to coal-fired plants or delay nuclear plant decommissioning. Why? Because the demand for reliable, clean, and affordable energy continues to grow. As a matter of fact, the energy demand is expected to continue growing well past 2050. And although we can see from this chart that renewables will see a significant increase in supply, we're still going to be heavily reliant on fossil fuels to meet our demands. How many times have we heard the term peak oil? It's been referenced to a specific date so many times that it seems to have lost some of its significance, but we keep projecting it further and further out. As a matter of fact, the IEA, or International Energy Agency, forecasts peak oil to occur in 2026 with a decline beginning shortly after. However, OPEC, the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, forecast peak oil to occur in 2040. That's 14 years later. How are we supposed to just phase out oil and gas when we haven't even reached peak demand yet? If we're in a so-called crisis and something needs to be done now, what are we supposed to do? And let's just discuss from just an energy standpoint how much fossil fuel energy is needed to get renewable energy off the ground, from mining silica sand for solar panels, lithium for batteries, and Portland cement if we're looking to build hydroelectric dams. Not only mining these, we have to transport these materials to location. We can't just flip a switch and get rid of fossil fuels overnight. That transition would be extremely complex, and in no way is it really considered sustainable. And if we took oil and what we get out of it, we can see that the vast majority does go to fuels: gasoline, jet fuel, diesel, and so on. And this is where a lot of our emissions tend to come from. It gives us a good starting point on where we may be able to reduce our demand or increase efficiencies. And that leads us to the drive for EVs, or electric vehicles. We've seen states push to ban the sale of new gas-powered vehicles by 2030 and offer subsidies for purchasing EVs now. Now, the idea is great in theory. If we can get rid and reduce our emissions through transportation, that's great. But trying to solve one problem tends to expose others. And in the case of California, which already has an extremely strained power grid, a steep increase in EVs would certainly add a substantial burden to the already existing power grid. Imagine having to suddenly supply additional power to charge over 1.5 million EVs all within a single year. Where is that power actually going to come from? Further, we need to think about what we actually consume. How do we get it? We've all become accustomed to services like Amazon, Walmart Plus, DoorDash, Uber Eats to get our goods delivered. We don't travel out, we have them come to us now. These products need to be transported somehow, and often over very long distances, sometimes over oceans, just to get to our door. We tend to forget how much of an impact we have on the environment just for our own personal convenience and comfort. Even much of the fruit and vegetables that we get from our local grocery store often have to travel thousands of miles by boat, truck, or rail, all producing these emissions we're so hell-bent on eliminating. Now, how many of us would be willing to sacrifice all of this overnight, or even within a year or two? That's a substantially aggressive lifestyle change. That other 13% too that comes from a barrel of oil, there's a good chance you're surrounded where you're sitting right now, or any given day, you're surrounded by petrochemical-based products, no matter where you are. Plastic's the obvious one. When we think about the wiring, even in your walls, it's wrapped in a plastic coating for insulation. The rubber on your vehicles, be it a car, truck, bicycle, synthetic rubber. Your glasses are made of plastic, so the lenses, you may have metal frames, but your lenses are plastic now. Long gone are the glasses that are made out of true glass. How about your clothing? If you wear makeup, polyester, nylon, spandex, these are all oil-based. And think about medical equipment. A lot of the medical industry is powered by oil and gas. But for a simple example, if you went to go get your flu or a new COVID shot, what's the syringe made out of? Oil products spill into every aspect of our higher quality of life, no pun intended. Imagine if all of that just disappeared overnight. Would you be okay with that? Most people would say no, or they'd find other ways to be comfortable again, say by heating their home with a wood stove, or putting out emissions, through the combustion of biomass. Let's look at the other fossil fuel too, natural gas. Now, unlike oil and coal, the IEA predicts our demand for natural gas is more than likely going to remain steady up into 2050, with a big chunk of it going towards electric power, and industrial use. As a matter of fact, we've already seen a steady increase in natural gas electricity generation over the last 20 years as their economic solutions to our power-hungry society. But we also need to consider the need for natural gas in any other large-scale fertilizer production operations. Although there was much focus put on the energy supply when Russia invaded Ukraine, the agricultural industry felt a shock as well, with fertilizer prices skyrocketing due to supply interruptions. We're now returning to normal prices as we're adapting to this disruption, but the ripple effect has clearly been felt in everyone's pocketbooks, with inflation hitting a whopping 8% in 2022 just in the US alone, all because of a supply disruption in something that we are so actively trying to eliminate. So that brings us to the big question. Does this sound sustainable in any way? Well, the short answer is no. What is sustainability? When we try to really think about that, it consists of patterns of economic, environmental, social, and political progress that meets the demands and needs of the present day without reducing the capacity to meet future needs. Given this definition, we would be quick to judge fossil fuels. They're not finite resources, and they can be damaging to the environment. However, the economics and social benefits of fossil fuels are no secrets. We live a high quality of life due to oil and gas. We all have heated homes, affordable electricity, good education systems, healthcare, all of which are made attainable by affordable energy. We also need to consider the difference between renewable and sustainable. Now, everyone argues that renewable energy is the way to go and that it's completely sustainable. Say a policy is presented pushing green energy. We've seen these before, which specifies only the use of renewable energy moving forward. Well, the catch here is that biofuels, such as ethanol or biodiesel, are technically considered renewables, but at this point, they are in no way sustainable because of the amount of time, energy, and emissions required to just create the product in the first place. Excuse me. In order to transition to a renewable energy system, we need to expand our grid and infrastructure substantially as well. And economically, this isn't something realistic either. So let's look at some important criteria for determining if an energy source is sustainable. Now, first and foremost is the big one, renewability. How much of an energy source is available for long-term reliability? Consider economic reserves of an energy commodity. This is a variable not set in stone, as economic reserves can grow or shrink under a myriad of conditions, from increased efficiency, improvements in technology, or new discoveries. For example, although there was recently a warning for a phosphate shortage from the EU, a recent discovery in Norway by Norge Mining suggested that the 70 billion tons of the material critical for many renewables could supply battery, solar panel, and fertilizer production for upwards of the next 100 years, vastly increasing the sustainable option of many of these renewable energy sources. And that's just an indication that the fabrication of these is done with finitely available resources. Second is a big one, economic cost. This is widespread from local and regional all the way to global. Installing new energy generation stations also requires ensuring that the power grid is prepared to handle this new energy. And an energy grid installation is extremely expensive, it's often passed on to the consumers, either through higher power rates or increased taxes from the government. You may see subsidies on renewables, but generally that money's got to come from somewhere, and generally that's through taxes. Third are the social benefits of the life cycle. How do these energy sources affect human health? Are they going to provide affordable, reliable energy to as many people as possible? Remember, people still live in energy poverty in this world. This is especially important when we consider those disadvantaged communities, both on affordability and local economies. Now, some less developed nations and communities may rely on the local coal mine to support the community. Even here in the US, If the coal mines in Wyoming or West Virginia were to shutter their doors suddenly due to political and social pressures, the impacts would be devastating. Fourth, security benefits must be considered, including costs, environmental, and national security. Look no further than how gas price fluctuations often get people up in arms, and it's generally tied to the commodity market and the price of the barrel of oil. And what risks are associated with environmental damage in the event that something were to go wrong? How does it not only affect humans, but the entire ecosystem? National security is another one to consider. Is the power generating setup where it would be difficult to bring down the whole system? Is it well dispersed, or is it very centralized? Now, this is one of the issues we're seeing with, unfortunately, increasing frequencies surrounding things like nuclear plants, particularly the ones in Ukraine, where there has been, past suspicions that Russian soldiers have been placing explosives in these plants in the event they must retreat. Now, finally, we need to consider all of the uncertainties that may come with the energy life cycle, from geopolitical changes, force majeure, such as hurricanes or floods, or even unexpected economic conditions. All things that we do really experience within 5 years back and forth. So, we've discussed how complicated climate science is, and we've really discussed in more detail what sustainability is. So what's the point here? What am I getting at? Well, as working professionals, we consider ourselves fairly educated and level-headed, even if we are a little bit biased towards oil and gas. But I would not doubt that you picked up at least some knowledge in the last 20 minutes. That means it's more than likely that the average person has little to no idea about how complex the idea of breaking our dependency on oil and gas really is. And so, most people essentially jump on the bandwagon, joining in the fight against oil and gas. Now, what has that done to the industry as a whole? Well, for starters, the industry is facing more hurdles every day, from increased regulations, reporting, and restrictions. Now, that's not necessarily a bad thing. We need to be accountable and provide our products and services in an ethical manner. But it makes it much more challenging to keep up with the ongoing demand that people tend to ignore. And second, more serious in terms of sustainability, is a reduced interest in pursuing a career in oil and gas. Petroleum engineering programs right now are suffering through some of the lowest enrollment numbers ever. Now, it's just like the industry, it is cyclical, but we are working towards a serious worker shortage. We all understand that this is cyclical and that it is a volatile industry. I myself have been through a handful of downturns, as I'm sure many of you have. But the problem is many experienced professionals have already walked away for good. They have no intention on returning. And right now, the big problem is that there are less new graduates than ever to step in and take their place. It's unfortunate because we as an industry not only offer excellent wages and great work culture, we're supplying something that is most certainly going to be in constant long-term demand. So the question arises, what can we do about it? Well, we as the industry have been on the defensive for years now. We're notoriously bad at marketing. Think about the last time you saw any good news come from an oil and gas marketing department or from the media that isn't tied to something like net zero or focused on renewables. We're all timid to point out that we as a society need oil and gas to continue living the way that we do. But it doesn't matter because the opponents will always find a way to smear what we are doing. To truly showcase the naivety of people and ignorance a lot of the times that we unfortunately run into, take a look at this picture of people protesting, greenwashing or oil and gas companies talking about moving towards the future. Plastic buckets, synthetic rubber gloves, plastic hair curlers, and the makeup they're both wearing. There are petroleum products in all of these things. In fact, they can't even protest against the industry without using what the industry supplies to everybody. So again, what do we do? Trying to obviously clean up our image certainly isn't working. We need to find a different approach. We need to start having that awkward birds and the bees conversation. Now, I refer to it in this sense because there's such a wall of resistance that we face in the shadow of climate change that we'd rather just avoid it at all costs and hope somebody else does it for us. But like any parent, we know it's our duty to tell our youth. The true nature of our industry will be in their hands. We need to establish a positive and open relationship. We need to get into the classrooms, middle school, high school, and put together fun demonstrations and talk about the excitement of getting our oil and gas out of the ground. We need to highlight all the things we use it for and really reinforce how much we need it and how much we use it without even realizing. But we also need to be open to answering those tough questions and concerns as well. We can't shy away from climate science, the dangers of our future, and the sustainability of oil and gas. The important thing is to establish trust, or at the very least to begin to. The industry has so many black eyes, from Deepwater Horizon, refinery explosions, Piper Alva, you name it. That's a really steep hill to overcome. If we can plant a seed at the right time and nurture it, its ripple effect could be monumental. Now, I personally am fortunate enough to get opportunities to go talk at our local middle schools and high schools about drilling for oil and gas. During these talks, I put emphasis on our changing climates and emissions and try and address those common concerns right up front. But then I counter by discussing all the other important aspects, such as good quality of life, oil and gas products in our everyday lives, and that's all before I even start discussing how we get oil and gas out of the ground and how it looks. And equally important when I approach these schools is ensuring that my message is understood and enjoyed. We need to plan how we speak to our audience, be it a 7th grade student or a high school junior. You know, their education and maturity levels are different. So we need to adapt and make sure that our talks remain interesting and educational. This can be through props, references to something they may get, whatever it takes. Fun experiments like jello fracking, these are all great aspects. But it doesn't stop there. You know, we can get into touch with students, but we also want to reach out and speak with the teachers. We organize teacher workshops. Montana Tech has offered an annual summer teachers workshop for years on all aspects of oil and gas, which offers knowledge and fun experiments that the teachers can bring back to the classroom. And further, when it's done properly, it can often count for continuing education credits for the teachers. So it does have a lot of benefits. We get them involved, we get them educated, and then they can go speak to our future class moving forward and really open that door for conversation. It offers an open space to truly discuss with teachers and answer any questions and concerns that they as adults and teachers themselves may have. Ultimately, it adds many other team members to promote our great industry and kind of get rid of some of those misconceptions. So we covered a lot in this lecture. I want to just revisit a few things that we discussed. First and foremost, climate science is extremely complicated, and most people don't even realize it. We're fighting an uphill battle against those who want to abolish oil and gas, but the reality is we're in a global energy crisis, and people still can't connect the dots on how reliant we are on fossil fuels to maintain our quality of life, and to continue improving it for not only us, but developing nations. It's obvious that we have been having a hard time in the fight, and I think it's time that we change our strategy. We need to understand that it's less of a fight and more of a conversation that needs to have both ways. We want to educate and hear concerns so that we can clear up any misconceptions. And finally, if we really want to continue to increase public understanding of oil and gas, it's got to start in the schools. By the time we're trying to convince adults, they're more than likely set in their ways. We need to get the incoming generation to find an interest in oil and gas and an understanding, and understand that the expertise in our industry will not only guarantee ongoing quality of life, but a sustainable one for the future. Thanks so much for taking the time to listen to my discussion. I had a great time putting this presentation together, and I really look forward to the questions or feedback you may have. And if you do have any questions about setting up teachers' workshops or giving presentation to schools, please don't hesitate to reach out. I'd be more than happy to offer some material, some of my personal experiences, and discuss what may or may not work. I hope you have a great time at the rest of PHDwin.
Thank you, David, for your insightful session on the complexity behind climate science and for sharing your perspective with us today. Your contributions to the fields of environmental and petroleum engineering are truly inspiring, and we appreciate your insight at PHDwin Week 2023. Don't leave just yet, we have a special giveaway today. You can enter for a chance to win a limited edition PHDwin Contigo. All you have to do is email the keyword coffee to events@phdwin.com. Please note that we won't be having a Q&A at this time. However,
Hello everyone, my name is Alan Jordan and I'm going to be presenting graphing tools and forecasting methods in PHDwin version 3. To tell you a little bit about myself, I am originally from Venezuela but have been a Texan for the past 10 years. I have a master's degree in petroleum engineering from the University of Houston and have been a part of the TRC consultants team since March of this year. Thank you for tuning into this session. I really hope you get the best out of it. In this session, I will be covering default graphs and graph models. I will introduce forecasting methods in V3, auto-fit options, graph properties or editing graphs, and I will finalize with flow regime indicators. Here's my contact information. If you have any questions or comments, please do not hesitate to contact me or the support team. Now let's move on to the program. PHDwin V3 introduces 5 default graphs already built for the user. These graphs offer different convenient features for visualizing production, revenues, expenses, cash flows, building forecasts, and identifying flow regimes. When you open the graph flyout, you will see a 30-year rate time graph that will display 30 years, and it's useful for visualizing the most recent trends of production. A 70-year rate time graph that will display 70 years, and it's useful for visualizing the full trends of production. A log rate versus cum that will display log rates versus cumulative production of the major phase. A total revenue and expense that will display revenues and expenses, and it's very useful to dynamically visualize how these can be affected by changes in projections, prices, and models. A log rate versus log delta time or days since start of production that is very useful for analyzing production trends and identifying flow regimes. Now, in the graph properties section, I will talk about how you can edit these graphs in order to meet your graphical representation needs, including vertical units, axis scales, which products to display on a graph, among other settings. Notice that in the flyout, there is a number right next to each graph. That is because in V3, we don't have graph tabs like we do in V2. Graphs instead can be reorganized. Let me go ahead and build a view so that I can illustrate this concept. Now that I have built a view, I'm going to go ahead and save it. I can now go back to the flyout and I can reorder my graphs. And as you can see, the graph that will be displayed is the one that is occupied by that slot number. If you would like to create a new graph, you click on the Add button on the flyout. You can then choose from a list of default models to copy properties from. After you have chosen your model, you can go ahead and enter a label for it. With that being said, that brings us to the concept of graph models. Graph models are the B3 version of B2's graph templates. A graph model is essentially any graph with a set of settings that can be applied to other graphs and multiple cases. These models can be either copied or linked. I will talk more about this in the graph properties section. For now, let's move on to the forecast. PHDwin B3 introduces 5 different forecasting methods. These methods allow you to build and modify projections for any product in your phase configuration using the forecast ribbon. You can display up to 6 products on a graph. However, you can now modify the projection for any product even if it's not displayed on the graph. The forecasting methods are ARPS, SCDM or stretched exponential, scheduled, linear time, and flat projections. In this example, I'm going to be building an ARPS projection. ARPS is the most commonly used and widely accepted decline method for forecasting. I will show how PHDwin B3 makes building ARPS projections more convenient than ever. I can now toggle the B factor. And if you notice that thick line down my projection, that is the point at which my projection reaches the D min and it transitions from a hyperbolic decline to an exponential decline. The next method is the SCDM method. SCDM is similar in theory and equations to ARPS. SCDM decline is defined as the summation of simultaneous declines in the reservoir. And I will show you how these projections can be built just as easily as ARPS can. I can toggle the N factor or hyperbolic factor. And I can gently fit my production data. The next example is the schedule projections. Schedule projections take exact input values, and these values can be typed directly into the forecast window. To open the forecast window, you click on this arrow button in the forecast ribbon. Schedule projections can be particularly useful for entering simulator data or values from a spreadsheet. And as I mentioned before, you can enter these values directly into the forecast window. Note that I can either add the projection from the forecast window or the forecast ribbon. I can now go ahead and paste my spreadsheet data. And that is my schedule projection. The next method is linear time. Linear time is a straight line ruled by the equation y equals mx plus b. This can be used as an alternative to ARPS or SCDM for modeling a simple steadily decreasing decline. Notice how the projection curves? That is because we're in a semi-log scale. This projection will be linear in a linear scale. Therefore, it works best on linear scales. The last method is the flat projection. Flat projections hold a constant value over a specified period of time. This can be useful for modeling ratio products that can have constant values like GOR or yield. I can then go ahead and type a value directly into the forecast window, or in the ribbon if you choose to do so. The forecast ribbon offers options for linking the projections between your products. This can be particularly useful to enforce uniformity across your projections. So for example, I can link the beginning date of my projection to the beginning date of the first segment of the major phase product. I can also log the endpoint of my projection to the endpoint of the projection of the main product. Now that we have covered the different forecasting methods, we're going to talk about the AutoFit options. PHDwin V3 offers 4 AutoFit options. The standard option will create a projection based on the last piece of consistent decline. The forced exponential will create an exponential decline to either a pre-existing decline or a new fit. The call data will allow you to draw a polygon around the historical data points that you would like to fit a projection to. After I finish drawing my polygon, you right-click and it generates the projection. The multi-point option will allow you to add the data points to use for a projection regardless of history. Once you have finished adding your points, you right-click and it generates the projection. These options are now editable. If you click on AutoFit options in the AutoFit tab of the forecast ribbon, you can choose on which data to fit. You can either choose to fit on the most recent trend or all data. You can choose whether or not the forecast should overlap history or whether or not to allow an inclining forecast. You can enter your D-mean value and max and mean B factor range. You can also choose the max number of years past EOP or end of production that you would like the forecast to go until. These options are database specific, so you can have different options across different databases. Now we're going to move on to graph properties. PHDwin B3 offers a variety of options for customizing graphs in order to meet your graphical representation needs. The Graph Properties window can be accessed by double-clicking on any graph or by clicking Settings in the Tools tab of the Forecast ribbon. The first tab in Graph Properties is the Product tab. This is where you can choose which products to display on the graph. You can also choose on which axis you want to display these products. As you can see, you can choose from cash formula products. These are formula-based products like non-discounted cash, discounted cash, net investments, operating, fixed costs, etc. You can choose from a list of products, and as you can see, a green dot will be assigned next to the product that is in your current phase configuration. So as long as the product is in your phase configuration, you can plot it. So in this example, I'm going to go ahead and move oil to the left axis, gas to the right. I'm going to add GOR and water oil ratio. I click apply. And then I continue working on my settings. The product settings tab allows you to edit the graphical representation of your products. You can choose the line style of your historical data. You can add an endpoint label to the product's projection. You can choose to plot daily data if it's available for the product. This data is independent from monthly and production test data. Economics do not run on daily data, but this is something that clients had been requesting for many years that we now offer. You can choose to whether or not to plot historical data. You can choose to whether or not to plot the forecast data. You can choose to apply a smoothness factor to historical production that would apply a 7-month running average to the trend. The X-axis tab allows you to adjust the X-axis of a graph. You can choose to change the format to either linear or logarithmic and choose the number of block cycles. You can choose what to be on the horizontal axis. PHDwin B3 introduces a new set of X-axis options like delta days square, square root of delta days, and material balance time. The X-axis minimum value, you can choose to be a fixed date and enter that date, to be the economic start of the case with an offset, the major phase start of production with an offset, or the report date with an offset. Notice that you can have multiple options selected, and the program will always choose whichever one happens the earliest. For the X-axis maximum value, you can either enter a fixed date and enter that date. It can be a fixed number of years and enter that number, or the major phase EUR with an offset. The Y-axis tab, this is my favorite tab. This is where you can choose the format to be either logarithmic or linear. You can enter the number of log cycles. So in this example, I'm going to change my log cycles to 4. You can choose the scale to be either volumes per month or volumes per day. So I'm going to change my scale to volumes per day. You can choose the units for your products to be either variable or fixed. Variable units allows the program to determine the units based on the scale of the graph. Fixed units forces the units defined by the user to be displayed. So for example, I want my GOR units to be standard cubic feet per BBL instead of MCF per BBL. You can either directly input the y-axis minimum and maximum value, or you can choose to auto scale. The auto scale allows the program to determine this minimum and maximum value based on production values. I'm going to click apply. Qualifiers are the V2 equivalent of archives. Here you can display projections that exist within another qualifier for the same case. For more information about qualifiers, sign up to Dave Basinda's session on qualifiers on Wednesday. The Related Cases tab will allow you to display related cases like incremental base cases and recompletion cases. So for example, I'm going to go ahead and move on to a different case, and I'm going to create an incremental for this case. I'm going to unlink the forecast so that I can modify the forecast for my incremental case. And then I'm going to go ahead and let's say that you're planning a workover and you're expecting an increase of production. So I'm going to enter walk mode, and at that point in time where the workover is going to happen, I'm going to insert a second segment that will increase my production. I can now go into graph properties, related cases, check the enable related cases box, and I can choose to display now the projection for my base case. I can also choose the opacity of this projection. So if I have it at 100%, the graph is going to draw the projection with the same color intensity as my current projection. So I'm going to go ahead and set it to 50%. I can now see the trend of my base case and compare it with the expected production increase of my incremental case. Going back to the graph that we were working on, the last tab is the Notes tab. This is where you can add notes and position them anywhere on the graph. These are useful for recording events in your historical production like simulations, workovers, shut-in periods, etc. You can either attach them to the graph or to a particular product. Note that graph notes would not be transferred over from B2. For more information about transitioning from B2 to B3, sign up to John Smith's session from A to PHC on Wednesday. So I'm going to go ahead and add a note. I'm going to attach the note to oil. And I can now position this node anywhere on the graph. Notice that, and this is something that I didn't mention before, that you can adjust the scale of your axis by dragging up and down on a given product. Now that I have finished editing my graph, I can now go ahead and save this graph as a graph model. I can now apply this model to another case for the same graph. So, like I mentioned before, models can be either copied or linked. In this example, I'm going to copy the model properties to this case. So if you go into the Models tab of the Forecast ribbon and click on Apply Model Properties, you choose the model that you just created, check the properties to graph, click Save. This applies that model to the graph. I can now go ahead and make any additional modifications as I see fit. The second option is to link the model properties. When you link a model to a graph, any changes that you make to this model will be reflected in all of the cases that are linked to this model. This allows you to enforce discipline and consistency in your graphs. So I go into Apply Model Properties, check the link to graph to model. Again, now I'm going to do the same for the next case. And notice that whenever a graph is linked to a model, you cannot edit some of the properties. So this will be grayed out, like the x-axis and y-axis, for example. You can remove the link by clicking the arrow button in the Models tab of the Forecast ribbon. And this will allow you to then go ahead and edit this model, for example. We offer different options for printing graphs. For example, you can go into Print in the Tools tab of the Forecast ribbon and print a graph directly. Or you can copy to clipboard, and you can then go ahead and paste this graph into a spreadsheet or a Word document. So I'm going to copy to clipboard. I will open a spreadsheet, and I can now paste my graph. In the future, we will be introducing a graphs report. For more information about future implementations, sign up to Josh Nisi's session on the future of the PHDwin platform on Friday. Now that I have shown you how you can edit your graphs, we're going to move on to one of my favorite features of this program, flow regime indicators. So I can now go back and I can choose that view that we built on the first section so that we can work on graphs. PHDwin v3 introduces an outstanding feature for analyzing production data that allows you to identify flow regimes. Flow regime reference lines can be enabled in any graph with the log-log scale and either delta time or material balance time on the x-axis. In this example, we're going to match flow regime reference lines to production data on a log-log rate delta time plot. So looking at my log rate log delta time plot, I go into reference lines, and I'm going to go ahead and insert a half slope reference line. I can now match this reference line to my production data or my trend. Now I can go into the rate time graph, open reference lines, select the half slope flow regime. For the shaded region data source, I'm going to select delta time values since we're using a delta time plot. And this will display a flow regime shaded region around the data points that fall within my reference line match. I can then go ahead and click the flow regime label at the top of the graph, and this will generate an auto fit based on that match. In this next example, I'm going to be using material balance time to match my flow regime reference lines. So I'm going to use the same log rate versus log delta time original plot that I have. I'm going to go into graph properties, x-axis, change the log cycles to variable so that I can move freely and I'm not constrained to any log cycles. Change the horizontal axis to material balance time. And I'm going to go ahead and activate my half slope and unit slope reference lines. By making my x-axis variable, I can just drag and move around, and it can be a variable number of log cycles. So I can move freely. So now I'm going to go ahead and see if I can match these reference lines to my production data. Now I'm going to go into my rate time graph, open graph properties, go into reference lines, select the half slope and unit slope. And now I'm going to use material balance time values as the shaded region data source. Now you can see that I have two different shaded regions with different data that match that flow regime. I can now go ahead and click on either flow regime label at the top of the graph, and this will generate an auto fit using the data that falls within that region. So I'm going to go ahead and click on boundary dominated flow, and it generates that curve. I can click on linear, and it generates another curve. And very well, This finalizes our session. I would like to say that as a final consideration, it is possible to find bugs in some of the features that I just presented. And this is because this is only the first step in our journey, and we're always working on improving the program. Thank you again for joining this session. I hope you enjoyed learning about the new graphing tools and forecasting methods as much as I did. Have a great day.
Thank you guys for, or thank you, Adon, for doing your presentation. That's really good. I like the way it shows off a lot of our cool graphic stuff. We have a couple of, we're gonna accept some questions for you guys now, and I've got a couple of them that are already in the queue. So let me start, and we'll see how Adon answers these. So applying a model to multiple cases, and what I'm talking about is a graph model. If we're going to apply a graph model to multiple cases, I think is what they're asking, is there a way to do that? I mean, I want to apply a certain graph model to all my cases.
Yes, there's actually a global editor feature where you can apply. You can either copy the graph properties model or link the graph model, select the destination graph, and select the number of cases that you would like to apply that model to. And that's the way to globally apply a graph model to several cases at once.
So we can apply both both as a model and as a template, right?
Yes. So you can either copy it or link it. So we do offer those two options.
Okay. So somebody asked, what are the arrow keys for on the right side of the forecast ribbon?
Okay. So the arrow keys is the percentage by which your QI is going to be increased or decreased by clicking the arrow keys in the keyboard. So whenever you edit a projection using the arrow keys, that is the percent by which your QI is going to be changed by either moving up or down.
Yeah, and there's been and one thing I don't think we've shown yet or talked about yet. There's a lot. You can create user-defined hotkeys, and there's a huge list of them. So we've got some that are set up.
Yes, so we do have a list of working hotkeys. If you click on the home button of the PHDwin button, you'll see keyword options, and then it'll show you a list of hotkeys for different forecasting and graphing features.
And they're now user definable, so you want to align them with some other software, you can actually set them up yourself.
Yes.
Yeah, that's been a big deal. I don't think we've even shown that in PHDwin Week. There's a lot in this program.
Yes.
All right.
Definitely.
The other question I get a lot, and I'm going to ask this one: what about exporting graphs out of version 3?
So right now, you can copy your graph to clipboard, and you can paste that graph into an spreadsheet or Word document. We will, like I say in the video, we will be introducing a graphs report in the future.
Yeah, no, I know that was something we were hoping that was going to make the release, and it didn't quite make it. But basically, nesting graphs into your reports, so that as you get the reports out, you're also going to get graphing, which is kind of cool.
Yes.
All right, so we've got, let's see if we can open up a couple more of these. What have we got? Jonathan Webb, does a global editor still exist, and where can, so yeah, yes, it does exist, right?
Yes.
We were just referencing that, right?
It does exist.
Projections across, can I do projections across multiple cases?
We do have some options for editing projections. We do not have an option for actually building projections.
Thank you for joining us for PHDwin Week 2024. We are honored to have such great speakers, guests, and active audience members joining us this year. My name is Joshua Neese, and I am the Director of Business Development here at TRC Consultants. I have been with the company for 15 years and have had the privilege to work with some truly incredible clients and exceptional coworkers and colleagues. I am the primary point of contact for all of our international clients, and I specialize in building and developing the unique product sharing contracts and joint venture agreements needed to properly determine the economic reserves for an organization that operates in the international sphere. Today, we will be discussing the advantages that PHDwin provides to international energy companies, and in particular, those in Latin America. PHDwin is a reliable software solution that has been used to calculate reserves and economic evaluations with a high level of trust. With thousands of clients worldwide, including banks, operators, and major third-party reserve auditors, it is a widely utilized tool in the industry. The software has been utilized for economic modeling in more than 35 countries across the globe, making it a versatile and comprehensive option for companies operating internationally. Users of PHDwin benefit from dedicated support team, experienced consultants, and knowledgeable sales staff to assist with any queries or issues that may arise. And finally, one of the most important features of PHDwin is its advanced reporting capabilities, which enable detailed and thorough reserve reporting for better decision making. In today's presentation, we will be introducing PHDwin and its application in the Latin American market. PHDwin is a powerful platform designed to aid in the asset evaluation, budgeting, planning, and reserves reporting that is capable of being specifically tailored for the Latin American market. This software has a proven track record with a diverse client base that includes your banks, your operators, investors, auditors, and anyone else that may be involved in the oil and gas industry. This should highlight to everybody the true versatility and reliability of PHDwin. With over 3 decades of experience in providing accurate reserve and economic calculations, PHDwin has become a trusted solution in financial modeling in the region. One of the strengths of PHDwin is the flexibility in handling data from various sources, allowing for a seamless integration with different file types, databases, or custom vendor files, streamlining the data management process for the users. PHDwin offers various forecasting methods such as ARPS, SEDM, scheduled, lin time, lin Q, and flat projections, enabling precise and dynamic projections tailored specific product configurations. With transparency in product configuration and applied streams, PHDwin enhances the clarity and organization, making evaluations and decision-making processes even more efficient. By enforcing our corporate product definitions, PHDwin also promotes product discipline, leading to reduced errors, improved input accuracy, and better aggregated values for analysis. This was specifically highlighted in the presentation by Richard Smith, where he discussed some of the complications that were experienced in transitioning Maersk Oil and Gas to a reserve-compliant company. Additionally, the advanced graphing capabilities in PHDwin empower users to visually represent unique products, understand product relationships, and effectively assess the economics of different scenarios. In South America, PHDwin has proven to be a valuable tool for modeling complex economics in countries like Colombia, Venezuela, and Trinidad and Tobago. This includes simple tax and royalty models to the more complicated PSC, PSA joint venture agreement models, including those calculating incremental volume entitlement in Colombia. This software has offered crucial insights and analysis, particularly in asset evaluation, budgeting, planning, and reserves reporting. Through case studies, we can see how PHDwin has empowered companies in these regions to make informed decisions backed by precise reserve economic calculations and economic foundations. The success story for these countries highlight the practical applications and advantages of using PHDwin in the Latin American market. A key feature of the functionality of PHDwin that was of particular interest to our Latin American clients was that it can be utilized for budgeting and planning purposes. That all begins with a detailed and accurate asset evaluation utilizing PVFNI. This helps us in assessing the present value of a project, which allows for an improved comparison of various projects or drilling schedules. Budgeting and planning tools within PHDwin allow for effective financial planning and forecasting. Prospect screening functionality using commerciality hurdles aids in the evaluation potential opportunities for your investments. Reserve reporting structures help in accurately tracking and reporting your corporate reserves. Pre-drill and workover justification can be quickly modeled to assist in making informed decisions before drilling and conducting workovers. This can include both the volume and the economic impact of those projects. Post-project tracking enables monitoring and analyze the performance of completed projects. PHDwin also offers a what-if scenarios, including hedging strategies to simulate different outcomes that you may experience. Lastly, PHDwin supports the process of acquiring or divesting assets, streamlining transactions and evaluations. PHDwin serves as a powerful big data platform specifically designed for asset evaluation purposes. Let's delve into the key features that make PHDwin stand out in the realm of asset evaluation. By offering detailed analysis and insights, it equips users with necessary information for making well-informed decisions regarding their assets. One of the strengths of PHDwin lies in the robust data management capabilities. Leveraging the industry standard Microsoft SQL Server, PHDwin can effectively handle databases containing over 100,000 cases. This ensures smooth data management processing for all users. PHDwin fosters a collaborative environment through its multi-user functionality. This enables teams to work together on asset evaluation projects, thereby boosting productivity and facilitating seamless teamwork. PHDwin also enhances efficiency through its utilization of automation and linked data values. By automating various processes, PHDwin helps users save time and effort in conducting asset evaluations. This ultimately leads to quicker and more precise results. Additionally, PHDwin's open data structure is a notable advantage. This openness allows for flexible data handling, enabling easy integration with different file types and sources, and as a result, users can conduct thorough asset evaluations by leveraging data from various channels. In summary, PHDwin's comprehensive asset evaluation capabilities, efficient data management, collaborative environment, automation features, and open data structure collectively make it a top choice for professionals seeking reliable insight and analysis of the realm of asset evaluation. With PHDwin, users have the flexibility to utilize various data sources, including databases like Access or SQL, Excel, or CSV files, or custom vendor files. This allows for integration of data from different formats, enhancing accessibility and usability. Users can precisely manage updates, appends, or ignore certain data for existing projects, ensuring accuracy and relevance. The open data structure of PHDwin facilitates smooth integration with diverse formats, which simplifies the data processing. One way a corporation can improve the transparency is by improving the naming of their product configurations and their phase configurations. By implementing phase configuration naming, we can enhance transparency within the process by naming the phase configurations by either the area, the team, or the products, making it easier to locate and track specific phases. Sorting the items by phase configuration can also significantly speed up the evaluation process, enabling us to make informed decisions more efficiently. In PHDwin, corporate product definitions play a crucial role in streamlining operations and ensuring data accuracy. By controlling the availability of products, users can easily access the necessary items while restricting inappropriate ones. Managing secondary products names such as NGL or LPG helps in minimizing errors and ensuring input accuracy across the board. Implementing controls is essential to prevent product loss and improve the aggregation of values, ultimately leading to more informed decision-making. PHDwin offers a range of tools to ensure that your decline curve analysis is top-notch. PHDwin stands out by utilizing 5 advanced forecasting methods, including the ARPS, SEDM, scheduled, lin time, lin cum, or flat projections. One key feature is the forecast ribbon, which allows users to easily build and customize projections for any product in their phase configuration. This flexibility empowers the user to tailor forecasts to their specific needs. The AutoFit options also are both editable and user-specific, providing a high level of customization. This ensures that your forecasting models are accurate and aligned to your particular unique requirements that you may have. Finally, the forecast ribbon offers the convenience of linking projections between different products. For instance, you could link the start of your GOR to the start of your major phase product. This functionality enhances the accuracy of your forecast by allowing for seamless integration and comparison across various products. In PHDwin, the advanced graphing capabilities offer users the ability to create custom graphs to showcase unique products and their relationships effectively. Within the software, organized graph assignments help users understand which products are needed for each specific case, helping to streamline their processes. One other key feature is the ability to graph revenue over expenses, providing a visual representation of the economic results of the case, aiding in your decision-making process as well. PHDwin also provides unique cost and revenue stream calculation options that your company may utilize for financial planning and analysis. Apply revenue or expense streams to your volume-based products to accurately reflect their financial impact. By allowing linked prices and expenses, we can quickly update and ensure fast quality control in our calculations. Price differentials are applied to adjust your price relative to an index price, ensuring our pricing strategies remain competitive. PHDwin provides multiple expense types by default to adjust for volume and ownership basis, but we also allow for users to build and define unique streams. Custom streams are built and define unique streams. Custom streams are built to fine-tune expense calculations, tailoring our approach to specific business needs. To ensure transparency, all expenses are included in the general summaries through stream categories, allowing for easy tracking and analysis, and ensuring that no expenses or revenue are missed in the reports. Lastly, users can build special tax models for accurate financial modeling, ensuring cash flow forecasts are as precise as possible. One of the ways that you would build those custom tax models is with the utilization of fiscal modeling and cash formulas. Cash formulas in PHDwin are a powerful tool that allows users to create detailed ring-fence project economics. This includes incorporating complex features such as royalty, R-factor thresholds, cost recovery values, profit oil splits, as well as tax and income tax related options. Users can use these features to evaluate their project, and PHDwin can adjust for different tranches to fine-tune the fiscal models as well. Furthermore, users have the flexibility to assign custom streams to precisely calculate and report fiscal model results. This level of customization improves the utilization of special tax models in auditing and reporting, resulting in a highly accurate fiscal modeling outputs. Over the years, reporting has become an ever more powerful tool for financial analysis in the oil and gas industry. Custom reporting is a feature of PHDwin, allowing users to create tailored reports to meet their needs. This means you can focus on the data that matters the most to you. With customizable column orders, you have the flexibility to present your data in a way that makes most sense to you and your stakeholders. This personalized touch enhances the clarity and impact of your presentation. PHDwin offers diverse output options for your reports, ensuring that you can choose the format that best fits your needs. Whether it's a detailed PDF, an interactive dashboard, or a spreadsheet, the choice is yours. One of the standout features of PHDwin is its ability to provide detailed financial summaries. These summaries enable in-depth analysis, giving you a comprehensive understanding of your financial data. These summaries are created utilizing the case list and do not require special cases to generate. Lastly, PHDwin's interactive reporting tools allows for dynamic data exploration. This means you can delve deeper into your data, uncovering insights and trends that may have otherwise gone unnoticed. In conclusion, the advanced reporting features in PHDwin, presented in a user-friendly items layout, empowers users to create impactful and insightful reports for informed decision-making. So in conclusion, PHDwin has built a strong reputation over the past 30 years for providing reliable reserve and economic calculations in the industry. This track record of trust and accuracy is well established. The software is widely trusted across the globe and industry, and its broad usage demonstrates the widespread acceptance and credibility of PHDwin. Users rely on PHDwin for a range of functions, including asset evaluation, budgeting, planning, and reserve reporting. And this software consistently delivers precise and dependable results in the Latin American region. One key strength of PHDwin is the successful modeling of countries in South America like Colombia, Venezuela, or Trinidad and Tobago. These showcase the software's adaptability and effectiveness in diverse markets, further solidifying its proven track record. Thank you very much for your time. Please feel free to reach out to me if you have any questions. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you very much, Josh, for that very informative session on our efforts in Latin America. So we're going to go ahead and bring on Josh. We have a couple different guests that we're going to have for this segment, but first we want to go ahead and bring on Josh and just kind of chat with him a little bit about that presentation. So let's go ahead and bring him in. Sounds good, Sebastian?
Yeah, let's bring him on. Great job, Josh.
Howdy, y'all. Thank you
Hey, how
very
you
much.
doing? Welcome.
Good.
So thank you very much, Josh, for that informative presentation. So just real quick for anyone watching, what do you do for TRC? Just a little quick review.
I wear a few different hats here at TRC. So in particular, I work with our international clients and our medium and large clients on their more complicated data sets. And I also help build, develop, test, and implement the custom fiscal models, the PSCs, PSAs, joint venture agreements, and even domestically a few of the specialized pipeline and PHA fees that you see out in the Gulf of Mexico. But I also work on the training department, so I not only design the PSCs, I also go out there and help train the people to use them live in the data set.
Well, I feel like that's underselling a little bit what you do at the company, but at the same time, we definitely appreciate that. I'm going to date myself a little bit, Sebastian. You're not going to get this reference, and that's okay. But some of the people on the feed here are about my age. They're that late millennial Gen X era. And back in the 90s, there was a really popular movie, Quentin Tarantino's movie that really kind of got him on the stage called Pulp Fiction. If any of y'all have ever seen Pulp Fiction, there's a particular character in Pulp Fiction called the Wolf that they call in whenever they get in a really bad situation. I don't want to get into the details of it. This is a family stream, but it's a Tarantino movie, right? But they get in a really bad situation, and then the wolf gets called in to kind of clean up the situation. I often tell people whenever they're wondering what Josh's role in the company is, I say he's hired the wolf. He's the guy that we call in whenever we get in some problem that's offshore, we get in some complex, onshore or international PSA, some sort of contractual deal that requires that extra effort, requires cash formulas and extra calculations. We bring him in to get it solved. So thank you for jumping in, Josh, and being part of PHDwin Week again this year. So
Thank you very much. Thank you very.
I know
you're too kind, John.
I know, yeah, I know you get the reference. You've seen that movie before, and so we're gonna have a special guest that we're gonna bring on just a minute, Roberto, and then we're gonna talk a little bit about what he's doing in Latin America and how we can support him. Before we bring him on, though, just a little bit of review of that presentation or just a little extra depth to it. So we've had success already. You have personally modeled different PSA contracts in Latin America. Can you just talk a little bit, maybe like one quick story, Josh, about your previous experience in that region?
So most of South America in general is going to be like most other PSCs, PSAs. You're going to have cost recovery, royalty schemes. Brazil's a little bit out of the ordinary with their domestic and international product tax rules and whatnot. But one of the more complicated ones that we've been asked to model, which I don't know a lot of other people that model it, is the ones that are really common in Colombia, where there is a different entitlement on incremental oil production. So the NOC agrees to it, a standard production rate they would expect out of this field. Operators come in, anything over that, they get a different entitlement than they would for standard production. And while it tends to be a complicated thing to do in Excel, it's something that PHDwin actually handled very well, in particular with the usage of the phase configurations. It made it very easy for us to go in there, determine an NOC, agreed upon projection, and map that out for our clients. And we took what started out as 30 separate Excel spreadsheets that were massive and huge, and only a few people understood how they worked, and we turned it into just a few fiscal models in PHDwin with a couple of switches that would make them unique, and it really simplified the whole process and made everyone's life a lot easier.
That's what we're all about here at TRC, is using our program, finding those efficiencies. A lot of times we have people come to us with these Excel spreadsheets where they're trying to model things that are very complex. And you've seen a lot, Josh, where there's simplification gets baked in. We talked earlier this week with Richard Smith about mistakes in the sheet and how in a previous project you worked on that meant the difference of tens of millions of dollars in value. And we're all about doing things the right way and making sure that we can automate that within the program, right?
Well, and a lot of times it's not even mistakes in the sheet. It's things like, in an Excel spreadsheet, you tend to work on an annual basis because, the difference between run row and 12 rows is going to be pretty big when you start working in a large PSC model in Excel. But oftentimes the true terms of the contract are on a monthly or a quarterly basis. And so it wasn't so much that it was a mistake. It was just a lack of granularity that was available to them, that PHDwin was able to offer, where you saw changes in R factors or cost recovery pools within that year that had big impacts on entitlement, that would be missed in any Excel spreadsheet, no matter how well it was designed, as long as it was done.
Josh, part of that is also that there tends to not be a standard of procedure, or there isn't a unified way that people are doing these things down there. And I think that on that note, we may want to listen to the experience of Roberto and what he's facing right now. He's joining us from Argentina, so if we can just bring him in.
Let's go ahead and bring him in. All right, ready, Roberto? Here we go. We're going to bring you in right now. And here he is.
Everybody.
Hello, Roberto.
Hey,
welcome to PHDwin Week.
Thank you very much. I'm a little nervous because I have to speak in English. I'm a little rusty. So sorry. I'm sorry for my accent, but I've tried to explain what we are doing with PHDwin in Argentina and in the rest of Latin America, like Brazil, Colombia, and Mexico too, at this moment. So, as Joshua, thank you very much for your presentation. You were very clear, and it's like as you are mentioned that in the rest of Latin America they work a lot with a spreadsheet. They don't have they are not very professional in that using a software like PHDwin. Maybe some are using Aries, but only just a little. My story with PHDwin was started in 2010, 2008, maybe 8, yeah, when I was working in a little company, APCO, oil and gas. Our certificators, Ralphie Davis, was a company that they have PHDwin. So we are started to use always a spreadsheet. So when they came to Argentina, they recommend, PHDwin is the software. So I'm a geologist. So I'm starting to study the software. So I am compare Aries, PHDwin, and the other. So I decided to use PHDwin. After that, we started to use, and it was big success in the company, not only to the reserve certification, is to all the forecast and to all the planning of the company for the future. So the person that I prepare, to use PHDwin was the most important person of the company. Remember, for the board of directors, every day could you change the price of the oil, could you different scenarios. So when I saw that, I said, okay, this is the software that everyone have to use. After many years, when I left the company and I found my own consultancy, I decided I have again to carry, to put the PHDwin in Latin America. It was the idea. This is why in this moment I'm working with Sebastian and David, with the rest of the people, and trying to implement that software. For example, in this moment in Argentina, La Pampa province, it is a problem. Now the government start to use PHDwin. And the idea is to ask the rest of the company to send information, the report, in that format. So this is a way, and why? Because they need to compare the different reserves. This is mandatory in Argentina for the government. They have to present the reserve every year, not only for the CEC. Maybe there is an American company, but for all the local companies, they have to present that. So we are working very hard in that to try. This is mandatory to send the information in the PHDwin for the format, or another one, because in Latin American and there's another software that is born in Argentina. The name is Sahara. It's very popular in Argentina, Brazil, and Colombia too. So they don't want to make any tool for economic evaluation. So now we are working, like they have an output, a special output only for PHDwin. So reservoirs are working in the declination or simulation. In Sahara, you can simulate for water flooding, and all the project, they migrate to PHDwin, and then you can make all the scenario, the different scenarios with different price of oil, OPEX, CAPEX, and everything. So this is the idea that we are all our plan in this moment in Argentina. In Brazil too, we are working with Petro Recôncavo. It's another very big company. It's a new one. In Argentina and in Brazil, there is a special situation because the main company, the principal or state company like YPF or Petrobras, they left many areas or fields, onshore fields to other companies. They left. They decide, for example, in Brazil, we are only produced on the pre-salt in offshore fields. Only that. This is our target. In Argentina, YPF, they decide, okay, our target at the world is Vaca Muerta. It's a shale oil. It's the most, maybe in Latin America, it's the most popular shale unconventional reservoir. Vaca Muerta is incredible. It's producing a lot of oil. So they decide, okay, we are going to put all the money there. So they start to sell or to little companies, all their fields. Now there was a last month there was a project Andes One. They left 33 concessions or lease. There are maybe 10 new companies working in that, and in the maybe at the finish of this year they are going to have 10 or 20 more fields. So there are many companies coming here and they are trying to how to report research, how to manage. And most of that company are very new. It's the first time that they are introducing in the oil industry because the idea of YPF is to create, to help to create new companies, little one. So the market is very interesting. And in Brazil, it's happened the same. So there are many new companies so we're working in that, in trying to introduce the PHDwin in each one to how to manage this project. Why? Because most of those fields are very mature. So it's very important how to manage the OPEX. So the economy is the most important. So this is what are we doing here in Latin America. It's hard, because the spreadsheet Excel is a big competitor, but little by little they are understanding that is the way to standardize. The idea is standardize all the process, how to present the information, how to compare the information year by year and with different companies. So the next month, we are having, for example, a meeting with the federal government to present PHDwin in making a course for the people who's working there, and try to change the mentality. They said this is the way that we have to work.
And there's probably a lot of challenges with that. There's a way that business has been done there for some time, and I mean, especially in something where you may have bureaucracy involved. It's going to take some time, and changing a mindset is always what could be the most difficult thing. But Roberto, from what I've heard, there's also some technical challenges associated with how they currently have their data, how they currently manage their information for reporting. So I don't know if you'd like to talk to Josh about that. He does have some experience in the past having to chase data packages in a data room.
Yeah. Could you repeat again your question?
So,
you can do it. Go in Spanish.
Básicamente, es difícil conseguir la data que vas a procesar. O sea, están en varios formatos. La forma que la gente lo maneja, capaz, no es un estándar. Entonces, cada empresa quizás un poco distinto, ¿verdad? Y falta la habilidad de traer ese conocimiento, esa experiencia para cómo se manejan estos archivos de datos.
Yes, you are right. This is the problem. The problem is each professional has their own format, They have their own spreadsheet, and it's very difficult. Maybe they are sometimes sharing, but it's not enough, So, as I mentioned, to standardize is the key of every success in the company and for the future. Another way that we are needing in Argentina and Latin America is about the banks. I know that in US there are a lot of banks that they are using, and I think this is the key, to use PHDwin. In this moment, okay, I want to tell you some political problems in Latin America. It's easier for the bank to borrow money. It's okay, to the government, the federal government. So the only client that they have in this moment was always the government. In Argentina, there was now a political change. They try to not waste more money. So now the bank needs to borrow money so they don't have any tool to evaluate this kind of business. Last month, for example, with a group, we won one of the YPF area. So we need money to finance. What's the problem? They don't have any idea about the oil business and how to evaluate in Argentina. And I discovered this is happening in all the rest of the banks in Brazil. This is, we have to go there, no, and try to introduce this kind of tools, because now it's growing a lot. This is the key, for the future. For they need, and to have some element or some tool that is standardized in US, and they can compare, they can share information, they can share the project with the same format. This is the most important, I think.
I believe you can speak to how important that's been here in the domestic market in the U.S.
So, first of all, Roberto, thank you very much for getting on with me. It's really an honor. But to that point, one thing that I often say is that PHDwin is a language just as much as it is a piece of software. We have our native file, the PhD, and whenever you send someone the PhD, the whole point is that they can then reproduce your numbers. They know what the standards are. They know what the calculations will basically be. There's consistency from one computer to the next, one company to the next. And a lot of times here in the domestic market, so my main responsibility with the company, one of them, I guess, is working with our major banking clients. And they ask for these files so that way they can then evaluate them with their own inputs. They take the PHDwin file and change the price and change the assumptions. Maybe they have an engineering team that actually goes in there and re-engineers some of those wells. So before they give out the loan, before money gets on the table, there's a lot of confidence in that evaluation. But if you hand someone just a PDF of a final report, you hand someone just a spreadsheet, then you have this game of having to chase out, how did that spreadsheet calculate things? How is your spreadsheet different from my spreadsheet? How do you calculate periods versus me? How are you calculating declines versus me? And that lack of consistency means money just gets stopped up. And so a lot of times clients come to us and they say, look, John, I have a spreadsheet. I've been running my company with a spreadsheet for a while. I felt comfortable with it, but I want to grow now. I need a loan now. And I know that you're one of the options that I can work with. And if I rebuild, my spreadsheet into your program and I send over that file to the bank, they're going to have more confidence in what I'm doing. They can then test my assumptions more easily. And then we can come to an understanding of where that value is. And so that's something that's very important here in the domestic market and across the world. I mean, I know you've had to deal with that some too, Josh, right? The consistency of PHDwin.
The consistency. And if you want to talk about a money saver, the amount of time and money that was spent on consulting in the early years of converting Maersk was huge. A lot more than most people would expect to spend on consulting, because so much time was needed to re-engineer, back engineer, reverse engineer those spreadsheets and figure out what was going on. And so if you want to lower not just your company's cost just for efficiency purpose, but also lower your consulting fees, sending them a package in PHDwin, because they know how it works. They take a lot less time to review it. It's a lot easier for them to sign off on and then get you back a report. Now you're paying a whole lot less in both consulting, and also you're getting your money back faster from the banks.
But another thing is the credibility behind it, right? I mean,
you can cheat.
If Latin America is to open up, if things are going to start moving, if there's going to be foreign investors that are, maybe SP, PRMS, that's the standard that they're familiar with. That's the standard they're going to trust. All these things are going to need to change. And I think that Roberto is right that, going to the government, trying to get past some of that bureaucracy, trying to get them to understand, but also going to the banks and making sure that, financial systems are responsive to this kind of need. That's what's really going to change the game there.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Go ahead.
No, please.
Another thing I want to point out is early on, a lot of times in these transition periods, a lot of people will struggle. It is a hard time. It's a lot of hard work. It takes effort. And it seems like it's going very slowly. But as time goes on, especially with PHDwin, the way that you use that database year over year and you fine tune it year over year, one of the things I didn't hear Richard Smith mention was When we got to year 4 of the Maersk Reserve Report, it took us like a month and a half to get it done, and it was both finalized and reviewed by the auditor and signed off on and done, because all that process and procedures we've done over the previous years saved us time, saved us effort, because everyone knew the rules, everyone knew the procedures, they knew what to do, and there's a whole lot less back and forth going on in the company. Everything just went faster and smoother. It was really nice.
And one thing I do want to ask you, Roberto, is, you are actually going into these client offices, into these regulators' offices, and you're presenting them this idea. And so what I'm very curious about is, what's the reception like? Do you feel like people get on board?
The reception is excellent. They are very encouraged to use the software. They want to understand much more how to use and how to all the functionalities and how to ask the rest of the companies to use the same. Yeah, the reception is excellent. And they ask, for example, another one of the province, they ask me, can I use for mining project too? So we're thinking how to change some parameters and combine for the mining industry into the PHDwin, because they said I want to put all and to have all the product or production activities in the same software, that understand how is the royalty that we are going to earn or no in the future. So
we've actually had clients do that. International clients have used it for mining before, and like it's just depletion, right? You're just depleting the ore over time.
It's the same.
So
maybe you have
right?
Yes. Maybe sometimes it's flat and for the mining industry because depends the capacity of your factory, and then it's in a decline.
I'll tell you, Roberto, I got solar panels on my house. They made fun of me for this, but I actually used PHDwin to figure out the economics and what I would get back personally for putting solar panels on my house, because there's a decrease in efficiency over time for solar panels. And I used our decline methodology and how much I was paying for power and all that to put together a model to figure out what that period would be to bring it back. So a lot of people don't realize this. We talk about oil and gas, but any kind of depleting resource, this tool can be used to manage those resources. And a lot of companies that have, different stakes in different areas, whether it's mining or energy or renewables, they can
electricity. That's the thing. They are trying to use now to convert the software. Like it's the only one we are trying to change some parameters because the price of oil. Okay, we are able to convert. No, but different cases. No, and they put all the activities: electricity, solar panels, wind, mining. Yeah.
And Roberto, you've started using version 3, right? So, could you tell us a little bit about what that was like? Because you originally, back when you first got introduced to PHDwin, that was PHDwin version 2, right?
Version 2, yes. I started with version 3. I liked it very much. It's very nice. The view is another software for me. The change is a huge change. It was not like an upgrade. It's another one. So they are working a lot. For me, maybe it's easier than the version 2 in some aspect, but now we are still working with some bugs for the Latin American format. There is, in the rest of in Latin America, the date format is different. So we're working a lot with the development team, the PHDwin, to make some change for the rest of but the software is it's working. The reports are excellent in the new version. It's great. It's great.
Well, one thing, Roberto, speaking about version 3 and some of the functionality. So I, as a sales guy for TRC, I run into the same problem as you. So again, someone has a spreadsheet and they're married to that spreadsheet, or especially with, I know Josh can speak to this in international groups. someone will run PHDwin and they'll push out these outputs and they will want it in a spreadsheet to do extra calculations on top or to double check the numbers and all that. So for version 3, I put together a feature that you know about called the V3 Connect. And part of the whole point of that was to push a lot of data into Excel. So that way it becomes this bridge for companies that are so used to Excel, they can sit there in an Excel spreadsheet with all this calculated data. They can do their calculations. They can double check the numbers, but it's based upon solid data that PHDwin's pre-calculated. So whoever's running PHDwin can push out these assumptions, put out scenarios, as you're talking about earlier, high price, low price, best forecast, low forecast, that sort of thing. And then the people that are just married to spreadsheets, and that's where their experience is, they can still work because they have all that data in front of them and it can be refreshed and it can be updated. And I've always kind of felt that was kind of meant to be a bridge between those two worlds. And obviously the best thing would be to bring people into the software and do more of the assumption testing there and then go back and forth some. But the idea is that, look, if you want Excel, we have more data in Excel than anyone, right? And that becomes the front door that you can bring them into the software. So have you? That's part of the intention for that. So is that something that you've had a lot of experience with, trying to transition those clients?
At this moment, we are not working with in that aspect because for me it's new. I have to learn. I talked with Sebastian last week about. Do you know this is for new? We're working in this one only in PHDwin. I know this is something great that you can send information in Excel, modify the parameters, and like a global editor, but you can do the version 2, what's the same, edit in Excel spreadsheet, and then come back to the PHDwin. This is great. This is excellent, the idea. But now I have to learn much more that what are you taught said about the how to migrate very easy into Excel and the PHDwin.
A lot of times it's all about bringing people in where their comfort level is and slowly bring them in, right? You don't just jump in the deep end. You tiptoe into the pool, right? And you get to that deep end, and before you know it, at first it's the water's too cold. I can't do this. And next thing you know, you're up to your neck, right? And it's about getting people comfortable with it. And that's what a lot of this is meant to do. It's meant to give someone something for that they can understand, so then they can back into the tool some. I've got one other question for you, Roberto, that I want to ask.
Yes, of course.
So here in the domestic market, we often talk about the three-legged stool. So internally, so we've already had a bit of a conversation here. You're working with independent oil companies. That's one group you're working with. You talked about working with the banks, right? So, but in the domestic market, there's this third part of the stool, and that are the major consulting firms that sign off on these numbers that the banks look to be the expert, that the operators looking to every year to sign off on the numbers. So here, there's the international firms like Ryder Scott and DeGoring Martin and all them, and then there's domestic consulting firms in the U.S. Can you talk a little bit about where consulting firms come in the Latin American market?
Yeah. In Argentina, for example, I talk about some companies, the biggest one, like the Goliath, Ryder Scott, they use PHDwin or not, but they are using some. But in the domestic market, maybe when they don't need to present that information for the SEC, because most of the consulting company, they are using Excel in the spreadsheet. So it's true. This is the next step to start to talk with them and present the software. This is a DAP, for us, to go to them and try to convince. Idea was at first try to talk with the com, but this is the next step. Here to introduce them to do that. Yeah, because it's very important. They are going to be the next promoters of PHDwin.
And Roberto, I actually have a question that's more culture focused. So one of the things that I did mostly previous week is I worked a lot with Richard Smith. And one of the main problems that he faced at Maersk was how people were receptive to change. And, he was working with a lot of different countries, a lot of different nationalities. And at least in Denmark, his perception was that they didn't want to follow a US standard. They had this sort of independence. They were a Danish company on a Danish exchange. So I'm curious what your experience has been in Argentina and Brazil and Mexico, because I know that some of these countries can have cultural differences.
When you go with a good idea, or something that is going to simplify the work, they accept very fast. No, the idea is how to present, but you have to understand at first what is the problem, what is the
necessity.
The necessity, So you don't have to start to talk with them about how you're working, what tool are you using? Do you have that problem? You know the problem that you have when you are working with a spreadsheet. So you start with that, How do you do that? How do you do this? Do you know there is a very, very easy software, the easiest one to do that? And then you start. And when you said you are going to standardize your process, they start saying, "Oh, I'm interested. Yes, I would like to know about that. How to standardize, because little by little the oil industry is standardizing all the time. Maybe you're using another software. I'm a geoscientist, So you're using Petrel, King, and many software. You're standardizing the LAS, It's always standardized. The idea now is standardize that process. And the young professionals, they accept the change. They are maybe the millennials or centennials or people. They have another head, so they say, interesting. Yes, maybe Excel. Maybe the problem is that the elder people, maybe the old fashioned, maybe, but the youngest, the youngest, they are accepting and they are very interested to learn new tools. When, for example, that's happened with, I made a lot of courses about software for geoscientists, and the young people say, okay, I want more. Tell me more about that. How to do that? In Brazil it's incredible. So when I talk about PHDwin in Brazil, they say, very interesting. Yes, we have Arvis, but this is better. Yes, we want to change. Tell me about more than this, and we are accepting.
That's very interesting. So you see a generational shift where the young people are very hungry for this, right?
Yes. But it's important how to present that. And the necessity. You have to show the enthusiasm, to use a
the
new
excitement,
tool.
capture the
Yes, this is very, very, very important.
Well, that's excellent. That's what we want to see. Is we want to what you talk about. Standards allow us to work together, allow us to work within a market and between markets, but also between generations. And hearing that young people want to take on and to explore new standards and learn new methodologies gives me a lot of hope for a bright future in the Latin American market. So you want to say something, Josh? Want to add something there?
It's one thing that I often hear about when people talk about standards. We talk about projections or the product setup standards, but one that I see really common, especially with international companies, is difficulty, especially with spreadsheets, standardizing on units. Everyone always wants to forget about units.
Yes.
Are we talking barrels? Are we talking E3M3? Or what are we talking about here? And when you don't know, because the spreadsheet doesn't tell you, you start aggregating numbers that don't relate in any real way. PHDwin does.
The M, for example, M is million or thousand.
Right, and these small things that people often overlook when they're looking at the spreadsheet become big differences when you try to start aggregating things together. And PHDwin provides that standard of, one, we do all the unit conversions for you. So you got a standard of unit conversion, standard of a BOE calculation. And then, you just start bringing it all together. And then when you run the report, you pick the unit you want to see. and we convert it all for you. So whether it's going to your auditor in the U.S. that wants to see it in barrels, or it's going to your bank there in Argentina that wants to see it in M3 and E3 M3, yeah, same data goes to them. They get to pick and choose the units they see without changing any of the data. That you can't do that in Excel. It's not a possibility.
And actually, Roberto, I have one last question. You talked a little bit about why this is happening now. You mentioned YPF and these changes that they're doing, and they're basically decoupling a lot of these large assets that before they had under management, and they're going to smaller companies. So you talked a little about why this is happening now, but where do you see this going? I know it's a tough question, but do you see in the next 3 or 5 years, are you seeing more competition? Do you think you're going to see more OFS picking up in that region, like oil field services, more people coming into the industry? Because one of the things that happens here in the domestic market is that sometimes people think that the outlook is that everything's aggregating up into one large company. And, you're saying that in Latin America, it's almost the opposite.
It's the opposite. In this moment, it's like the Canadian model, the US, that you have many small companies for very poor fields, or maybe with that's the idea in this moment. For example, Pemex, this is the national company of Mexico, was the only one for many years. Now, maybe 5 years ago, they start to sell the fields. Now, with the president, it was a change, but the idea is to start. Ecopetrol in Colombia, they did the same. There was many rounds, to sell many. So that's the PDVSA in Venezuela now is impossible. I think in the future it's going to be to happen the same. The idea is to have many small companies for all mature field, but this is what's happening in Latin America. But so I think in the future will be more companies, much more work, of course, and there is a good opportunity to start to use the software. Software now, like PHDwin or the other one, this is the main tool for reservoiristas, geologists, and all people. So,
do you think that will bring
another thing? And the connection. This is another very important. How to connect all the database. So you have to have a master database with the production, for example, with the same well name. So you have to pick the well name for the geologist, the same well name that the engineers that you're using another software, or the people that the project engineer that they are using PHDwin. They have to the same information, the same production data. So this is another change that is happening in Latin America. How to use for example, in some companies they have maybe 1,000 different projects in Sahara or Kingdom, and all the wells in each interpreter, they have their own wells with their own names. This is a mess. You are duplicating information you are not using. So this is the version that in PHDwin that you can use SQL, and take the information from the main database. This is the idea. For example, I make a connection with Kingdom. It's a software or another. They are using SQL, so I put a protection there. So it's going to take the same well and the same protection. This is very important, That's the connectivity.
I think that's well said, Roberto. Well, we're out of time. Thank you very much for joining us today. We really appreciate you being part of PHDwin Week. Josh, thank you so much for coming on and talking with us a little bit. Roberto, tell everyone where to find you real quick.
How do you find?
Yeah, how to find you.
My company is GeoInnovar. GeoInnovar. You can find me or send an email. Sebastian, can you send information about me.
That's right. That's right.
But thank you to you. I'm very happy to be part of PHDwin team. No, I mean, it's excellent.
We're proud to have you.
I love this software. So I hope to be more time and with you.
Well, we'll have to check in and get up an update soon. You have a good one,
so much.
Roberto. All right.
Thank
Bye,
you.
Josh.
Bye.
Bye, Roberto. They'll have a good one.
Thank you, Josh. Bye.
Thank you.
Next up, everyone, Kirby Wells is going to show some really advanced functionality in PHDwin version 3. Don't miss it right now.
Hi, my name is Kirby Wells, and I'm here to talk to you about timing sensitivities in valuations. I am the managing partner of Wells Works, which just means that I started an LLC and I do some independent consulting work. I do partner up with folks that I'll mention in the presentation, and I've been on a bit of a sabbatical, which has been very nice. But given the level of work that I have through word of mouth, it'll be interesting to see what happens as I launch. A little bit about me. I went to school, studied physics with a minor in electrical engineering, which turned out to be helpful to get me into a master's engineering program at U of H in petroleum, and then went back years later to do some business studies at London Business School, courtesy of one of my employers. I've had a bunch of titles, but the thing about degrees and titles is that I had all of those before I had a whole lot of experience, with the exception of the business school. So I don't really see those as qualifications, and I'm going to talk to you a little bit about my career path to give you a better feel for what I can do and who I am. About me personally, I've got a kid at A&M, got a kid in high school, and a wife at NASA. You may meet her if you do a tour out there. Your kids will meet her if they do a school trip. And I have lots of hobbies. They are becoming increasingly important as my kids learn to drive and move on in their lives. So I'm finding that to be a rewarding transition. I like to build resto-mod cars, which is basically adding modern features and performance to old cars. You can see some of that behind me here. I enjoy backpacking with my friends. I'm really into the Smoky Mountains and the Ozarks lately, and that's been a lot of fun. And I enjoy live music, and the best concert we've been to lately was actually just a few days ago, where my wife got to see the Linda Lindas. One of the boys got to see Green Day. The other one got to see the Smashing Pumpkins. You can probably tell by their hair who's who. And I got to see Rancid, which is amazing, and I was really worried that I had missed my chance to see them. So it's a great show if you get a chance to go hit it. So let me tell you about my actual qualifications and my career. So I started in oil and gas in 2001 as a tech at Ryder Scott. And in that role, I learned how to run just about every evaluation software out there, including PHDwin, which was just kind of starting up at that point. So I was sort of a beta tester in a very early version of PHDwin, ran a lot of Excel, and went to school at night, did my master's, and then went to work for one of our clients. So Ryder Scott or D&M or any of those types of firms are a fantastic place to learn about our industry, because you see what all of those clients do every 6 months. And every time they raise RBL, do an acquisition, any of that kind of thing that requires an audit report. And so got to see a very wide view of the industry and understand how different people approach the business. And I wouldn't trade that time for anything. Once I got to work for our client, the COO had some great advice. And he said, look, there's never a good time to demote yourself out to the field once you get used to working in the office. So I had some coworkers there that helped me kind of demote myself to the field, which was a great opportunity. So I did some wrenching, and I drove a truck for a while, worked my way back up to PHDwin as an asset manager and a reservoir engineer, and helped sell that company in 2006, which was another fantastic experience because auditors view the world very differently than brokers. And so going through that process and seeing how people think about the assets that we deal with every day was very, very interesting. And it's amazing how differently people think about the same things depending on their role. So it's always a good idea to get a feel for what people do every day and how they think about it when you present information or listen to them, communicate with them, so that you have a better understanding of what they're really saying. I went on to a small consulting firm in 2007. I think I interviewed on February 27th, and then March 2nd, I was in a tent in Tanzania. That was another great experience. Got to travel all over the world. Did a lot of work with bulge banks and national oil companies and independents all over Africa, South America, Middle East, and Europe. So I did a lot of Excel and PowerPoint for a while there. And my family, for various reasons, asked me to please come back to the States in 2010, which was a great decision to do that when they asked me to. Always make sure you got the right balance there. So I came back to PHDwin and PowerPoint as a portfolio manager for Enervest, which kind of morphed into an asset manager role as we made some acquisitions. We got very good at evaluating AFEs, evaluating operators, and making investment decisions that then allowed us to look at assets and plays through a non-op window and make some excellent acquisition decisions to get into those assets. And as part of that, we had to do a lot of acquisitions and some divestitures. And so I was asked to help with those in the role of kind of coordinating the due diligence, which is something we'll talk about in a minute. And that was another expansion in my experience. So at the time, I was managing the engineering, geology, land, and some accounting and support roles, as well as the field operations for a very large asset. And then I got to go in and do this due diligence, which brought in legal and a lot of other functions that I just wasn't as familiar with, a lot of finance and legal. So that expanded my horizons again, and it was great. I really enjoyed it, and so I've kind of focused on that realm since then. I've done some work with private equity-backed companies and other firms. Had my first board position in 2019 with Ineos O&P USA as they were getting into the onshore business in the U.S. And then between 11 and 23. I've been to many data rooms. I've been involved in about $4 billion in acquisitions that ultimately closed, and then performed due diligence on those acquisitions in most cases. So there are people out there who have seen many more transactions than I have, but there are very few people who've seen the breadth and depth of what goes on with an acquisition that I have. And very, very few people who've done both. And that's, I feel, my best qualification for doing what I do. And now my career has come full circle, and here I am presenting at PHDwin Week in 2024. So in a nutshell, I went from Excel to pickups to tents to PowerPoint to boardrooms to PHDwin. A little bit about Wells Works. I'm focused on buy-side services, as I said. So I like to be involved in the acquisitions. There's acquisition due diligence, which is an incredibly complex undertaking that happens in parallel with a lot of other critical planning. And so that is kind of the time frame where I like to come into things. I do some data room support and some valuation support, more advisory, because the teams that are leading these acquisitions, they have a relationship with their investors, they have a mandate, they have a plan and metrics, and my job is to come in and support them in their goals, not to tell them what their goals should be. And so people just don't welcome, and a good team doesn't really need that much help at that stage of the process. Where they need support is in the transition planning and the acquisition due diligence, and especially in the capital program due diligence, because at some point they are the dog that caught the car, and when you're keeping up with that bumper, it's a little late to be doing everything, but that's the nature of the business, because you don't want to fully staff and fully resource an organization before you have an asset to run it. So it's a bit of a catch-22 that they're in. I understand the process very, very well, and that's what I like to support people in doing, primarily in a project management role. So helping them define deadlines and deliverables, track their critical paths, and integrate all these disciplines and consultants that they're typically working with at that phase, because there are so many competing interests that it's easy to lose your own in trying to put together all these deliverables on a short time frame. So one of my favorite quotes in that regard is that to achieve great things, two things are needed: a plan and not quite enough time. And that's from Leonard Bernstein, who knew a lot about taking a large group of people who were experts in their field, but had very different skill sets, and bringing them together to create an exquisite piece of work. And that's very much what goes on during acquisition due diligence. So I've always liked that quote, because we find that we always have the not quite enough time. We usually have a plan, but plans always need to be in progress, and we don't always have the right team and resources. So that's where I like to come in and help out. So some lessons that I've learned from these acquisitions. Collaboration is a great indicator of the stakes. When you find yourself involved with something where people are not behaving professionally or not serious about it, that's a great indicator that the stakes are very small. When you're working on a large acquisition, on something that's critical to people's careers and critical to their reputation, where there are all these fees and bonuses and careers at stake, people tend to get very collaborative and very serious. They communicate clearly, they tend to be more forthright, and there's just not a lot of shenanigans. So if you find yourself in a situation where people are behaving that way, it's a great indicator that the stakes are high, and that you're involved in a project that many people want to succeed, which is always a great experience. Always work backwards from your deadlines. It seems pretty clear, but again, you have not quite enough time. And so if you don't work backwards, then you won't have a plan to beat those deadlines. Do rigorous work once. So when you download a data room, oftentimes it's in the PSA and it's in other agreements that once you download something, that's been disclosed. You have it and you're responsible for knowing it. So read what you download. Go through the information that's provided in a rigorous manner. And when you find yourself creating a table or tabulating data or referencing something the first time, go ahead and summarize that. Table out the number of wells in each field. Land on your metrics, your production, your volumes, your net present values. Land on all those things, nail them down, and share them with the team, and then store them in a place where everyone can find them, so that you have consistent references going forward and you're not repeating the same work over and over again. Quantify and summarize issues. So this one is really important. When you raise an issue, when you walk into the room and say, hey, there's this thing that we got to look at, and could be huge, could maybe not be huge, I don't know. In that instant, it is the most salient issue on everybody's mind. And so it's very easy to hijack resources and emotional energy with those types of statements. It's always good to say, I see something that I don't yet understand. I'm quantifying it, and I will issue a report this afternoon. But you don't want to speculate on how important or critical something could be without the ability or the effort to quantify it. If it's something you can't quantify, then involve the right people to quantify it. But you don't want to raise kind of nebulous, oh my gosh, could be the end of the world type concerns that turn out not to be major concerns, because people are prioritizing and managing their efforts very closely during an acquisition. And then lastly, as we enter an age where people are more and more working from the same data set, those data sets are accompanied by much more advice and more digested inferences and information associated with those data sets. There is less variety in the range of valuations that people come up with. And so expertise and experience are much more valuable in translating a data set toward a specific asset or a specific team at a specific time. And it's always good to bear in mind that when everybody knows what it costs per foot to drill and complete a well in a given basin, the person who knows the most about what it's going to cost your specific team to drill and complete your specific wells is going to have the biggest advantage in forecasting the results in that play. So let's talk about acquisitions in general and kind of the general timeline that they follow. And I'm going to try to communicate a sense of how it works, not just in the timeline, but also in the complexity. So you always have an effective date, which is the date at which the owner will take on the benefit of the cash flow or the expense from that asset. So it's as if they had owned it starting at that date, but then you have a closing date that's later, and that allows you to account for things very specifically and come up with your closing statement. You'll have a data room in which typically a broker will share information with you. That information is often, I don't want to say adulterated, but it's been changed to market the asset. And so you'll see certain repeating themes in those data sets, and that's a skill set all on its own. At some point, you'll submit a bid, and if you're the winning bidder, then you'll negotiate a PSA. There's typically a form PSA that accompanies the bid, and then you'll negotiate the specifics once you're the winning bidder. And that triggers a period of time where you perform due diligence and then notify the other party of any defects that you find in that due diligence. There's a closing statement that says precisely how much all the parties owe, and then you'll close on the asset. And then there's a time after the closing typically where you'll do a little bit of curative. You'll get the opportunity to correct some of those defects rather than just change the acquisition amount. You may have a transition period where the seller continues to operate the assets on the buyer's behalf, and then you'll have some closing adjustments. And so each of these boxes, each of these steps in the process involves many different disciplines and many different tasks and deliverables. So acquisition due diligence, for instance, is often kind of a bank and financing driven process that also serves to uncover any defects, and it's kind of your final opportunity to figure out if you are actually purchasing what was represented. And so there's a lot that goes into that. At the same time, your operations group is going to be doing their operations planning. They're going to be finalizing a budget. They may be supporting procurement and negotiating MSAs. They're going to be ensuring that you have the rigs and spreads that you need, checking field inventory, ordering signs, because at some point they're going to have to put signs out in the field with your name on them. And that's always a process that takes a while. In parallel with that, your marketing group is going to be trying to nail down stock in tanks. They're going to be looking at imbalances and hedging, things that can affect the closing. They're going to be looking at credit agreements and bonds. So it's remarkable how difficult it is to get people to buy your products. And so there's a lot of credit agreements that go into that. And then they'll be reviewing all of your contracts, negotiating things, helping with your development planning to make sure that you're not curtailed, that you can actually deliver the volumes that you say you want to produce in the future. In parallel with that, finance is working on how you're going to pay for all this. You've got accounting figuring out exactly how much you need to pay, how they're going to transfer all of this data in from the seller, how they're going to get it into their own systems, how they're going to set up their decks and their jibs. They're going to have to manage AR and AP from day one. They've got to calculate those purchase price adjustments. They're going to need to set up work orders to launch your development program, and pro forma financials that change frequently as you learn more and more about the asset, manage that budgeting process. So they need to be in the loop on everything. Then your land group is going to be checking all of your title. They're going to be out there doing your field visits. They're going to be talking to brokers and attorneys to make sure that you are actually buying what you think you're buying, that the seller owns it. Turns out there are many more sellers than owners and many more shoppers than buyers. So the land group is instrumental in that process. And then they're working on a lot of curative. So they have a tremendous amount of work to get done at closing. Your reservoir engineers and your geologists are confirming that they understand exactly what's in the ground. It helps to have a team that's already familiar with an asset. Your procurement group is working on hundreds of contracts. So I'm always amazed how many times people hire in to manage a process. And it's always just kind of been there. They've always had the software. They've always had the people to work with. And when your procurement group is not set up yet and you're a startup company, that's just not the case. So they're doing a lot of credit reviews, a lot of vendor selection. They're looking at certificates of insurance. They have a tremendous amount of work to do, but nothing gets done until those MSAs are in place and credit agreements. You've got human resources who's scrambling to hire the right people and bring them in. And so they're negotiating and interviewing, and you've got things that need to get done by people who are not in-house yet. You have your safety group out there reviewing the field, developing policies and procedures, making sure that you can operate safely and forecasting your performance there. IT and security are helping you get all your software in place. You've got to get new badges for people, even if you buy the field office. There's just a lot that goes on there. Your regulatory group is making sure that you've signed and agreed to everything that the regulators need for you to come in and operate the asset. Otherwise, you'll be out of compliance, and that's never a good thing. And all of this is managed by the leadership team, who may or may not be in the process of actually developing a full org chart based on this specific asset. They've got to set up delegations of authority so that they don't have to approve everything directly, but there's still plenty of stuff they have to approve directly. They're setting up policies and procedures. That's a lot of the value that comes in with a management team, is that they have these networks of policies and procedures that people need so that they know how to get their job done when they walk in on day one, or they can develop that. Because the first question can't be how do we do that when you have a startup. The question needs to be how should we do that, and then put that in place. And then there are so many signatures, so many things they have to do. So if the management team is all of those people, then you can see they get spread very thin very quickly, and so there's just a lot to do. If the management team is not all of those people, even if it's a large established organization, then there are many departments that you've got to coordinate and make sure that people are communicating with each other quickly and clearly, that people are delivering what they asked for and what they need, rather than what people thought they needed. And there are so many things that happen in those interdisciplinary discussions that just require familiarity with that process. So many times where marketing will ask for a report from accounting, and they'll get it at the last minute, and it's not the report that they needed. Very often, legal will review contracts for people, and they'll come back with red lines as opposed to an explanation of how the contract works. And so there's just a lot to manage there, and there's plenty for somebody to do that can come in and help with those processes, and that's what I try to do at the end of the day. So let's talk about this exercise that we're going to talk about today. So what I want to do is set up an acquisition, and then we'll talk about the story of the acquisition, how we got to where we are, and the timeline. And then we're going to look at where we are on our capital program planning, And we're going to look at a few scenarios that have different timing sensitivities. And I've tried to keep everything as static as possible so that we can look at just the effect of timing. And I don't mean the discounted value of money, although that is important. I mean other factors of timing. So what we're going to be looking at is an acquisition where we've already negotiated the PSA, we've been awarded the acquisition, and we've already performed much of our acquisition due diligence, and we're getting in there and working on our capital program planning, primarily with the operations and marketing teams, which is not something that a lot of people may have done. And then there will be a little bit of PHDwin how-to, but not a lot of that. So let's talk about codename Springfield, which is what we're calling this acquisition. So for now, again, we're going to focus on timing and related sensitivities, and again, there's just very little PHDwin how-to involved in this. So how did this acquisition start? Like where was it? At some point, everything started. So the original operator leased this asset in 2015. They drilled 30 wells in 2016 and 17, and in the data room we refer to those as the Gen 1 wells. The seller purchased this asset in 2018. They went to get started with their drilling program, and COVID hit, so they waited out COVID. They drilled 48 wells in 21 and 22 when prices were very high, and so they had some ideas to outperform those wells. They drilled 8 wells in 2023. There were longer laterals, had bigger fracs, all the things that you hear about in data rooms. So every well drilled in the future is going to significantly outperform every well that's ever been drilled, and it's going to come in much less expensive. So in the middle of that process, they decided to sell because they have another asset where that money can be invested much more efficiently, and they hate to let it go, but they're going to sell this asset. So their plan in late 2023 was to sell this asset effective April 1st, so they could announce in Q2. They wanted to have a closing in June 1st so that they could announce the deal was closed when they mentioned it to their investors. They wanted to launch a 3-rig program on October 1st because they have a full leasing team that's out there leasing acreage. They have a full procurement team that's buying casing and staying ahead of this rig that's running. And they have a D&C group that's staying on top of their rigs and spreads and all the planning. They have marketing professionals that are making sure that the pipeline will be ready to take their gas. They have all that in place, and so this is going to be very easy for the seller or buyer to just step in and take over the asset. So I want to point out nothing in this example is specific to any transaction. So if you've worked with me on a transaction or you've seen me around in the halls or something, just know that I've encountered all of these situations in some transaction, some of them not in exaggerated form, but I have seen all of them happen. I haven't encountered all of these in any single transaction because that would just be too much. And something stands out in every transaction. So never expect a transaction to just go perfectly smooth, but please don't try to look at anything that we see today and guess which one I'm talking about, because it's really nothing that I'm talking about. So how was it going when we went to the data room? So now it's 7/1/2024, the date that the seller wanted to close. The broker is right now hosting data room visits, and they want bids by 7/20. So we've downloaded all this information from the data room. The closing date has moved to October 1st, when we were going to start our drilling program. So the broker acknowledges that we now need to move the start of drilling to November 1st. But in the meantime, the word's gotten out at the seller that they are selling. Their land group is not quite as large as it used to be. Their drilling group is not as large as it used to be. They're not spending as much money on casing and long lead items like facilities. They're not negotiating with their gatherer to get pipes in place because they want to leave all that to the seller. They want to leave the benefit of that to the seller, and they don't want to spend a bunch of money during a time where they want to talk about increased cash flows. So some of that long lead planning has slowed down, and we now have about 4 months to get ready to launch our drilling program. So how is it going at the valuation? Right. So this is October 1st. We've done our valuation. We've submitted our bid. We've been awarded the bid. And now we have some second round negotiations that have gone on. The bid valuation assumes that we launch 2 rigs on December 1st and another one on February 1st. Right. So the management team, when they were doing the bid, recognized that November 1st is pretty tight. But they have friends that are very high up at drilling and completion companies, and they're going to be able to get a rig and a spread and get out there and get this done. So the bid valuation is the basis for our preliminary budget at this point, and we've gone and presented to our investors before we made that bid what we think the asset is going to look like. So how is it going on September 13th, 2024? We're wrapping up the acquisition due diligence. We have a close on 10/1, so probably early next week we're going to have our defect notice date, where we have to tell the seller how much money we expect to take off of or add to the purchase price as a result of issues that we've uncovered in compliance with the PSA during our acquisition due diligence process. And we brought in some experts while we're waiting on HR to hire our team. We brought in some experts that have really dug in and done a lot of detailed analysis of our drilling program and read all of our contracts and gotten into our marketing and our legal and all these different facets of the acquisition that we probably didn't have the opportunity to dig into in great detail before the bid. And our drilling experts now advise that they could do better if they had a long-term rig and spread contracts. Then they could get much better rates if we wanted to start in April of 25. And marketing advises that they found some contracts that may not tie to the model. They're working to quantify that with our analysts. They're going to get back to us shortly on what they find. So what we know right now is that somebody might want to start drilling and launch a rig around April 1st. They might want to launch a second rig around June 1st and a third around July 1st. And that's been floated as a proposal, not a proposal that I would float, but we'll look at that in a minute. So let's talk about the database, because we are doing this in PHDwin. I built this database out in 3.1.17. I use projects to model these fictitious drilling campaigns that I talked about in 16, 21, and 23. And what that effectively did for me was create a PDP wedge when I applied my 4/1/24 effective date. And this is the wedge that I get. That's our PDP wedge, and it's going to be the same for all of our different scenarios. I did not bother creating projects. I used the project tool to schedule the wells, but I didn't create projects for those wells because I didn't plan to move the PDP around. I did create projects for my undeveloped wells, and I created them at the rig level so that I could very easily schedule those projects, move those project start dates, and shift all the associated well start dates with when a rig is going to start. I generally made the assumption that the rigs will drill a well every 30 days, which is pretty conservative. And I generally made the assumption that the first rig will start on the 1st, the second one will start on the 11th, third one will start on the 21st, just so that we have a little bit of a stagger in our wells coming on. But again, this isn't tied to any actual field or forecasts. So you won't find a well that looks like this forecast, and you won't find a field where you can only drill a well every 30 days at this point. So let's look at some cash flows and plots. And then we're going to go back and look at these scenarios that we've talked about and set up. So we started with the data room, and the seller had a forecast in the data room. In practice, sellers don't really do this where it's broken out by class. So in a typical data room, you'll have developed producing wells and you'll have undeveloped wells. And sellers, brokers in particular, tend to be very conscientious about putting all of that together and not limiting you with classifications. So one of the first things that you'll have to do in a data room typically is to go in and figure out how you want to classify all of these locations, which ones you want to prioritize, which ones you might not want to spend a lot of time on, and try to kind of whittle that back and get it into a format that you're comfortable with so that you can find the full value and represent your risk tolerance. So it's unusual that you would have a PDP and PUD forecast, but we're just going to pretend that we got this very clean result after we kind of parsed our data room view, and that's what we're going to call the data room. I've used a GOR of 2 MCF per barrel, so you'll note that the oil and gas forecasts follow each other. I've used a pretty consistent water forecast, and so we can just focus on the gas if we want to get a feel for how things are producing. And I've manipulated this to the point where it's not representative of any field I've ever seen, because it turns out it's pretty difficult to just invent a fictitious field that has reasonable economics and kind of moves around in an intuitive way. And I think that's part of the reason that so much more fiction is written in Excel than in Word. So our timeline is there at the bottom left, and what we're looking at is our effective date of April 1st, our closing of October 1st, and launching our 3-rig program November 1st. Because again, timing sensitivities, and that's what we thought at the time. So this is what we were looking at in the data room when we started off. So at this point, where we are now on September 13th, the data room forecast is kind of an archive snapshot. There was a time when we were concerned with how our bid valuation compared to the data room, because it was very much in our minds what the value of this asset may be to the seller and to other buyers. At this point, we're much more focused on our bid valuation because that's what we presented to our investors, and that's kind of our plan going forward. And again, it's classified as proved, so that's not something you'd normally see in a data room. Just the character of this forecast is that it peaks at about 2.6 BCF per month in 2027. You have a rapid increase in production starting in late 24, which means you're going to have some capital in 24. And then you have kind of a nice steady decline after that, after you drill these 120 locations. So the PDP will not change. And as we shift the undeveloped around in time, it's good to just kind of have a feel for the shape of that profile and how it moves around in time and where it peaks. So the story coming out of the data room, and this is something very important to understand, because it's easy for the analyst to get caught up in the software and outputs and focus on kind of comparing runs to each other based on NPV and volumes. It's easy for the marketing expert to focus on maximum production rates. It's easy for reservoir to focus on the type curves and focus on the volumes. It's easy for accounting to focus on the totals sometimes, or on annual totals. But your management team is very much focused on what they're going to have to present and the story they're going to have to tell their investors, whether it's a public company or private, on a monthly basis, right? And so it's the shape of the profile and the story that really drive important decisions at this point in the process. And it's important to kind of be well versed in how those are perceived so that you understand what people will hear when you say certain things. So at the time that we visited the data room, management went in and said, hey, it's worth working up a bid. We think we can meet our 5-year payout goal. I know 4 would be better, but we can get a 5-year payout. It's about $1 billion transaction, which is about the size that we were looking for. There's going to be an additional 85 million needed in 2025. So we don't have positive cash flow until 26, and we don't really start making money until 27, 28. But we're going to have $30 million on the books the day that we close, because remember, the buyer is going to have the benefit of all the operations from April 1st up until the closing of October 1st. And so they're going to have $30 million in the bank based on the PDP assets. We've got these undeveloped locations ready to go. We've been talking to the banks. We can get an RBL in there. And so we think we can, we're not going to have to bring all this cash to close. We can delay a little bit of the capital cost. This 5-year payout's attractive. And we did this, of course, at our $70 oil, $3 gas flat projection. There's always a lot of debate and a lot of discussion about price forecasts. The right answer is what the executive team wants to look at and how they feel about it. Gas was $2 or $3 when I started my career. It might be $2 or $3 when I finish. But if someone knows that it's going to be $8 or $1.05 next month, we absolutely need to capture that in the forecast. So when it comes to price forecasts, unless your job is to develop the price forecast, and there are lots of ways to do that, and I've got my own preferences, sometimes that's one where it's better to be smart than right, because everyone's going to have a view, but implementing what management wants to see will help them get the cleanest view into it the way that they want to look at it. So I haven't done any escalation. I don't have a very complex pricing scheme, but price is typically one of your biggest sensitivities, if not the biggest. So it's important to make sure everybody's on board with that, and that you always discuss it and present it when you talk about this type of information, so that people understand what the price impact is. So we went to the data room, and then we did our bid. And you might recall we made a couple of changes when we did the bid. So this is the case that we built that supported our bid for the asset. And this, again, is what we're going to tie back to going forward, because it's of limited value to look at what the seller presented, or what our cleaned up version of what the seller presented was, compared to what we arrive at in the future. What we want to tie back to is the story that we told our investors in order to get the right to bid on this asset. So any changes that we make will need to be tied back, and it's important to track those. So again, always label your information, your runs with a date, so that you can rebuild these stories over time. So we delayed our volumes a little bit from the November start to a December start, which reduced some of our 2024 volumes. We still have a little bit of capital in 24, but we're still peak at about 2.6 BCF a month in 2027. So didn't change our profile too materially. We'll have a little bit of discounting impact, but not much. Let's look and see what that does to our story, which we expect to see as a result of that change. So the delayed drilling will shift our positive cash flow from 2026 into 2027, but we're just barely negative in 2026. So barely negative is basically nil, which is basically where we were before. And that's not, may not cause any huge issues, because we're still looking at about a 5-year payback, 5 and 5.5, start with the same number. So that delay does push our payout back a little bit. And we're going to need an additional 105 million now in 2025 instead of the 85 that we thought we were going to need, which is a material change. We now see positive cash flow in 2027. We think we can support an RBL of $240 million based on our PDP and some preliminary discussions with the bank. That's going to drive a lot of our due diligence, because that RBL is going to define what percentage of the value we need to perform our title due diligence on. And it's also going to drive the way that we model the asset, so that we can go in and present it clearly and support the bankers that are helping us in our technical presentations. And so that RBL really drives the business and drives the acquisition quite a bit. And I always caution people to be careful. Even though the RBL is in your best interest and the bankers are working in your best interest, a good RBL package doesn't necessarily guarantee that you've done all the work that you want to do, specifically and particularly around capital planning and your transition planning. So always make sure that you focus on that adequately. We still have 120 undeveloped locations to go, still the same price strip. And again, this is the story that we told our investors before we bid. And so this was not a surprise to anybody. It's just a little bit different than what we thought we might look at when we went in and prepared our bid. So we recommended a bid of $980 million, and it turns out that's going to be successful. There's $710 million cash at close, because again, we have now some revenue from prior operations. We have some discussions with our banks about RBL, and now we have a better feel for how much money we're going to need to bring in later. So some of that $105 million in 2025 is capital that we're not spending in 24. So that's nice. That's a little bit of an offset. And then we're going to need another $18 million in 2026. So at the time of the bid, when the CFO and CEO and others go in and talk to investors about making this winning bid of $980 million, the expectation is that we're going to buy this asset. We're going to get off to a great start in 2024. We're going to spend all this money as a lucrative investment in 25. 26 is going to be close, but there are lots of things we can do to try to turn that positive. So that's going to be our focus. And then 27, everybody's happy. We're well within cash flow, and we all have a great year in 2028. So that's the plan that we're working toward. That's the story of the bid. So here we are on September 13th, 2024. So now we want to bring things current. We've done some of our acquisition due diligence. We've gone through this acquisition in great detail. And of course, I know you guys want to hear about this MVC that I keep bringing up, the MVC. So, okay, so not everybody caught the MVC. It was disclosed in the data room. You might recall when we were on this slide, it's right there. There's that footnote was there. You can go back and check the tape. There's a $2 million impact from MVC agreements in 2025. So that's something that we need to understand and confirm, which is something our marketing expert can help us with. And our marketing expert, as part of that process, was reviewing contracts, and they found some contracts that may not tie to the model. They're working with people to quantify that. So remember, they brought that up. Well, today's the day where they come back and say, here's what I found out about the MVC in the Springfield asset. So that's going to be our first kind of brick that we throw into the middle of this thing in order to look at timing sensitivities. So let's talk about the Springfield MVC. So an MVC is a minimum volume commitment. It's basically a way of guaranteeing payment for a gathering system, right? And other facilities and services that hit the midstream. So the seller or the prior owner, they needed to increase gathering capacity. They're drilling all these wells. They need to build out a system that the gas goes into. That's not their expertise. It's not what they want to manage. Or they did build out a system and they'd like to sell that to someone else and capture some of that capital. So they need to pay the gatherer back for operating and building that system and investing their money into it. The gatherer says that they need $325 million to pay for this expansion with interest, and they want to get their money back in 4 to 5 years. Okay. Now this may have been renegotiated at some point. We don't know. But in the most recent negotiation, what happened was the seller and the gatherer got together, and the seller proposed an expected throughput. And they said, we believe that this is the total volume of gas we're going to deliver to your system, and we want you to guarantee to us that you'll be able to take that volume of gas at these times. And the gatherer said, thank you very much. We're going to charge you this amount of money for all of that gas that we collect. And if we have a little bit of spare capacity, then we're going to charge you some lower rate for that capacity. But that guarantees we get at least $325 million in our 4 to 5 years. So for our example, the data room database models this MVC as a weight average gathering and transportation expense. Okay, so it is a gathering and transportation expense, and it's also a very simplified MVC though. So So this one has no tranches. There's just one limit that we have to hit. There's no additional limit where the seller may be paying a slight premium to have guaranteed capacity or anything like that. It's a fixed fee. The MVC price does not change over time. Sometimes it does because there's nothing that drives ingenuity like debt structuring. There are monthly volumes, which is nice. Oftentimes you'll see them scheduled quarterly or on some other basis, and that can be tricky. There's no escalation in the price, which would not be a major hurdle, but it does make it difficult to kind of back calculate and verify our numbers. And there's only one system. So oftentimes you'll have multiple gathering systems that may go into different pipelines or through different processing facilities, and each of those may have its own MVC, and it can get rather messy. So what did the seller think was going to flow through this? And here we are with our data room forecast. Now, this kind of thing doesn't happen very often, but when it does, it's fantastic, because what this tells us is that we have gone into the seller's database and we have done our own view of that, create our own view of it, and very quickly come up with something that we can believe approximates what the seller thought they were going to do. But again, it was done in Excel and I did it, so I just backed into it. But you don't always have that luxury. You don't ever have that luxury unless you were a midstream company negotiating an MVC. So it's a nice confirmation, and it shows the logic behind these volumes, but it's not something that you can often come up with. So let's talk about the algorithm for this specific Springfield MVC. So in this case, we have to deliver 66.375 BCF. That's the total volume under that purple MVC curve. And we have to pay $325 million. And so we've negotiated an MVC fee of $4.90, right? And that $325 million already includes their interest. And so we know that that's the right number. Again, I made up the right number. So in this case, we can assume a fee of $1.75 for any gas in excess of the MVC, or that we deliver after the term of the MVC. Okay? So what that means is we total our wet wellhead gas, all the gas that we deliver into the gathering system, right? We subtract the MVC volume from that total production. Okay? If the total gas is greater than the MVC volume, that is, we have a positive remainder, then we apply a fee of $4.90 to the full MVC volume, and we apply a fee of $1.75 to that excess gas, right? Anything above that MVC volume. And I'll show you a picture here in a minute that makes it more clear. If the total gas production is less than the MVC, so that is our total production minus the MVC gives us a negative remainder, then we're going to apply a $4.90 fee to the full production gas volume, right? And we're also going to multiply that shortfall by $4.90. So we're basically going to charge $4.90 against the MVC volume, not the volume that we deliver. So if we fail to deliver the volume under the minimum volume commitment, right, which is what it stands for, then we haven't met our commitment and we have to pay for it anyway. And then later, we have to pay to actually transport that gas when we produce it. So when you underperform your MVC, you still have to pay the full MVC amount. That's how it becomes a guarantee for the gatherer that they're going to get all their money back. So a few notes on MVCs in general. No one can sell their gas if it's not gathered, right? So most leases, many leases, it depends on the vintage and where you're at, but a lot of leases require all the NRI owners, scratch that. What they do is they allow operators to charge all of the NRI operators for their share of the gathering and transportation expense, right? And the argument again is that it's not going to get to market unless it's gathered, and so everybody owns that expense. So we calculate MVCs typically on the NRI, not on the working interest. But that can be on a case-by-case basis, because again, if you have a lease agreement that excludes gathering and transportation, you've got to make sure that you're carrying that expense somehow. You're obligated to pay the full MVC amount. Again, it's a guaranteed minimum payment in a way of speaking. So whether you deliver any gas or not, you still have to pay the full amount. So you want to deliver as much gas as you can, and under no circumstance would you ever shut a well in because the MVC gathering and transportation fees drive it negative. You're going to produce that well at a loss so that you at least get the benefit of the gathering and transportation fees that you're paying, and you come as close as you can to meeting the full fee. We don't have to estimate what these fees are or what the amount is. It's all tabulated in the contract, and we're working with a dedicated marketing professional, so we know exactly how much we're going to have to pay, and we know exactly what the contract specifies we have to deliver. So there's a lot of certainty there, and so at some point you'll want to risk these MVC fees appropriately. There are many different ways to look at it, but one thing that you can do is put all of the MVC fees on your PDP, because there's no uncertainty as to whether you're going to pay this or not. It's a contract. If you put MVC fees on your undeveloped, and then you risk your undeveloped at a heavier discounting rate, then you risk not accurately representing expenses that you're going to have to pay, or the impact of those expenses that you're going to have to pay against volumes that you don't necessarily have to produce. So you always want to be very careful about how you model these things and how you allocate them. And you always want to work with your management team and with the banks to make sure everybody understands where they're landing. And then the other aspect is that PUD volumes are still delivered, so they can bear the MVC cost if you want them to. You just don't want to put shortfall penalties on them necessarily if you do that, because those shortfall penalties are a certainty. So it's up to you how you want to allocate things. I've taken a very conservative approach in this example, and it's one that I feel is valuable for looking at as a management team. But it's certainly open to discussion if there's another way to present it, and there are benefits to looking at it a little bit differently when you're presenting your plan. You need to have confidence in your plan. And then the other thing is, it's not just gathering and transportation when you have an MVC, because the schedule is fixed in time. So it's very, very common, because these can be complex, to see people pick a production forecast, table those volumes against the MVC, calculate the total gathering and transportation, and then allocate that back to the wells as a variable gathering and transportation expense, right? Which can capture the expense. It can work, but it doesn't force you to honor the MVC, and it doesn't shift properly in time when you change your forecast. So it can expose you to some uncertainties, as we're going to see here. Also, it's not just a financial instrument, right? There may be an option to buy it out, but we're not just going to look at buying it out. And if we did, that could create a lot of difficulties or a lot of challenges in dealing with your lease owners, or you could take on expenses that your lease owners would otherwise have to bear. And so you want to make certain that you understand all these lease terms so that you're properly applying either a working interest or an NRI, and some mix of those. So here we are with our obligatory PHDwin how-to. So I'm gonna talk you through how I set up this MVC in PHDwin. I defined MVC gas as a product, so that's a specific product apart from total gas production. I scheduled that MVC gas in accordance with the MVC contract. Created some incremental cases to pull PDP volumes into the PUD. Created some allocation gel units to allocate those costs back to the PUD and PDP cases based on gas volume, or failing that, well count. And then I called PHDwin support and asked for Josh Neese, because it was time to do some fiscal regimes. And we used fiscal regimes to calculate these fees and penalties and the total gathering and transportation, and then we used the gel units to put them back onto the wells. So that's kind of the process that we went through. One thing that we learned is when you build these fiscal regimes, you've got to go back and put them under the state tax regime. Otherwise, you can only use one or the other. So we have a child fiscal regime that essentially calculates the allocation factor that determines how much of this gathering and transportation each case gets. We have a parent fiscal regime that applies these fees back to those cases, and then we have some logic built into that. So what we chose to do was to apply the MVC fees back to the PDP, and then apply any excess gas at a rate of $1.75, or anything after the MVC at a rate of $1.75 to the wells that produce that gas. So it effectively becomes a variable gathering and transportation cost after the term of the MVC contract. And then we have some other fiscal regimes that we used to calculate intermediate results. And we also use static variables to define some of those things. So now let's get back to the numbers and see how this MVC impacts our valuation bid in our case. So looking at our bid, this time with the MVC, we have our $2 million shortfall when we calculate these volumes. So here we are in 2024 and 5, and our total production is less than the MVC volume, which triggers a penalty equal to $2 million. So that's great news. We've now confirmed that little footnote that we had there. And so we know that we calculated that properly. Our volumes don't change because we just shifted them in time a little bit. But our valuation changes significantly because, again, we've now allocated all of these MVC charges back to our PDP as a risking exercise. And so our total valuation only changes by $4.5 million, but our PDP changes by $84 million compared to our bid valuation. So we now have a larger percentage of our bid on the undeveloped, and that changes the story quite a bit because that can impact our RBL. So here's what it looks like with the MVC. And you can see that we've corrected the model now to capture the MVC. We've delayed drilling to allow time for planning and redesign. That delay pushes our payback out to 5.5 years, still the same payback. We still need the same $105 million in 2025, but now we need more cash at close potentially because we need to understand that we may be able to raise less than the RBL. And unfortunately, in this example, or fortunately, depending on how you look at it, the delay in capital actually offsets the RBL, and so we still need $710 million at close. So not a large adjustment that our management team has to go back and tell a new story for, but it does impact their planning. We're still negative in 2026, slightly positive in 2027. Not a big change in the story, but it shows that we've applied some rigor and we have more precision. So let's look at one more example just to make things interesting. We'll look at the numbers on that. And this is kind of exaggerated, but it is something that happens. So remember, the drilling expert had said that, hey, we could get you a better deal if we launch that rig in April, right? Which is a huge ask, and we would expect to see some time value of money impact there. But now we have this MVC. Now, if the MVC were still scheduled as a variable gas expense under gathering and transportation, then we wouldn't see much of an impact. We would just see the shift in the time value of money and discounting. But now that we've properly scheduled our MVC, you can see that we have $73 million in penalties that now hit our asset because we are under delivering to those MVC volumes, right? So now we have to pay penalties on 14.8 BCF of gas that we wouldn't be producing if we went with this plan, right? And so that is a material change. Now the PDP valuation remains unchanged. And remember, we did that as a risking exercise. We applied all the MVC costs to the PDP. So this is a good confirmation of that because the PDP has the lowest risk associated with it. So when we make this timing change and it impacts our economics, we don't want it to have a big shift in our PDP valuation. We want to show that we're not hinging all of our bets on the undeveloped. So our PDP remains the same. Our undeveloped now has to bear additional transportation costs in the future for volumes that are delivered after the end of the MVC, but we're already paid for as penalties, so to speak. So it's a bit of a double dip, right? We have these undelivered volumes where we've already paid gathering and transportation, and then we have future delivered volumes where we have to pay gathering and transportation at a lower rate. So the net impact of that is a significant reduction in where we would have valued this asset if we shift that development plan this far into the future. So for me, that would be kind of a non-starter, and I would want to work that really hard before I took it to management. But let's say we take it to management and say, hey, we'd like to just go ahead and make this change. We just need a few more months to get it lined up. And don't worry, we're going to save a bunch of money on D&C cost potentially because we're going to negotiate a really good rig rate. So this is a significant delay in our spud, right? Which causes a significant delay to our payout. We're no longer at about 5 years. We're at a solid 6-year payout now, right? Which is a longer time, and it's not as compelling for investors, right? We now have to make up for $75 million somewhere in our valuation. Not that we're second guessing our valuation at this point. It is what it was when we went in and did the bid, but we also need a plan and a budget that presents what we're going to do in the future, and it has to tie back to that bid valuation. So the value of the exercise is in understanding the change and how what we need to do to drive us back toward the expected result or better, not so much in second guessing whether we should have bid this much or that much. We have an additional $217 million that we have to raise in 25 through 27 because now we're paying these MVC penalties. We're not starting our drilling as early. We have a much lower peak in our gas production, and we shifted those volumes forward. So the team that thought that they were going to have a lot of excitement behind them in 25, and then they're going to need a little bit more money in 26, but don't worry, we're cash flow positive in 27, and then 28 is going to be great. Now they're going to have to go back and ask for more money in 26, more money in 27. 28 is going to be okay. Everybody's going to be really happy in 29. That is so far off in the future that it's not what you want to share with your investors. So in this case, I would reject that proposal, and I would find a way to get us back on track. So the other thing to note, though, is that does bring down our cash at closing is $690 million. So under some circumstance, somebody might want to look at that, but that shouldn't be the driving consideration for a team that's focused on delivering a successful transaction. That happens. The successful transaction happens after you transition and operate and bring the asset in-house. It doesn't happen at closing. So again, now we're asking people to ask for a lot more money for a much longer time. Doesn't have a huge impact on our reserves. Has a pretty significant impact on our net present value, but it doesn't have much of an impact at all on reserves. And so if we were just tracking that, we may not recognize what a sensitive issue this is. So let's do some wrap up now. We've looked at these different sensitivities. So the point to take away is that we can have these unexpected results from time dependencies. So it's important to ensure that your key metrics, in this case your story and your value and needs over time, and your review process are going to catch all of these temporal issues. A robust model can handle those time sensitivities. If you model things accurately but inappropriately, then sensitivity runs in various scenarios are going to break your model, and you may assume that you're in good shape when you're not. You should always include the right expertise in this scenario without a thorough review of those contracts and a very detailed understanding of how they're applied. It would be quite difficult to notice and accurately model this scenario. And the ability to communicate with and support other disciplines is incredibly valuable. So none of us works in a vacuum, And all of these temporal issues, as they get more and more complex, it requires more and more expertise to understand and model and correct them. And that requires people with some multidisciplinary experience and a curious mind, and not necessarily people with very deep specializations. Even though you can integrate and involve those folks, you just want to make sure that somebody is managing the project who understands the various roles. So thank you for your time. I'm sure you're tired of my voice at this point. It's been a lot of fun, and feel free to reach out to me. I'm going to do the Q&A here in a minute, and always happy to answer questions if they come up. You can find me on LinkedIn.
Thank you very much, Kirby. Next up, Frankie Delgado is giving us our last quick start of this PHDwin week. Take it away, Frankie.
Welcome to our last session quick start of PHDwin Week 2024. We are excited to bring you one last quick start from our gold partner QED Energy Associates.
Please welcome Frankie Delgado. Frankie will present the grid editor for PHDwin v3.
Hi everyone, my name is Frankie Delgado with QED Energy Associates, and I'm going to show you real quick some neat features with the grid editor in PHDwin v3. So I'm in my v3 database right here. It's pretty small. It's got 27 cases, and I've only got one scenario in here other than the default scenario. I'm currently in the standard view, which I think is pretty nice for my laptop. Separates everything, and it puts my grid editor over here in these flyouts, which I think is pretty cool. So I'm going to click on the grid editor flyout, and it pops out from the side. First thing I need to do is pull in some cases to look at in the grid editor. I'm going to grab all 27 of my cases and just drag them over here to the case list. There we go. And there are different areas we can look at in grid editor. Expenses, ownership. I'm going to look at ownership real quick. So I'm going to click the ownership button and then go ahead and click edit down here at the bottom. It opens up the ownership grid editor, and that shows your case list, your ownership for each individual case, and if it has a reversion or not right here in this column. But cancel, get out of that. Has other things like investments, prices that you can look at. You can look at differentials, actual price models being used, anything like that. Real quick, let's go ahead and look at the general info section. Click on the general info video button and then click edit at the bottom right. In here, it has, your standard things like case name, reserve category, phase configuration, reservoir, county, state, all that. It looks pretty good. I'm looking over here to the right, I can see the name of each column up here. I don't see any actual ID codes that are in here. It's okay. I'm going to click cancel to get out of this, and I'm going to add an ID code to this database. So to do that, I'm going to go to database settings up at the top, and then I'm going to click on ID codes because I want to add a new ID code. Now, in order to edit anything really in the database settings ribbon, including ID codes, I need to go into edit mode by clicking this edit button. And then once I'm in there, I can go ahead and add a new ID code. Okay, so I'm going to expand the general purpose ID codes down, and I'm going to add a new ID code by clicking this plus right here. I'm going to use make it a string, and I'm going to call it FD for my initials. Sounds great. So I'm going to close that, and then edit exit mode, and that should save the ID code in there. Just to make sure, I can go ahead and click on ID codes again, expand the general purpose, and I see my FD ID code in there. Great. I also see other ID codes that I didn't really see in the general info grid editor. Okay. So once again, I have all my cases right here and general info. For the grid editor, I'm going to hit edit to open up the general info. And I'm looking across here at the top of the names, and I don't really see any of those ID codes, including my FD ID code that I just made. Pretty easy though. So by default, you don't have any of those ID codes in your grid editor, but it's easy to add. So if I take my mouse and I go towards the top left, just to the left of the case ID column, I've got this little box right here. If I hover over it, it says click to show/hide columns in the grid editor. So I'm going to left click once on that guy, and it opens up hide/show columns. I can see all of these have a check mark next to them, meaning they are currently being shown. And if I take this currency right here, it's got a checkbox, and that's this column right here. If I go ahead and uncheck it, I can see it just immediately disappears. So it's live. Whatever I click automatically changes. I don't have to save anything. So if I scroll down past that, I see there's a section called ID codes at the bottom, and I can see none of these have check marks next to them. So that means none of these are currently being shown in my grid editor. So what I can do is I can click a couple of these, like let's click the FD, which is my ID code I just made, and then let's go ahead and click operator code as well. I'm gonna click on this X. That's fine. You don't have to save or anything. It's just what you click. So click the X, and I'm gonna scroll all the way to the right because that's where the ID codes are gonna be. You can see, yep, FD and operator code. Those are the ones I just unhid. If I want to view all ID codes and I don't want to spend time going through and clicking the ones I want to look at, I could just click on this little box next to ID codes, click that guy, and I can check over here, and yep, now all the ID codes that I have in this database are actually being shown in the grid editor. Now, if I need to, I can just go ahead and click this button at the bottom right, export, and find a spot I'd like to put this in. Let's go ahead and put it in my B3 folder. I'm going to call it general info _project_hello. Spell, because that is what I labeled this database, project hello. Save. It's going to show you right here a little progress bar of how far it's going, and it goes pretty quickly too. So I can click cancel on that guy, and I'm going to go to my desktop, my B3 folder, and then this general info export project hello, which is going to be the general info from my database. And there are all the columns I had in there, plus at the very end, all of the ID code columns that didn't by default show up in there. Now I can take this and I can do whatever I need to with it in Excel. I could send it to a colleague or whatever needs to be done with this, or really any other ID or grid editor, section. Just going to minimize that. Okay, that's all I have for the grid editor at this time. Thanks.
Wow. Big thanks to Frankie Delgado of QED Energy Associates. Thanks for that amazing quick help. At QED Energy Associates, we make the world's best reservoir engineering technicians. Call on us today to find out more about our database conversion services. We offer reservoir engineering techs on demand for a 15-minute project or for 5 hours. Whatever you need, we've got techs available today that can help you get it done. You can have a QED technician dedicated to your account if you want to reserve somebody full-time at your office. And the terms could go from 1 week, 1 month, 1 year. We're happy to cover whatever kind of term you want for a dedicated reservoir engineering technician consultant to be on site there with you. You can attempt to hire our technicians. We want all of the QED trained technicians to be hired by you, our clients, so you can hire them directly at any time. We offer some custom classroom training services on topics specifically requested by our clients. We have some nice one-on-one training that can be facilitated at your office. At QED Energy Associates, we believe that competency is not necessarily tied to years of experience. Therefore, for everyone on our staff, we go through and rate their competency level right now, today, through project work, quizzes, tests. We make sure when you call in and need a QED service, we're getting you somebody that has the skills to be able to get that work done for you today. It's my job at QED to make sure that every purchase you make is one that you're happy with. If ever you have a problem with a QED service, please contact me directly. I'm Courtney Stevens, and I can be reached at our office. You can call us at 832-581-3758. The quickest way to get a hold of us anytime is to email us at dreamteam@qedea.com. Big thanks to John Smith and the whole team at TRC Consultants for putting on this fabulous PHDwin week. What a great service. We truly appreciate you letting QED be a part this year and every year.
Thank you to Frankie Delgado for his presentation on the grid editor. We want to thank QED Energy Associates one last time for being a key partner in PHDwin Week 2024.
Courtney, if you are watching the stream, we would not appreciate your work more. Frankie, Aaron, we want to send a huge thank you to both of you. This week would not have been as informative for our client base without all of you.
We have one last session for PHDwin Week 2024. Next up is our final Q&A. Stay tuned as we feature participants from today's sessions.
Your stream should update soon.
All right, everyone. That is our last quick start. That is our last presentation for this PHDwin Week. I'm going to go around and I'm going to gather everyone who presented today, and we're going to bring them back on. And we're going to have the final Q&A for this PHDwin Week. Thank you all very much. We're going to start in 10 minutes at 3:30 to ask your questions. If you've not gotten an opportunity to ask questions, Nat, this is your last chance. You got it for the presenters. You got it for me. Put me on the spot. I'm down for it. Be sure to email those questions to events@phdwin.com. And thank you all very much for joining us today. At 3:30, we'll begin the last Q&A session. All right, here we go. Last Q&A of this PHDwin week. I'm about to bring everyone in that did some sessions today. But before I bring in the crowd, I just want to tell everyone thank you all very much for being a part of this PHDwin week. Thank you everyone for contributing and tagging us on LinkedIn and sending really nice notes and making comments on the YouTube channel and so many different ways that you all have contributed to PHDwin week. IFR, I really mean this to be reach our community, a community effort, a networking event, along with everything else. And I really hope that some people, as seeing all the response, I really feel like some people really took that on. And so thank you all very much. That was a big part of this. So I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna bring in our guests today. Let's go ahead and bring everyone in the order that they were on the stream. So first up, we're gonna bring in Mark. Hi, Mark. How you doing?
Hey, everybody. Doing well, guys. Hate to see this thing wind down, but y'all have to be exhausted by now.
I've been drinking a lot of coffee today. Yes, Mark. No, but seriously, PHDwin Week is so much fun. We appreciate having this chance to talk with our clients. You know how it is. Whenever you have an audience that you can connect with, it means a lot more. And so we're really happy to be able to connect with our audience. Next up, I'm going to bring on Steve Hoyt. Steve is with Blue River Analytics. Hey, Steve.
Hey, guys. Good to see you. Can you hear me okay?
Oh, I can hear you good, Steve. We can hear you real good. Welcome, welcome. I love that chair. You look comfy. Save some.
I am. I thought I'd just kind of sit by like a little fireside thing here. We could just have a little fun here.
Well, save a little bit for me, Steve. That's where I'm going to be after we get done with this thing. So a little bit of R&R. All right. Next up, I'm going to bring in Dwayne Purvis. Hi, Dwayne. How you doing?
Afternoon, guys. I'm for Mark, John, Steve.
Oh, wow.
Good to see you.
Nice outside.
Dwayne, pleased to meet you.
Sun, huh, Dwayne?
Yeah, I'm here for the regional meeting of the AAPG in Southern California.
Yeah. Oh, Southern California.
Southern
Color me
California.
jealous. We're over here sweating in Austin, so that's awesome.
It's lovely. It's lovely.
Next up, Joshua Neese, one of our own. Hey, Josh, how you doing?
Hi, y'all. Thank y'all very much.
Welcome back, Josh. Welcome back. Thank you for jumping on the last Q&A. And then the last presenter from our the presentation before this, Kirby Wells. Hi, Kirby.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Kirby.
Yeah, happy to be here.
Welcome to PHDwin Week. Again, thank y'all, everyone. I think this was a great day. It's a great way to end what has been, I think, has been a great week. I've been really proud of our effort for PHDwin Week this year. Every single person has done so much. Everyone here has put so much into this, and thank y'all so much for your time and your willingness to come back and talk with us and answer some questions from us and from the audience. What I want to do is I wanted to do questions going for, first in, last out. So I'll start with Kirby and kind of go backwards through the day. With that said, the whole point of us doing the Q&A in this kind of format is I want anyone to feel free to jump in on any part of the discussion. If you have an answer or you even want to ask someone else on here a question, go for it. That's kind of the point of this, is to make it not just a straight Q&A, but a bit of a panel. So that way we can kind of engage this conversation and end PHDwin Week on a high note. So first of all, Kirby, I got two questions for you. One that came from the audience and one from me. So one of the audience members, going through your presentation, you did a really good job representing the MVCs and all this complexity that went into this PUD deal, this drilling deal. But we had an audience member ask, usually in a deal like that on the marketing side, all this extra complexity that you're talking about and all these extra responsibilities usually don't get put into the marketing book. They usually don't get part of how the deal is advertised, so to speak. But someone's got to have an eye to this, right? It's almost like you have to have two books, the marketing deal versus the reality. Can you speak a little bit to the difference here between like what the outside perspective is, the inside perspective, and how you can keep those aligned?
Yeah, the brokers and the sellers do a good job of simplifying things at a very high level when they make these pitches. And I'm telling you, of all the things that you saw there for marketing that you don't see in the pitch book that seem like they're kind of hidden behind the scenes, there's just as much for land and legal, engineering, geology, for every discipline. And so you really do need to make sure you have all the right people involved and coordinated properly to catch those things. Because you'll download thousands of files, and any one of them could have a landmine in it, and you're responsible for finding that. So, it's a big part of the process to make sure that you go through everything
and make sure the right people are responsible. If everybody's responsible, then nobody's accountable, and you got to tag all that stuff up. So people tend to rely, I think, a little too heavily on the metrics and the multiples that are trading in the market to protect them. But really, at the end of the day, you got to do good, rigorous work to win.
Yeah, I mean, no matter how things are marketed, you got to do your own due diligence, right? Whenever you're putting up your money, right? And so it's all about, looking into that detail and then making sure that, you get in your own copy of PHDwin or whatever software you use, and you're able to justify this to whoever your stakeholders are. I think that that's really important. I really appreciate how in your presentation you had that one slide that felt overwhelming. I felt claustrophobic there for a moment when you had everything stacked on top, but it really did a good visualization of how much complexity goes into these deals. If you don't mind me changing subjects a little bit, I got my question for you, Kirby, which is, you are one of the, you've been in the PHDwin ecosystem a really long time. You've been a really strong version 2 user for a really long time. As part of this PHDwin Week presentation, you really got deep into version 3. You and Josh got into weeds that I don't even know about. What is your impression now in version 3, now that you've done all this work in it for PHDwin Week?
Oh man, you're gonna get me in trouble. I enjoyed it. It's come a long way. It's doing all the things that it was designed to do. There's always room to improve, but it's been humbling working with Josh on this. Over the years, I've come to rely more and more heavily on experts, right? So it was cool for me. It was exciting for me to see Courtney and those guys pop up from QED. They're celebrities to me. They're the experts I've relied on through my whole career. And so it was really cool to see them come up and do their quick starts and presentations. And so I rely on that expertise. It's been a minute since I was the driver, but I really enjoyed getting in there with 3. It's not counterintuitive. It didn't take long to get off the ground and build my scenarios and things. I'm older than I look, so it shouldn't be that easy unless it's a well-designed program. So I like it. I don't know if I'm going to convert all my 2.7s to 3, right away, but I'll be using 3 going forward.
Hey, we love to hear that. And if you've got some feedback for us, Kirby, that you don't want to say on the stream of improvements and all that, be sure to reach out. You know where to get me and all that. And we would love to hear your feedback. We love whenever long-term users like you are getting into 3 and give us feedback about how to use it. Speaking of long-term users that has been active in 3, especially in this last year or so, I'd say, Dwayne, you've had some good projects in 3. I got some questions for you up next, if you don't mind, if you're ready for it. That's your nice pool, relaxing moment at the pool. A member of the audience that might sign my paychecks had this question for you, which was so whenever you were stacking up all of the different resources that get put into lobbying efforts, and you had stacked up, the industry basically versus not, what about the EPA? What about the government expenditures that go into this? How does that stack up against what our industry resources go into for government lobbying?
Well, of course, the EPA doesn't do any lobbying. They're
Right.
just an enforcement arm. I was not able to find the budget. I'll look that up in a second. I can tell you the Road Commission budget has been growing significantly. And last time I looked, it was only $70 million a year, which is just, 7 or 8 or 9 horizontal wells. We're drill thousands of those a year. It's just not even the same order of magnitude.
That's a good answer. That's a good answer. All right. Well, I got another question for you that I kind of thought about whenever I was watching your presentation. You talk about you have the employment and you're tracking the employment over time, and you're talking about how so much of the production now are these shale wells, right? And that so little of the production at this moment in time are stripper wells. Well, we know from just our work here at TRC Consultants, or at least I've got this understanding, stripper wells are really labor intensive. It takes, but if you're talking about like man hours per barrel produced, you're going to be higher on that metric with stripper wells than you're going to be, say, on these big, huge shale plays that have all these volumes. But eventually, I've seen all these curves. I feel like I can skip ahead in the story a little bit. I'm pretty sure they all go downward. If I figured out this thing, anything in the last 10 years, that the line goes down, right? So eventually, these shale wells will turn into stripper wells. isn't that good news for employment in this industry that eventually we're going to have to manage these shale wells, and that might increase the labor obligations that these companies have?
It's an interesting point, and there are multiple dynamics that are overprinting. One, of course, is how intense they are. Then another is how efficient engineers are. And then, of course, there are always software tools or AI, other things that are improving productivity across the board in the industry. But even if it does become more intensive on the whole, it's unevenly distributed across the professional disciplines. That intensity is much more about operations engineers than exploration geologists, for example.
Okay. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Well, I guess there's part of it too where we have to continue, no matter what, we have to continue to develop for certain specialties to even have a job at all, right? I mean, some people are not going to be, as you're saying, they're not going to be sitting there managing stripper wells, right? Some people, if the geologists and the people that are doing a lot of the consulting and all that, or people like Kirby that are putting together PUD deals. If we're not drilling, we're not putting together PUD deals, and then those jobs go away, right? And so there's got to be a balance to this, right? And so I appreciate your perspective, Dwayne. You always swim upstream, and that's one reason why you always will have an invite for PHDwin Week. I love a contrarian point of view, and you're good about bringing it. So thank you, of course, as always.
And I think I think a while back, I think a couple of the points Dwayne was previously making, I actually saw this on the Purvis website, or one of the promotional message that Dwayne was talking about is that these orphan wells, right? I think a lot of the expenditures that we're spending today might not necessarily go into development, right? It goes into also cleanups and making sure our environments are kept tight, right? So I think that there's a lot of, but again, it comes back to Dwayne's point about it's a multi-dynamic effort, right? So I definitely do follow your a lot of your preachings, Dwayne, and very insightful information.
Thank you. I appreciate it. We do have tens of thousands of shale wells left to drill, depending on what the price is. Of course, the break-even price has gone up, but we also have hundreds of billions of dollars worth of cleanup work that's going to employ oil field workers, oil field equipment, oil field services. And given the way the costs have been growing, it could be $1 trillion that needs to be spent with oil field service companies.
Yeah, no one else has that expertise, right? You can't go and get guys from the Walmart parking lot and give them to cap oil wells. There's too much involved there, right? So I mean, maybe, but you got to retrain them and all that, right? Yeah, it's a very
they've hired a lot of people out of Walmart parking lots in Midland, I think, over the years. But you can retrain them, and they are good jobs, right? And it needs to be done.
That's pretty funny. As you all might not know, my MBA actually comes from UTBB. I lived out in West Texas for a while, and then I can outright swear that yes, sometimes the opportunities do come out of the back of a parking lot. So maybe I shouldn't be saying things like that. I've definitely worked with some guys that have put together some pretty good careers starting in a place like that. So salute to all of y'all, right? So, and again, thank you very much, Dwayne. And then, okay, so next up, Steve, if you don't mind, I'm going to save you for last. I'm going to skip over to Mark just real quick because I only have one question for you, Mark, that came up from the stream. So, you talked about your charity efforts. You talked about talking to that younger generation and basically allowing them to promote their own message. And on this podcast, the voice is coming from a younger generation. The one question that came up is for those of us that are in the industry already, and we are looking to communicate with this younger generation. Part of them, I think your advice about pointing the direction of the resources that you're creating and all that is a really good resource. But someone asked me, do you just have any insights about how to engage in that conversation at the dinner table or during Thanksgiving with people? We're about to come up on that soon. About how to you just talk about this with the younger generation, things maybe to watch for?
Yeah. So the one thing I've learned through our group of young people is the worst thing you can do is to lay out something like you're the expert and that you know the facts, that anything that comes out of their mouth is wrong. That automatically pushes them away and you're not going to accomplish anything. The best thing to do is ask questions. So even though they're younger than yours, in that moment, treat them as a peer, as an equal. And what will happen, and I've seen this literally by now hundreds of times, is as soon as you ask them something that doesn't agree with what they've been taught, they go fact check you. And they do a very thorough job. I literally had one of these young women come back to me and talk about the organic chemistry of hydrocarbons. She's 17 years old, right? But that was the right way for her to come back. And then once you get them down this path by not pushing them, but basically almost challenging them, once they start doing their own research, you can't cut it off. And so they learn and they get excited about it. And they get more and more and more. And then the interesting thing to me, because I've been in this industry 25 years, is this Generation Z that are now pro oil and gas. They see it as kind of counterculture movement. It's the weirdest thing. It's like they want to be the next generation of the Woodstock people, right? Because they're different than what they're hearing in the press, different than what their parents are saying, different from what a lot of other young people believe. And it literally just takes off by itself. So don't push it. Ask a question, treat them as a peer, and they'll figure it out themselves in the right way.
I think that's great advice, Mark. I mean, no one likes to be talked down to, right? Everyone wants to be respected as an equal whenever you're in a conversation with someone. But also, I feel like to your point that you made during your presentation, talking about like the future of this industry and where we're going, I think a lot of times people miss the fact that this is the energy industry. Yeah, it's the oil industry. Yeah, it's the gas industry. But this is the energy industry. And a lot of things that people that maybe are anti our industry want to see happen, like carbon, injection and like more renewable energy and all that. A lot of the expertise necessary to do that is directly here in this industry. If you're going to put carbon back in the ground, you need people that know how to drill those wells and how to inject it back into the ground, right? That's what the Ryder Scott, one of the first presenters for this week, that's a big part of that presentation in CCUS and talking about claiming those credits. And Marilena did a very good job explaining on a technical level, but I feel like for future generations, you're talking about just giving them little facts and connecting it along. I feel like just putting out the fact that, hey, the companies that have the best resources to create an energy future, no matter where that energy comes from, are already in this industry. And I made this example earlier. Joshua told me to talk about it, and y'all can make fun of me, whatever they do. I got solar panels on my house, and I actually used PHDwin to decline the efficiency of those solar panels. So that way I'd figure out what my break even was, because there's like a 25-year payback period before it just falls off. You don't get any. So I had to figure out if it was actually worth the money to sell my wife on it, basically, right? And so I know how to use the software. I know how to do a decline curve. I know how to put a price and expense and all that. And I was able to put a model together. I think a lot of people don't realize that these same tools can be used in different ways, and that expertise can go right into where a lot of them already have their mindset. Can you speak to that at all, Mark?
So, Jonathan, I want something you said. This is super important here. So you made a little bit of an apology for putting solar panels on your house. I'm getting ready to do the same thing, solar and batteries, but I'm doing it for redundancy. I get a better return than actually putting in a gen set, right? Because I can generate power every day. The worst thing to do with these young people is villainize anything. Do not talk down about electric cars. Do not talk down about renewables, which, by the way, they all have their place. Our energy mix has always changed as humans and will continue to change. The moment you start villainizing anything with these young people, they discount everything you say after that, right? They may come back to you and tell you that it doesn't work and why it doesn't work, which is amazing. You mentioned carbon capture and sequestration. I had one of my young women come back to me and go, Mr. LaCour, I think I found a conspiracy. And I go, what? She goes, no, listen to me. ExxonMobil used to have to buy carbon dioxide to do advanced oil recovery. And now I think they're getting the government to use our tax money to pay for them to get carbon dioxide for free. And it's like, and I didn't want to go, yeah. I went, oh my God. And she is so excited. She thinks she discovered something. But guys, and the people that are listening, think about what the research she had to do. She is not a petroleum engineer. She's a high school student. She figured out what enhanced oil recovery was. She figured out that the carbon dioxide simply adds energy to the oil to make it easier to get it out the ground. She figured out the IRA is actually funding carbon capture and storage. She figured out that ExxonMobil bought Denbury for their expertise. So see the point I made? All I did is talk to her and challenge her to go look up stuff herself. Now she's become a freaking carbon capture and storage engineer. Watch, she may end up working for Exxon in 5 years or whatever. So the biggest thing, once again, is just treat them as a peer. Give them a little bit of information that they may or may not believe, depending on their culture and how they've been brought up with, educated, and they'll go do the rest themselves. And then when they come back, encourage it. Like, that was great. No, I didn't know that. And it just, like I said, it just takes off from there.
Well, I think that's a great point. And I know everyone at TRC is watching this feed right now. And so y'all heard him. Y'all can't make fun of me for my solar panels anymore. Or my Tesla. It's a fast car. I'm not apologizing for it anymore. It's fun to drive. The end. So, all right.
Your insurance on that, though.
John, I would add, I got to go to business school in London with people from all over the world, right? So I'm working for a 60,000 person entity, and they send 30 or 40 people to London every year. And as part of that, we spent a few months basically working up business models and then comparing different opportunities. So how do you compare an F1 team to a hospital investment, to oil and gas, to carbon capture, to Manchester United, right? And so as part of that process, I was able to hang. I mean, we have a lot of sophistication in our industry. We're very good at forecasting uncertainties and accounting for those. And so any endeavor that involves that, I feel like we have the expertise and the right people involved to do that. And so I agree that we are well positioned to help in that future challenge of rebuilding our energy infrastructure.
Well said, Kirby. Yeah. I mean, that's what we need to power the planet, right? That's what we need to get into the future is energy. That's the thing that keeps us going forward. And I feel like the market does a really good job of figuring out what's the most efficient way to get that energy. But you're right, Mark, we have to engage with people about it, and we can't run from that conversation or apologize for our part in it. So I thank you for saying that. I thank you for your comment, Kirby. I feel like that's really positive. All right, Steve, it's your turn. So let's talk a little bit about visualization. And the reason why I saved you for last is that I feel like everyone has opinions on visualization. That's something that comes up a lot in our industry. Is a lot of the presentations we had this year use Spotfire without mentioning it. There was a lot of the PowerPoints had Spotfire on there without saying where the tools came from and all that. And so I feel like there's a lot of pieces that come to it. But I have my clients that come to me and they say, all right, John, I've got a Spotfire license. We got it years ago. And I've got PHDwin. I want to do something with it. And I go, great. What are you going to do with it? And they're like, I don't know. Tell me what to do with it. Right. Yeah. And so there's almost like this, keeping up with the Joneses effect is the way we see it with a lot of this visualization. But as you showed in the tool and the implementation y'all did, there is a lot that you can identify on the QC side and efficiency and all that in visualization. So what advice would you give to those clients that have been sitting on a Spotfire license for 5 years and don't know what to do with it? Where do they start?
So it's a great question, Sebastian. I guess, the first stage, there's a maturity scale, if you will, with respect to visualization, as you might imagine. And we find a lot of very enthusiastic companies that, as you said, they just don't know where to begin. You probably need a little push. That typically when we talk to a client about what their needs are, and visualization is part of the discussion. That, what keeps you up at night? And if they're engineers, different things keep them up than if you're a geologist, than if you're in the geophysics or land areas, whatever. But when you start to kind of drill down a little bit into what does keep them up at night, you will, as people that are experienced with visualization, you can visualize, if you excuse the double entendre there, right? But you can start to visualize dashboards and sorts of things that will allow them to discover relationships in data that the human brain is uniquely qualified to kind of get out of the data in some way, to tease out of data that otherwise are columns in a spreadsheet. And I think engineers specifically, they're so used to looking at tabular data that when you start to kind of open up the world to them and say, look, we can use color and we can use a shifting series of axes to show you things that that will give you insight into the situation that you're in that you wouldn't have otherwise had. And look at this. once you start to kind of drill down and say, wow, isn't that interesting? We've had clients that are looking at completion information, and they're starting to see the different proppants that are being used. It was like magic. They're going, well, you start to color on proppant, and these guys are going, well, holy crap, look at that. There's a correlation between the color and the operator. And oh, by the way, operator A is killing it out here. We're kind of in the middle of the pack somewhere. So in many cases, all they need is just a push, just a kind of an illustration. And what happens is it's a little bit like a cart going downhill. Is you give them that, and they start to do that, and pretty soon you just sit back, and they're saying, "Oh God, what if we could do that? And we could plot this axis, or put it in 3 dimensions, or use a tree chart, or look at the statistics." They'll start driving the development effort, and all you have to do is take notes. So it's really pretty cool. We've seen it many times, and with 90% of the groups that we deal with, all they need is a little push, and good things will happen for them. So that makes sense.
Go ahead.
Yo, I was gonna say, does that make sense, Sebastian?
No, I think that's a good point.
Good question.
I mean, Josh, you work with a lot of clients that are just sitting there with mounds of data and all that. I know you saw that presentation earlier, that tool. Can you imagine some of what might be useful in that tool for our clients to be thinking about?
Yeah, once you start thinking about it, once you start seeing the possibilities, it just is a snowball effect. That's one thing about version 3 that, it's hard to get your mind grasped around how much data is produced out of version 3 and how much we can populate and how quickly we can populate a bunch of information that you just can't really process. And Dave's a big fan of mentioning to us that the people that are successful in business are the ones that find that weird thing and research it. And if visualization is going to do anything, it's going to help you isolate and find that weird thing that you then get to dive into, do a little bit of research, and find an advantage that everybody else doesn't recognize, doesn't see, because, like you said, they're just looking at a bunch of columns. They're not seeing that relationship. Everyone talks about AI, but when everyone's throwing it all into the same model, they're all going to get the same information back, right? You're really going to need to have that comparison, that joining of the human using the tool, the visualization tool, the AI tool, PHDwin, to do their job better and more efficient in the future.
Well said, Josh. Well said. All right. Well, we're getting towards the end of PHDwin week here, and I know some of y'all probably need to get off on other things soon. So let's go through the day in order and just give everyone a final word. Mark, any final words from you?
I had a great time, and I appreciate everybody. I've had a bunch of people since my session this morning already reach out, volunteering to help. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you.
Thank you for being part of this, Mark. We really appreciate it, and we'll be reaching out to you, seeing how we can help you with those efforts. That's absolutely excellent. Steve, do you have any final thoughts for us?
Yeah, we're privileged to be a part of it here. Sebastian, we really we talked on the side. We really appreciate your enthusiasm. It's been it's contagious over at this end. I also wanted to give a shout out to Mark. Mark, that the comments you made about talking to young people in the industry. We were talking to a young lady earlier this week, and I love that. I think at the end of the day, the idea that we're spokespeople for the industry is absolutely true. And as people that have got some years of experience here, I think it's important for us to represent it well and to give the younger folks a chance to stand on their feet. So shout out to Mark for that. But thank you, Sebastian.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Steve. Y'all did a wonderful job putting that presentation together so quickly. Dwayne, do you have any final thoughts for us?
Just thanks for having me, guys.
Thank you for an excellent panel, Dwayne. Excellent presentation. A lot of people thought I was crazy having you do that panel whenever they all know how much time I spent putting it together. That was something I put a lot of effort into. And I said, no, Dwayne's going to do a fantastic job. He's a wonderful moderator, and you blew it out of the park. So thank you, Dwayne. That was one of my favorite sessions this year. All right, Kirby, do you have any final thoughts?
No, just thanks for having me. It was really interesting to be a part of it, and I'd love to come back in the future.
Oh, you're more than welcome, Kirby. And as I said, let us know any thoughts you have about version 3. We'll be happy to be having those discussions with you, Kirby. Experienced user like you, we always want to hear more. So be coming to us as you're using the program, and we'll do the best to help you out. Josh, you're not an outside presenter, but it's still the same. You probably have some thoughts. Any final thoughts for the crowd here?
Well, first off, I want to tell Trevor you did a great job on that presentation. It's not easy to give me carte blanche to kind of go crazy with a project and do what I want, but you let me do that and you tried to follow along as best you could, and I really appreciated it. You did a really good job. But no, really, thank you to everybody that presented. It was an incredible week. It keeps getting better and better. I'm looking forward to next year. And John and Sebastian, great job. We couldn't have done it without you. All that behind the scenes work and the legwork up front. Really good job.
Thank you, everyone here. Thank you, everyone watching. Thank you. Thank everyone who's part of this industry. We do PHDwin Week to hopefully move forward to discussion, and I really hope we did that this year. Look for us next year for PHDwin Week 2025. But for now, this is Jonathan Smith, and I'm signing off. Y'all have a great weekend. Thank you for joining.